Hi, thank you for joining us. My name is Syed Ruhan, and I'm joined by my two co-hosts here. I'm the senior developer advocate in the AWS IoT service team, Richard.
Hey, Syed. My name is Richard Alberger. I'm the head of IoT Ecosystem Services at Amazon Web Services, and I'll be one of your hosts today. Alina?
Hi, my name is Alina Dima. I'm also a senior developer advocate in the IoT ecosystem team at Amazon Web Services. And I'm really excited to be here today. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for watching us. Yeah, it's going to be a great session, right, Sai?
Yeah, it will be awesome. So we have jam-packed of 40 sessions across 3 days. You will be joined by guests, leadership teams, and you have the chance to ask live questions. And we have two more of our colleagues who will join us later on, and we'll talk about the 3 days, what we have in store for you guys, and you will basically be able to book a schedule for yourself and be on those live stream and ask questions as you are basically present in person.
Yeah, it's going to be a totally exciting week. I mean, we're doing live streaming in the booth, but we are also doing events all across embedded world, right? So we'll be able to talk about those throughout the week. Today, as we get on throughout the day, we'll be explaining like what we're going to do for each of those sessions, what's top of mind and super exciting. Alina, what are you looking forward to over the next day?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm looking forward to this stream. I think it's going to be great. We are going to have people invited from all over, literally from the embedded side to the cloud side. We're going to really be talking IoT throughout the IoT ecosystem, which is great. And then today I have a session at the Congress, and I'm looking really forward to that. I'm a little nervous about it, but I'm sure it's going to go great. And yeah, it's actually a topic that's very dear to my heart. I'm going to talk about cloud orchestration and finite state machines. So yeah, that's my day.
So this week, Alina, your focus is really on observability, right? And your focus side is on security. So this is super great. And I'm looking forward to giving talks today with Dave Kranzler and Richard Berry. So Alina, like for this conference, I mean, it's really a great scene for our customers that are building embedded products, right? So we have silicon manufacturers here, we have tool chain providers here, we have open source companies here. I mean, look, what's really exciting you about this week and what you're really focused on?
Yeah, so I think the topic of observability is really interesting, and we are going to have partners invited here. For example, Percepio is going to be here. We are going to be talking about observability integration with FreeRTOS and how developers can actually debug in their runtime environments. So that's actually really interesting, especially because logging and monitoring and tracing is not so easy to achieve for developers. So yeah, that's actually going to be really cool. And then, of course, on the cloud side, we are also going to talk about observability metrics and what's important and how to connect to AWS IoT in a resilient manner and how to make sure that your connection is actually successful and stays successful. So stay tuned for that. Yeah. What about you, Sid?
Yeah. So I have a couple of sessions with guests from Intrinsic ID, from High Tech, GlobalPlatform. We're going to be going from ranges from embedded security all the way to cloud aspect of things. So we have Intrinsic ID talking about PUFs, where we basically have a storage and chips storage on the cloud. The devices storing the credentials for the cloud. Um, then we have PyTech probably talking about in terms of how we basically have segmentation between embedded device and obviously augmentation with the cloud part of it. And I'm also joined by one of our colleagues who's going to talk about ExpressLink and the connectivity of ExpressLink to the cloud with our guest from GlobalPlatform. So super excited to have you guys join us and ask questions live to us because we will basically pose those questions to our guests.
All week long. It's really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
I am super excited about seeing all the people in the industry this week here at Embedded World. I mean, folks that I haven't been able to meet with for a long time because we haven't been really going to events for some time. So we're talking about folks from Seger, IAR. We have Yocto Project just right across the hallway. We have Automotive Grade Linux just a couple hallways over. And the who's who of the embedded industry is right here in Nuremberg this week.
Yeah, definitely.
So I know you just said that you're giving a talk in the Congress, Alina, and I'm giving a talk in the Congress as well on heterogeneous multi-core. That's just another part of the conference. That's super exciting. We have another colleague here from AWS who's also giving a talk in the Congress. We have 5 expo talks as well this week. Super excited. Richard Berry's going to be speaking in the expo later today. I can't wait for that. So Syed, I mean, you're for security. I mean, this is really great for you because you have a long and storied history in security, right? So can you give us a little bit of an idea of where your focus areas are in security today?
Well, my focus area is basically having TPM focus, where we have cryptography on the embedded side, and having that secured on end-to-end pipe to the cloud part, and having that communication secured to the cloud part, and then talking about the security within the cloud and how we basically can orchestrate the security of embedded devices or edge devices and end devices from the cloud to the end devices with less human interaction, but more so with proactive actions from using machine learning.
Wow, that's super. So Alina, can you've been, I've noticed like ever since, I first met you even before you were at AWS, and we met at Hanover Messe several years ago. But for observability, I mean, I know that you've been talking a lot about that recently, especially with serverless. So why don't you give us a little bit of background on your take on observability and embedded devices?
Right. So I think when it comes to observability, a lot of these requirements come as non-functional requirements for developers. So it's basically what they build when they're done building features, or so some developers look at observability. And I think this is where a lot of the common mistakes come into place, because if you don't put logging in place really, really early on and standardize logging, then it's really, really hard later on to get visibility into what you've been building end to end. If you're using serverless technology, then of course, there are tools and frameworks that you can use. Some of them are open source, like the Power Tools for AWS Lambda. This is open source. You can use it in multiple languages, and it really helps developer get this standardized way of doing things, right? So it gives you the foundation for standardized logging, for tracing, for debugging, and so on. So this is really great.
Mm. So do you want to basically tell us what do you have in store for your talk? Give a little snapshot to our audiences.
Maybe I will, because my talk isn't until Thursday, and I really, really love this subject. I mean, if you see my profile on LinkedIn, I'm a heterogeneous multi-core hacker, which is kind of a weird thing to put on LinkedIn, I guess. But I really, really love this subject. I've been working with heterogeneous multi-core for more than 5 years now. And last year I had a talk at Embedded World, which was about IoT patterns, talking about the controller pattern, aggregator pattern, and the facade pattern. These are how people can conceptualize easy to understand patterns on these SoC devices that compose application cores and remote cores. They're usually like Cortex-M, Cortex-R, or specialized cores like ICSS Crew or DSPs. Super exciting technology. But this year, what I'm bringing to that talk is, how do you do OTAs with those patterns, you guys? I mean, this is really what we need to figure out soon. I'm seeing a huge gap here in the industry. People are really struggling on how to get these, keep these devices up to date. And really, when you're looking at OTAs, you want to compress that time, right? You want to compress the time to make sure that we can decrease not just the time to get the payload down to the target and get it installed, and but if an issue happens, you can roll back and feed back up to the cloud.
Yeah.
But also you want to compress that lead time until the point where you get the thing deployable, right?
Yeah.
So in order to do that, I'm also talking about CI/CD systems, mechanizing those software manufacturing pipelines, working with asset management systems to bring all those pieces together so you can actually deploy to these targets as patterns.
Yeah, that's really pretty good, actually. And what you just mentioned about OTA and proactive CI/CD pipeline deployment, it goes hand in hand with security, because we actually has security aspect of things where if there's been a breach, or if there needs to be a patch needs to be applied due to some sort of failure or leak. Because we had way in the past, we had Log4j issue, as you all guys know, and deploying updates across those devices who are using these libraries would have been a really painstaking job. And having that, what you just mentioned, that would have made the job a lot more easier.
Absolutely. I mean, it's decreasing that time. We're talking about squeezing the time from hours to minutes, right? So if you're getting a CVE come across the line and you need to put out a patch in a very short compressed period of time, you need to have all that stuff mechanized, right?
Right. Yeah. And also observability comes into play here, right? Because you want to know if it worked, don't you? So, and you also want to know if it didn't work, what didn't work.
Exactly.
So I think that's actually interesting.
Yeah,
that's right.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's just way super. I'm so excited. Now you have me amped for my own talk, which is a little bit funny. But look, as we're wrapping up our intros this morning, really, what's your outlook for the next 3 days? I mean, besides the live streaming, what excites you about Embedded World? Alvina, let's start with you.
What's exciting me is seeing so many different participants, so many people from the embedded side, from the cloud side, all gathered together to speak about embedded systems, to speak about constrained devices, to speak about cloud solutions, to speak about different topics such as security, observability. I'm looking forward to meeting everyone, or as many people as I can, and learn as much as I can, of course, just like everyone. And super exciting.
For me, I will say that exactly what Alina said, what Richard said, is that rubbing shoulders with brilliance of Embedded World. Having their thoughts, their mind frame, get questioned, and basically you guys asking those questions and their intellectual knowledge, and actually expanding your knowledge through this live stream.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's really all about the customers. I want to talk to customers, and I want to get ideas so we can get ideas not just from the customers, but ideify from the customer pain points to see what we need to build for them for the future, right? So, and since we have a developer focus, it's really about how can we make the developer experience much better so our customers can build faster and they can feel really great about their day-to-day when they're building those products. That's really what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
And everybody who joined us, let us know where you're from. If you're joining us live, I'm really curious to know who's joining us and where from, so please let us know.
Yeah, and don't forget to ask questions.
Yes, that's right. Okay, so with that, I think that what we're going to do is take a little break, and we're going to have a little intro from 2 more developer advocates on the IoT Builders. All right, so thank you very much, and I'll see you soon.
See you.
See you soon.
Hello, and welcome to IoT Builders live from Embedded World. This is a special edition of IoT Builders. We're here at the Embedded World Conference in Nürnberg, Germany. And my name is Dan Gross. I'm a senior developer advocate with AWS. And joining me is my colleague, Ninad.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Nenad. I'm a senior developer advocate for IoT as well. Glad to be here. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is great. So as I mentioned, we're here in Nuremberg, Germany, and this is the Embedded World Conference. It's a really big conference for, as you would expect, embedded technology, as well as cloud and chips, and especially IoT. So this is really the the biggest conference around for IoT, I would say.
Yeah.
I think there's something like 18,000 participants this year.
Wow.
And it's across multiple halls. We've got lots of technology to explore and to talk about over the next 3 days. Where we are is at the AWS booth. So we're in Hall 4 at the AWS booth, and that is booth 550. So if you're around, come by and say hello. We've got a lot of great demos at our booth. We've got people talking all about the technology, and yeah, it's fantastic. So what should we expect over the next 3 days? We're going to hear from a lot of people in the industry on this live stream. We've got a whole slew of guests coming, and I think we've got something like 40 sessions planned. And so it's going to be jam-packed. We've got partners, we've got industry experts, we've got open source, we've got security, we've got observability. It really runs the gambit of the IoT spectrum. So these sessions are going to be really great. I'm going to be a moderator for some of the sessions. You've already met Syed and Richard and Alina in the previous session here, and they're going to be moderating some of the sessions as well. And then Ninad, you've got some sessions to moderate as well.
Exactly, yes. It's going to be super fun. So, the interesting part of this is that, we will start with, what's on today. So today we'll have the first session. Actually, you mentioned, since we are in Amazon, we are working backwards from the customer. We will actually start from day 3. So we'll introduce a couple of sections. So on day 3, we will have what's on today. That will be kind of the first session where we describe what we'll be introducing you throughout the day. And then the session after that, actually, I will have a discussion with the co-founder and head of developer relationship from Memfault, Taylor. So I will have a discussion about device reliability engineering with remote debugging at monitoring at scale. So that's going to be super fun.
And then, so let's go through day 3. I know, like Ninad said, we're Amazonians, so we're going to be working backwards. Looking ahead to day 3, we'll work our way backward to day 1. But also on day 3, after Memfault, is Rick O'Connor is going to join us. He's the president and CEO of Open Hardware Group. So that should be a really interesting discussion all around the Core 5 MCU dev kit. And then moving on.
Yeah, so we'll have Parag Berak. He's a director of IoT segment marketing at ARM. So that's going to be a super interesting talk about smart camera software frameworks. So that's at 12.
Yeah, and then moving on day 3, we also have how to build an awesome AWS IoT ExpressLink products with Telit Centurion. And so that'll be really fun. I'll actually be moderating that one with Martino and Carmelo, both from Telit Centurion. So that should be a fun session.
Yes, and then after that we'll have what's new with ARM and Kale developer tools. So it's kind of interesting topic. I'm really interested about this. I started with Kale working 10 years back. So this will be with the director of product management at ARM, Christopher Sidewalk. So that's going to be super fun.
Awesome. And then after that, we've got open source and IoT and edge. Oh my! And so that is from Frederick, who's an evangelist with the Eclipse Foundation. So that should be a fun session. And then that'll actually be followed with how to make connected products with the STM32 microcontrollers and AWS IoT ExpressLink. And so we've got somebody joining us from ST, Slim, and he'll talk all about that. I've noticed a theme with a lot of these sessions, of course, across the 3 days. ExpressLink seems to come up a lot.
Yes, and yes, there is a certain badge that's actually presented here as well, and that's a session that goes afterwards at 1:30, which is building AWS IoT ExpressLink demo badge. This is with Joe and Thomas here from AWS. It's going to be super fun. We'll have each of those days. We'll have this talk about this demo badge.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you want to know the details of the schedule, if you can't keep all of this straight in your head, then go to the YouTube live stream, the YouTube live stream video, and there we have the schedule in the video description. So if you can't remember, go ahead and check the video, and it'll have all these details here. So that was day 3. Day 3 was pretty fun, and really around building devices and using the developer tools. How about we go over day 2? This is tomorrow, so again, working backwards.
Yes.
We're going to be doing day 2 tomorrow on Wednesday. And so let's start with what we've got on tap for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we will start always with this what's on today, so kind of to introduce you what's going to happen throughout the day. And then after that, we'll have observability in FreeRTOS applications with DevAlert and Tracealyzer. So this is from John Kraft. He's the CEO and founder of Percipio. And Mike, which is the VP Marketing and Sales as well. So yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think Alina's going to be moderating that session. She mentioned in her intro in the last segment that she's our observability expert. So she'll be moderating that session. After that, we'll see embedded device CI/CD with virtual hardware and device advisor. That should be really fun. We've got a couple of guests there. And then after that, we've got embedded runtime security, continuous monitoring, and threat detection with Sternum's FreeRTOS-based eval kit. So I'm kind of excited to hear that one. I think that's really interesting. If you recall, Nanad, we had Sternum on IoT Builders a while back, and they just had really interesting technology around security. And that's going to be with Leon Gronot from Sternum, the CTO, and I believe Syed's going to be moderating that one. So you met Syed in the previous segment, and so that'll be more about security.
Yeah. And then after that, we'll have a FreeRTOS for industrial automation with OPC-UA. That's going to be super cool. I mean, it's something that we've been doing with industrial and so forth. So that's going to be coming from DNR, Industrial Automation. Stefan is going to be our guest together with Adrian as well. And then we will have the open source software for connected vehicles with Amod, who's the director of research of development for DXC. This is, I will be hosting this session. So it's going to be interesting, this kind of how we connect those vehicles and make sure that they are available to interact throughout the cloud. So.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting because if you notice, we're not limiting our discussions to just embedded devices, right? We're talking about automotive, we're talking about cloud services, we're talking about security, observability, all these kinds of aspects of IoT. That it's really exciting to see a lot of these sessions. So next up after that is Eurotech. Will be joining us to talk about ReliaGate, Edge IoT Gateway integration with AWS IoT Greengrass, and zero touch provisioning. So that'll be Marco, the CTO from Eurotech. And then after that, I'm moderating a session with Andrea and Grant Likely from Lenaro, and that's going to be all about the native car with Sophie and Lenaro. Oh, wow. So that should be an exciting topic. I know that we talked about Sophie
Yes.
in IoT Builders just a couple of weeks ago, I
Yes,
think.
yes.
And so this is we're going to find out even more about Sophie
Yes.
from Lenaro.
That's going to be interesting. And then after that, I will be hosting a session with Walt and Jan Simon from the Automotive Grade Linux, how to build on Automotive Grade Linux for AWS, which is going to be really interesting. And then immediately after, I'll talk with Open Synergy and Isaac how to develop automotive solution with hardware abstraction techniques. This is something that's going to be quite exciting. At least for me, this is a topic I'm quite interested about. So.
Yeah, that's a lot of automotive in
Yes.
one day. This is going to be really great. Okay, so where are we now? Let's see. PHYTech SOMs for rapid development of cloud-connected industrial machines. This will be really fun to see from PHYTech. And that's Trulone is the application engineer that'll be joining us for that. And then shortly following is using Mender for embedded Linux system updates on AWS. And our old friend Josef Holzmeier will be joining us for that one. He also was a previous guest on IoT Builders from Mender.io. So.
Yeah, and then after that we will have the Joseph, head of business development, talking about AWS Device Advisor test framework for IoT solutions. He will be joined also with Anton, coming from AWS.
Yeah.
So we will talk about that. And then functional safety tips for developers. This is from Wittgenstein. This is there having this kind of safe FreeRTOS as well. So Andrew will be, the managing director will come talk about that.
I believe Syed is also moderating that discussion too. Again, really interesting stuff about functional safety and security in automotive. And then I think finally the last session on day 2, which is tomorrow, is building AWS IoT ExpressLink badge part 2. So every day we're going to have part 1, part 2, part 3 about building the AWS IoT ExpressLink demo badge.
It takes 3 days to build it, right?
It only takes 3 days to build it, which is fantastic. As a matter of fact, there was a workshop yesterday, the day before the conference started, that covered ExpressLink,
Right.
and as far as I know, it went really well. So that's pretty exciting. And
I
then
hope we can demo it. Yeah.
then we'll wrap up on that. So that brings us to today. So we covered day 3, we covered day 2. Now we're here today. But before we jump into the schedule for today, as I mentioned, we're at the AWS booth here in the conference in Nürnberg, and there's a number of demos we have. We can see them from where we are. You can't see them on the camera, but if you come visit us, you can see them. But there's a number of demos, and then there's also the AWS partner device wall at the booth. And
those are the qualified devices that can run AWS software, right?
That's right. And this is a common fixture at a lot of the AWS booths. Is we like to feature hardware. A lot of people think of AWS as just a cloud company, and while that's true, it's not only cloud. We actually work a lot with our edge partners, both on embedded microcontrollers as well as microprocessors. And so you'll see gateways, you'll see small sensor devices on that device wall. But what's really interesting is that they're all compatible with AWS. Either software or services.
Yeah, they can run like FreeRTOS, Greengrass, device clients, SDKs, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But onto the demos. We've got a number of demos in the booth here. We've got a FreeRTOS demo that features Matter. So I know that Matter is an upcoming technology that everybody's really interested in on the in consumer products. So we've got a demo around that. We've also got, guess what? An ExpressLink demo, and if you haven't heard ExpressLink yet, you will. There's a lot of activity around ExpressLink, and so we've got an ExpressLink demo with the STM32U5. So that's really exciting. And then right up your alley, a Greengrass demo.
Yeah, the Euro, they're right there. They're demonstrating the IoT and Greengrass, so how to have that industrial grade gateway. Yeah.
Awesome. And then another Greengrass with Fleetwise.
Oh, actually, I haven't seen that one. I need to check it out. That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool. And then we have Espressif is one of our partners, and they have a demo that goes over their Rainmaker solution. So Rainmaker is actually a cloud edition to the ESP32 for onboarding devices, and it runs on AWS, and that's really exciting. It's a really great way to build IoT infrastructure very easily because you don't have to do anything. So moving on.
Yeah, so then we have the Avnet IoT Connected, which is the launch demo for Restock. So that kind of IoT Connect brings the robustness and scalability and secure SaaS platform with silicon partner devices. So that's going to be interesting here to check out.
And then we've got Klika Tech, who's also in one of our sessions, but they're here with an asset tracking demo. So that's really cool.
And then Storm Reply, they're there with ExpressLink again, and showing I think there is a Deep Racer car somewhere there as well.
Yeah.
So they're
Deep
showing
Racer.
a platform with integrated CAN messages and all that stuff.
Yeah.
With uBlocks, ExpressLink, and Grafana. Yeah, so they're there. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. So if you're here in Germany, come visit us in Hall 4, booth 550. There's a lot to see here. If you're not, you know what? Keep watching the live streams. We're going to be talking a lot about these demos and this technology with these partners, and so you'll learn a lot just from the discussions that we have in the live streams here. Okay, so that brings us up to today. So now we're again working backwards. We're going to talk about today's schedule in just a few. We'll take a few minutes to do that. So what do we have on tap? Where do we start?
I think we started with this live stream kickoff. That's exactly where we are at now. And then after that, at 10, we'll have a fireside chat with Dave Kranzler. So Richard Elberger will be hosting that. And then immediately after, we'll have a fireside chat with Richard Berry, who is the senior principal engineer and the founder of FreeRTOS.
Oh, yeah, that's great. You can't... you have to have Richard at Embedded World. He's obviously a fixture here, and it's great that he's here to join us. Okay, so then moving on at 11, we're going to have how developers can get started with AWS device software on embedded Linux, and so that's pretty cool. Richard Elberger, who you met in the previous segment, will be talking about that, and that'll be followed by build on AWS IoT Core for Amazon Sidewalk. With Silicon Labs. So Silicon Labs will be here. Jake Wood will be talking on that.
And then after that, at 11:40, we'll have a build on AWS IoT Core device location with Pedro, our former colleague. Yeah. So he will come from Semtech now, and then he will talk about how to build an AWS IoT Core device location.
Yeah, and then following that, an embedded developer approach to AWS IoT Greengrass, and that'll be John Slominski, who's a principal SA, and Rajesh Khanna, who's also a principal at PMT. So that'll be good. You're hosting that.
Yes, I'm hosting. Yes.
Yeah. So
looking forward to that discussion. Yes.
That's fantastic. And then at 12:30, we'll have cut IoT development time in half with Avnet IoTConnect on AWS, so that should be fun.
Yes. And then after that, at 1, friction-free edge-to-cloud security mechanisms with AWS IoT ExpressLink.
More ExpressLink.
Yeah.
Did I tell you there was an ExpressLink theme throughout a lot of these sessions?
Yeah, I think you mentioned it, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So that'll be our own Leon and Lucio to talk about.
Typical subject.
Yeah, exactly. Following that is deploying multiprocessor gateways and edge devices with AWS IoT Greengrass and PARSEC. So that'll be fun. That's 56K Cloud will be here to talk about that.
And then, after that is the developing and deployment of embedded solution for AWS using the IIR. We will have the Hayden, Chief Strategy Officer from IIR Systems coming over.
Yep.
And then after that is the Klika Tech innovate on AWS with COAP enabled devices with Andrew, CTO for Klika Tech. So I'm looking forward to that one as well.
Oh yeah, are you moderating this one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, awesome. And then we have Espressif talking about their Matter offerings and the role of cloud for Matter devices. So that should be really fun because Matter, is a mesh technology. What is the role of cloud with Matter devices?
Yes.
Well, we're going to find out with Anant Gupta, who's the technical marketing manager from Espressif, and Anton Schmegan, who's one of our AWS colleagues.
Yes.
And then that one will be followed by Microchip. So we're going to hear from Ronnie from Microchip about securing IoT with secure elements step by step. So I'll be talking with Ronnie about that.
And then after that, it's the Intrinsic ID and the discussion about PAF and then providing IoT devices with unclonable identities, which is pretty exciting. So we'll have Greet Jan, the CTO and co-founder of Intrinsic ID.
Cool. And then FreeRTOS LTS with GlobalPlatform's SESIP. So SESIP is an interesting topic for sure. So Leon will also be joining us for that one, along with Gilles from GlobalPlatform.
Yes. And then we will start building the demo batch at 4:30 with Joe and Thomas, right? That's the first part, okay?
Yeah. So we did part 3, part 2. Now part 1 is today.
Yes.
So now if we rewind, that's our schedule for the day. Again, you can look at the schedule in each of the daily live stream videos. We have the schedule listed there. So follow along. Definitely let us know if if you like what you're seeing, and if you have questions and just general comments about all this. I think we've got a jam-packed 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, also if you guys want to see a specific booth that that's around here, let us know in the comments. We can go film it and then expose it if that's interest for you.
Yeah. So that's all exciting. I think, so all of these sessions, we're going to be live streaming all 3 days, really in-depth discussions, all about building IoT. That's why we're called IoT Builders. And hopefully this is all really interesting to you because it is to us.
Yes.
I'll also mention too that we've got some talks going on at Embedded World. I'll be giving an expo talk later on guess what? Our favorite topic, ExpressLink.
Wow.
So I'll be in Hall 2 giving an expo talk later this afternoon. If you're around and want to stop by, feel free.
Yes, and I will be at the Automotive Grade Linux booth showing the demonstrator we have, more or less, which is using Carla, an open source car simulator, and then kind of going through simulating those messages, and then we'll have the AWS IoT Fleetwise and Greengrass, all those technologies working together and demonstrating how customers can easily start and connecting their cars, a fleet of vehicles.
Awesome.
AWS Cloud.
And probably the last thing we should mention is the Yocto project.
Yes.
So we are also present, colleagues of ours, at the Yocto project, which is just within eyeshot of us from our booth, and so that's pretty exciting too. We've got demos going on with Yocto.
Yes.
And I think that's about it for us. So I think we're going to take a little break coming up. And then after that, I think the next session will be with Richard Elberger and talking with Dave Kranzler, the GM of IoT here at AWS. So stay tuned. We've got a jam-packed schedule today, tomorrow, and Thursday. And I hope you enjoy all the sessions that we've put together for you.
Hey everyone, my name is Richard Elberger. I'm here today giving a session with Dave Kranzler, General Manager of AWS IoT Device Software. And we're here at Embedded World 2023 live. It's so exciting today. And having Dave here is really great because he's going to give us his perspectives on what it means to uplift the developer experience for device software. and what he's doing to help build that up so we can all deliver IoT products faster. It's really great. So,
Faster and better.
faster
And
and
with less
better.
effort.
So awesome. So, Dave, the way I want to start off today is just for those out in the audience that don't know who Dave Kranzler is, right? Why don't you give us your take, Dave, on what you like? You have background before you came to AWS. You came to AWS last year, really propped up our device software team, really great stuff. And so what brought you to that point, and what are you doing at AWS today?
Well, I'll give you the professional background version of the answer.
Yeah, sure.
Prior to coming to AWS, I was an IoT solution builder. I spent most of the last 15 years leading engineering and product management teams to build IoT systems, first for cargo, shipping, and container traffic.
Wow.
Then I spent about 10 years in the smart metering, smart grid industry. And then for about a year and a half prior to coming to AWS, I was an AWS customer. And I was running product development at a company that built smart video doorbells and IP cameras. So I've seen a lot of the hard work that goes into building systems that have to connect userless devices or unattended wireless devices in the numbers of tens of millions even across 4 continents.
It's just really super. So what I'm hearing there, Dave, is you're really bringing a lot of real world experience, and you didn't come in cold. You knew AWS already. So you're able to hit the ground running. And we've already seen a lot of great changes in the last year with AWS IoT device software. It's been such an exciting year so far, and I'm looking forward to more. So, but after you came in, I think that AWS is really a builder's kind of
Very
lifestyle,
much so.
right?
Very much so.
So maybe you learned a little bit about what we need to do to prop up the developer experience. So how did coming into AWS change your outlook on how we need to provide those services for developers so they can be builders and be successful?
Great question. So one of the things that really became apparent after joining the company is obviously the amount of technology and toys that we have to play with within AWS. But from an IoT developer's point of view, the amount of work that we have already done to make the developers' lives simpler, the amount of capability we have that will allow the developers to focus on what their unique value added is. So for example, when I was in smart metering, I spent 10 years, 150 engineers, building 4 generations of software to connect up millions of devices across much of the globe, actually. When I went to my next role, and instead of building it, I rented it from AWS, I was able to accomplish the same thing in about a year and a half with 6 engineers. And then coming into AWS after that, I discovered even more of the tools, and we'll talk about a few of them here, that we have to be able to make life even simpler for device developers. Had I known of them in my last role, I absolutely would have used products like ExpressLink. I would have used products like Greengrass to be able to just, again, simplify life and turn that 5-day work week into a 4-day work week.
Whoa. Okay, now you're really pushing the envelope.
Isn't that an ambitious goal?
Yeah, that's right. So you mentioned ExpressLink. This is like a super exciting thing that we're providing to our silicon partners so they can ship modules based off an open specification, right? So what does that mean for developers today? Like if I'm a developer working on a new product and I have the opportunity to change my design in, right? So what does ExpressLink do for me compared to like the old school way of
So the old school way of doing it is that when you build a camera, a smart meter, a tracking tab, generally the developer had to select their own networking devices, integrate them down on the hardware, do all of that difficult work of certification, etc. And then they had to program it to be able to connect into the cloud. And that meant understanding how we do these things. Now, we do operate with standard protocols like MQTT version 5. But there's a whole lot that goes into provisioning, securing, over-the-air firmware updates, etc. That with ExpressLink, we take care of all that work for you. ExpressLink is, for AWS's specification, that we provide to hardware partners to build a module that they then sell to device builders. And that module is, think of it as an IoT modem. It's all that you really need in order to be able to connect into our cloud. And you can interface with it with very simple UART commands. And within 10 lines of code, literally, we can have you up and running and connected into our cloud. And that's just at the development phase. In the operations and sustaining phase, AWS will take care of the firmware updates down to that module. It will keep it in compliance with changes to the way our network works. And it'll also be there to patch security vulnerabilities should they show up. So all of that worry and expense and manpower that a device builder has to provision can be put towards other uses.
Yeah, I think it's just really, when the concept of ExpressLink came up, I just absolutely loved it. Why? One of the main things that I saw that benefits customers and was that you're able to remove a lot of the risk that has to do with software supply chain. Because we're able to take all those libraries and the crypto work, all that kind of stuff on the module. It's just really, really super. I just love what you're doing there with ExpressLink.
3 awards and counting.
It's totally super. And so what kind of radios does ExpressLink support today?
So today we have generally 2 flavors. We have 2.4 gig Wi-Fi and LTE Cat 1. There are 3 or 4 partners, actually 4 partners now that are shipping Wi-Fi modules. One that's shipping Cat 1. There's a lot more in the queue.
Yes.
And one of the things we're doing here at Embedded World this week is to talk to different prospective partners to see how we can work with them to expand the family and cover lots of other types of networking protocols.
Yeah, so many of these partners that you're working with today, or customers or builders, could be using those same modules today. It's just that we're preloading that software. So who are those partners today?
So today we work with Espressif, who have a Wi-Fi module, uBlocks that have both Wi-Fi and LTE, Infineon that have a Wi-Fi module. Our newest partner was Realtek, who set a land speed record in being able to deliver that module to market.
Amazing.
And there are quite a few more in the queue we'll be able to tell you about as this year unfolds.
I just think that's really super for builders, especially the hardware designers, because if they're already using those modules and those modules have the same footprint on the PCB, like the pads are still the same, it could be just like a rip and replace, right?
And I've heard that supply chain has been a bit of an issue the last few years. So this is one way to be able to work around that, multi-sourcing.
Absolutely, for sure. So with ExpressLink, because these are most of these are radio modules and they have MCU form factor on those, right? And you're supporting an open source project today that's FreeRTOS, and the FreeRTOS kernel runs on those form factors, right? So we're supporting FreeRTOS as an open source project. And I just think that's really, really interesting. It's not really a product, but our support for it's pretty substantial. So what's the motivation for that?
It is certainly a product that's just not only sell for money, because after all, the name is FreeRTOS. Yes. And again, I am a former FreeRTOS user. So, a happy customer that now responsible for the distribution. There's a lot of interesting things that are going on in the design of embedded products. We're at Embedded World. They really ought to rename it IoT World, because every booth that you see here, all of the announcements that you see here are about devices that are being connected into the cloud. And with FreeRTOS, all we really, again, want to accomplish is to make life easier for those developers who are building particularly IoT devices that are constrained in size, in power, and in cost. And so FreeRTOS is there to enable that community of developers who are building sensors and actuators that connect into the cloud. And we want to be in touch with those developers. Yeah. So by providing that service, by making it open source so that developers can participate in the evolution of FreeRTOS, we get to see a lot of really interesting ideas out there.
Yeah, for sure. So, we're going to talk about FreeRTOS, like Richard Berry's going to be here in a little bit. He's going to go into detail.
He's famous.
So, yeah, I don't want to get too deep there, but look, FreeRTOS is just really a great part of your team today. And just think of all the products that have been shipped with FreeRTOS, right?
I know we think FreeRTOS has been around now for 20 years.
Yes.
Has a very important place in the community, and we are completely committed to it. FreeRTOS.org is the website where we share that with that open source community.
Yes.
And over the course of this year, we'll be taking some steps to make it even easier for the community to participate in the evolution of FreeRTOS. There's a lot of places that we want to take it to, and it really only scratches the surface, I think, of what it can do.
Yeah, that's really, really super. I mean, I know today, for those who have been using FreeRTOS for so long, you might be used to doing it on microcontrollers, but if you poke around, you can see that there's actually a big turn up in getting FreeRTOS running on Cortex-A's too. So,
and then we have support for symmetric multiprocessing.
Yeah,
who would have thought you'd hear SMP and FreeRTOS in the same sentence before? And microcontroller.
It is just really, really super. So, look, also talking about FreeRTOS, though, there are customers who demand things like long-term support, right? And so what's really great for us, we support FreeRTOS as an open source project, right? And we have engineering that is supporting that. But our customers are asking for long-term support. They're asking for some kind of maintenance plan, right? So can you tell our customers out there, like, what's your team doing about supporting those customers who want to go down that path of having that long-term support?
Let me widen the lens a little bit and talk about some of the innovations we've released in FreeRTOS over the last year.
Cool.
So long-term support, we're actually in our 2.0 version now, refers to a restructuring of the distribution to be far more modular and far more configurable so that developers could be able to choose from the libraries they require. It's a lot easier to work with, and it allows the developer to minimize that footprint. And of course, so that is the format now for FreeRTOS since I think about 2021, before I even joined the company. Also last year, we released 3 different golden reference integrations. Again, to provide the best examples we could to developers on how to deploy FreeRTOS. But last year in September, we released what we call the extended maintenance program. And what that is for someone who was in my seat, in my prior roles,
Yes.
head of engineering, trying to plan out multiple years of support for a product. We can take that burden on for you for a fee to be able to maintain the version of FreeRTOS that you are using today.
That's right.
Really for the next 12 years.
That's just super amazing because that cuts down, look what happens over time. Let's just face it. As software matures and as the hacker community gets more savvy, they're always going to pick and poke at different things. And based on technologies that are outside our sphere of influence, could be new radios, whatever. Something could be found, right? And so we really want to make sure that our customers aren't forced to move to new versions, and so that reduces their engineering risk for their products that could be on the shelf for like 12, 15 years.
And in some of the markets that I've been engaged in, that is the lifetime of the product. If you ship an electric meter to the field, it has to be in service for at least 15 years. And so looking at it as an engineering manager, you can either decide to dedicate 1 or 2 engineers who are expert in FreeRTOS to do nothing but sustain it for the next 10 years. Or you can come to us and we can help you with that problem.
Yeah, that's really, really cool. So look, let's switch gears a little bit. FreeRTOS is really great for low power microcontroller type devices. In some cases, high-end processing with Cortex-A's. But FreeRTOS also operates in machine-to-machine networks, right? Lots of devices within a closed network that works with a gateway. And your team delivers device software today that runs on these gateways that can process information from large amounts of devices out in closed machine-to-machine IoT networks there, right? So can you tell me a little bit about how you see IoT Greengrass today and how Greengrass is so approachable for developers?
Absolutely. So you think of Greengrass as a purpose-built IoT runtime for edge devices. it incorporates a lot of the functionality that certainly a developer could build if they wished to.
Yeah.
But again, we've taken care of this for you, such as a broker to be able to connect together subordinate sensor and actuator devices. Could be running FreeRTOS.
Yes.
Could be running something
So
else as
awesome.
well.
Yeah, that's right.
We're not opinionated, as we like to say. So we can act as that local proxy as well as local communications hub for devices, let's say in a factory, where you might have sensors on machinery, and there's a lot more of that happening now, that need to be aggregated and need to communicate locally. Greengrass can run on a gateway to be able to perform that function. Greengrass has the ability to continue running even in the presence of cloud connections that are not so reliable, let's say. There's a large auto manufacturing customer I can think of who described their uptime problem as costing them $40,000 a minute if there's downtime.
Wow.
And so Greengrass can keep things running locally. Greengrass includes support for lots of native different programming languages. So if you have legacy code that you want to preserve, chances are you can run it on one of our adapters for Greengrass. Greengrass also is very portable across different hardware architectures. It can run on x86, it can run on ARM, it can run on Linux, it can run on Windows. We're even talking a little bit about that other operating system, Android, as well. And maybe coming along too as well.
All right.
And finally, Greengrass has the ability to be able to stream data from your IoT network up to our cloud, where it can be analyzed, stored, and acted upon. And it can be used to train machine learning models, for example.
So I think that what's really great about Greengrass is that it creates a great development platform for developers, and also a great development platform for our partners who are providing solutions, right? So the development model makes it so they can jump right in and they don't have to stick their finger into some really complicated parts of the base middleware, right?
That's right.
It's really distributed. So how do you see that development model for Greengrass contribute to the partner ecosystem, for example?
So at AWS, what we want to focus on with Greengrass is to make it the best platform it can be for intelligence running at the edge. And what does that mean? It means that we want partners and customers to contribute plug-in modules that bring new functionality into Greengrass. For example, protocol adapters. Again, if we go to our industrial IoT example, where you can measure the life of equipment in decades, and including the protocols that they use to communicate with. That's some esoteric stuff. And there are others out there who have much more knowledge about that and capability than we do. So we create a plugin environment and platform with test tools, etc., so that they can develop and integrate those components into Greengrass and form a bundle that's targeted at a specific vertical. Industrial is a great example. Metering is another great example, where you can take the same base runtime but personalize it with these application components. In brief, we divide Greengrass into the cloud component, which we're responsible for and continue to maintain as AWS do with all our services, but also the edge component, or nucleus, as we call it. And what we decided some time ago is to make that available as open source, so that developers can contribute to it, they can modify it, and they don't have to worry so much about vendor lock-in. Because, like FreeRTOS, they have some control over their destiny.
For sure, absolutely, for sure. And that's great that they don't feel like, oh, this is a new platform and I'm uncertain about its future, right? So they really get that safety net for themselves mentally and say, really, I can take on a new innovative platform like Greengrass and build solutions on it.
By the way, you want to talk about safety? We use Greengrass internally all over Amazon. Remember, Amazon has some other businesses besides AWS.
Of course,
we are retail, but we are also an industrial company. We are also a shipping company, and these are the same applications that we want our customers to use Greengrass in. So, of course, we use them at home as well.
Awesome. So, look, we kind of ran the entire gamut. We talked about ExpressLink, how ExpressLink, I mean, this is really innovative, making telematics super easy for customers. Then we moved on to FreeRTOS, then we moved on to Greengrass. Putting this all together, I mean, really, how do you see all of the set of software that you have for developers today? How do you see that evolving? Like, what's your vision for all this coming together?
Our vision is to provide the best set of tools that make it as easy as possible.
Yes.
For IoT device developers, as well as IoT solution developers, to be able to focus on what they do best and allow us, AWS, to help them with that, what we call undifferentiated heavy lift.
For sure.
You know, I have a simple mental model of kind of what IoT looks like. There are sensors and actuators that deal with the physical world. There's business logic that knows how to make sense of the information coming from the sensor and what to do with the actuators. That's the domain of our customers and partners. That's what they know best. And then there's all this stuff in the middle, all of the complexity of being able to connect millions of devices together in a reliable, performant, secure way. And that's what AWS is really very good at. So within the device services team, our job is to make it easy for our customers to exploit all of that capability.
Yeah, and get that data up into the cloud and do something really cool with it.
And do something really cool.
Yeah, that's really great. So, Dave, as we're wrapping up this session today, really a great talk. I really enjoyed it. So, do you have any final thoughts, or what are you looking forward to at Embedded World this week?
I've been a hardware developer from a long time back. I'm excited to see all the different technologies that are going to be out here. And as I pointed out at the beginning of the discussion, Embedded World really has become IoT world. If people are working on embedded systems, at some point they're going to connect to the cloud. That almost is the definition, I think, of where IoT is going. And we're so excited to be in the middle of it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you walk down these hallways and you're seeing developer experience, cloud connectivity, working with LoRaWAN, working with Wi-Fi, working with cellular. Oh, geez, it's just amazing. I'm really excited for this week. Dave, thanks for stopping by, taking the time to speak to all the developers that are listening to us today, and really enjoyed your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
Cheers.
All right. Hey everyone, my name is Richard Elberger. I'm with Amazon Web Services. We are here live at Embedded World 2023 in the IoT Builders live streaming in the AWS booth. And who do I have here with me today? No other than Richard Berry, the founder of FreeRTOS. If you haven't heard about it before, there's FreeRTOS. It's so great. Now, what we're going to talk about here today is not just FreeRTOS, but I think that's going to be most of the content, right, Richard?
Yep.
Yeah, that's really cool. So for those who have used FreeRTOS for some time, they know who you are, right? Because FreeRTOS has been around for 20 years or so.
20 years, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So
Too much of my life.
yeah, but part of that, I would say nearly 25% of that, you've been at AWS already. So can you tell me, like, why did FreeRTOS come into the, like, become supported by AWS? Why did you join join AWS? And what are you doing at AWS today?
Well, that's a lot of questions.
Yeah, 3 in a row. I think you can handle it.
So I can answer that from both sides. What's Amazon's interest in FreeRTOS, and why did I join? So there are millions of devices that run FreeRTOS that connect to the AWS cloud, and so there's obviously a vested interest on Amazon's side to make sure that their customers that are using FreeRTOS have the best experience. From Amazon's side, they want to make sure that those customers are supported on the latest hardware, that the latest hardware's got the better security for a start, that as devices connect to the cloud, they can do it as quickly and as securely, but also be well behaved. And make sure that their customers have a long-term path to that. So Amazon will provide long-term support, for example, which is it's great for the entire FreeRTOS community. Because to serve that self-interest, there's lots of things that Amazon do, which then get fed back to the community. Things like memory safety proofs on the code, everybody gets the benefit of. Because remember, this is MIT licensed open source code. Yeah. There's no tie-in to Amazon. So that's Amazon's interest. So why did I join? Well, I think there are lots of reasons. One is with FreeRTOS, I've been running it for 15 years. It's very systematic in my approach to try and remove the reasons why people may be shy of using FreeRTOS.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons I by myself I couldn't remove was just too much reliance on too few people. So for some users, there's business risk seen in that. So I was very comfortable moving to Amazon to alleviate that concern, because I knew that Amazon's intentions were basically the same as my intentions had been. I had kind of moral obligations to people to keep the code free and running the same hardware. So Amazon, I suppose scalability is the word. Amazon just gave me a great way of scaling. And scalability was becoming more of an issue over time as well, because the market trends were very much towards IoT. IoT requires more libraries. Yes. You think about
scope widens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the resources that Amazon were able to provide allowed us really to make sure that we were still very, very relevant in the modern world.
And I think what's really cool, what we're seeing at Embedded World this week, is that we're part of that larger embedded industry. I mean, we've really ingrained and embraced it as part of AWS. So we're not just the cloudy side anymore. We're really putting a big focus on device software. But look, let's be straight. You've been at AWS now for 6 years. And
basically,
yeah. So sorry.
That one.
Yeah, I know time goes by quick. And so you're not only doing FreeRTOS nowadays, though, right? So you're like really like what you're talking about with IoT and really bringing that energy to the IoT. Tell us about what you're doing today.
Yeah, well, first, as I was just saying,
to make sure that the whole FreeRTOS project, which I obviously care passionately about,
Yes.
is on a really strong footing, is in part making sure that there's no dependency on me. So for several years, I was building up the team, making sure that the knowledge was transferred, that people were trained on not just the code, but the non-technical aspects, the support and the customer obsession and that kind of thing. As a side effect of that, it means I actually had more time. And then I've been enjoying myself because I'm a geek. So Amazon is such a broad company, so many things going on, very innovative. So I've had fun playing around with other projects as well. I'm still very much involved with FreeRTOS, of course. And different projects. I used to joke that if you could see a circuit board, if Amazon were working on it, you could see a circuit board, that I might be involved in it.
Yeah.
So just the breadth of things has been great. I've had loads of opportunities to learn as well. I mean, it's
And be curious.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. More recently, I've got more responsibility across IoT, so specifically AWS IoT. Beyond just the device, side, looking at pain points for people. I think IoT ExpressLink is a really great example of that. Where what are people struggling with, and trying to help them, but not now looking at things holistically, because in IoT, it's not, your device software is just one aspect, right? Then how do you provision that software? How do you onboard that software? How do you get the data into the cloud in the way you want to get it to the cloud? What do you do with it once it's in the cloud? Making sure that the whole gamut of IoT is where I'm kind of focused now.
Try to make it as optimized as possible for our customers, so they don't have to really get into the dirty details of every little bit, and so they can just ship IoT products faster. I just think it's super amazing.
Yeah, faster, but also to a higher standard. So they're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, that's right. That's a really great point. So look, FreeRTOS continues to be, because I can't help myself. You're here, and I have to talk about FreeRTOS, right? So it continues to be wildly popular in the industry. I mean, we have partners who are just taking on FreeRTOS, making us part of like full on, completely about their dev kits and so forth. So developers have an easier time taking that on. But if you were to look back, like, what are the one or two things that really stand out about FreeRTOS that makes it really easy for developers?
So from the very beginning, there's been a focus on ease of use, and I think with everything, right, there's always an engineering trade-off, and where we choose to make those trade-offs. I think a good example of this is we've always, for example, tried to keep the number of source files down.
Yeah.
That makes it easier to bring into your project. It makes it easier to understand. You actually only need, well, in reality, you only need 2 source files, but to do
only 2 source files. That's so crazy to me.
Plus the portable layer file space.
Okay.
It's 3. The way it's organized is most of the source files are common to all architectures, and there's one which tailors it. So it's 3 really. To do something useful, you need that 3rd file as well. Now, what's the trade-off with that? Because that means that the files are very functionally cohesive, to say that. And we can do things like data hiding and those software engineering things.
But I think it also makes it really approachable, right? At the same time, because you don't see like a huge sea of files and you're just like overwhelmed. So.
Yeah, and also that means it simplifies so many things, but there is a trade-off. There's always a trade-off, and the trade-off is the files get bigger.
Okay.
Which some people don't like.
Yeah,
for sure. They would rather it was cut down into much smaller bites. So But yeah, I think some of whilst you can't please all the people all the time, that's the thing, right? I suppose that's the second part here is that, especially more recently, we've really focused on modularity, making sure that we take our software to the user, no matter what the user's doing. Right? So there's an infinite number of combinations of stuff, of things that people use our software on. So that can be the libraries you integrate with, the hardware you integrate with, whether your project is brand new or whether you're upgrading an existing project, whether you're a one-man band or whether you're a hyperscaler, whether your development process is very rigid or whether it's very flexible, which compiler you're using. I could go on. Right?
Yeah, sure.
So, what we've done with our libraries is architect them so that there's no dependency. The TCP IP stack has a dependency on FreeRTOS kernel.
Yes.
But the other libraries, you can just consume them in any way you want, basically.
Yeah.
So I think that flexibility.
Yeah, that's really awesome. I mean, you see that in all the different partners that you've mutually supported, right? They support FreeRTOS. You support their supporter partners by showcasing them on the freertos.org site. And that just makes it really easy for the developer community to approach things like debugging, tool chains, all that kind of stuff in the context. So, like, if you look back and over the years, I mean, all the big players support FreeRTOS. So some of them are speaking this week. So, like, of course, everyone knows GCC, but what are some of the tool chains out there today that are like, I guess you could call them professional grade, that support FreeRTOS?
Well, IAR have excellent support. For us, have a thread-aware kernel FreeRTOS thread-aware plugin as a debugging tool is fantastic. Just to give you that insight into what your code is doing. I think if we look at just Cortex M, I might get this wrong, I think we counted 5 different compilers.
Wow.
For Cortex M. GCC, IAR are just 2. LLVM is an interesting one because I'm not sure if we count that as separate. That might be the 6th, but our GCC port works with LLVM, so I'm not sure if we can count that as a separate one.
Pick 32 maybe?
Pick 32?
Yeah.
To 2 compilers for that.
Yeah, that's right. So there's a number of them out there on the market. Like, so if you're like even if you're an old Microchip shop, or if you're doing newfangled Cortex M microprocessors, you have your pick on what you want to use, right?
Yeah. So we support 40-odd architectures. That's
amazing.
That's counting Cortex M3 as 1, M4 as 1, M7 as 1, M33 as 1. So that's not the number of chips. That's the number of architectures. But then some of the proprietary ones, Renesas RX and RL78, and you mentioned the Microchip ones, and I have to say, it's these days when we say 40 architectures, some of those architectures don't actually exist anymore. But if you add them all up, then that's it.
Well, they exist in someone's heart, probably.
But then there's also tools like Percepio Tracealizer, is a fantastic tool, debugging tool.
Yes.
There's Sega System View is another trace tool. There's kernel-aware plugins for things like Eclipse. In fact, one of my, I don't want to pick favorites, but one of the ones I use myself, should I say I use a lot, is from a company called Code Confidence, and they have a full thread-aware plugin for FreeRTOS that runs in Eclipse. It's kind of equivalent to the IAR one.
Yeah, I've had a lot of success with FreeRTOS in the Sega IDE. Yes, it's just, they just did a really great job on putting that stuff together. So I'm going to switch gears here a little bit. I want to talk about the other libraries that we have as part of the FreeRTOS project. So I just want to kind of disseminate this a bit. There's the kernel, then there's like the FreeRTOS Plus libraries. Then we have the core libraries. Then we have something that's contributed by AWS, but they're not like really like part of the FreeRTOS project, right? That are for AWS specific capabilities. So they're not part of the classic FreeRTOS open source project. So can you give us a rundown on those and how they fill together? Because they're all provided on the freertos.org website, right?
Yeah, and this is one of those things where we have to get the balance between trying to get the clarity and not confusing people. And I would say at the moment we might be slightly on the side of confusing people, which is perhaps why you're asking the question. Yeah. So the FreeRTOS Plus, if you like, are what I would call the older libraries. I was going to say the legacy libraries, but that gives you the impression that we don't maintain them. They're still developed to maintain. That kind of predates Amazon's involvement, and those I would say have a dependency on FreeRTOS. Therefore, the FreeRTOS Plus, meaning that is FreeRTOS kernel plus that library.
Yes.
So the TCP/IP stack is the major one there, really. The core libraries are I'd say the newer libraries, and with the core libraries, what we've done is make sure that there are no dependencies on anything else. There's actually no dependency on multi-threading. Yeah. This comes back to what I was saying about our user base is just so massively diverse.
Yes.
So if maybe you've just got a small 8-bit device and you want to add MQTT to it, you can do that without multi-threading. If you want to run FreeRTOS and you purchase a TCP stack from somewhere, then you can just bring in MQTT without having to change the TCP/IP stack. So these are what we call the core libraries. They're the kind of smallest functional library, no dependency on multi-threading, and then we have above that what we call our agents. So we take the core library, we add multi-threading, and then we give you the full thread aware. We can run this functionality in the background for you and give you a safe API, thread safe API. But then those core libraries, we also test on other operating systems, right?
Yes.
Because there's people don't all use FreeRTOS, and we want to make sure that everybody is catered for, because we go to a lot of effort with those libraries, and doing, like I say, taking it through AppSec. And this is all value that Amazon brings to everybody, right? Take it through AppSec and do the penetration testing and all these kind of things, and then we put it out there with an MIT license. But we want to make sure that because FreeRTOS is 15 years before Amazon, that it remains completely neutral. So we don't say you must use FreeRTOS with it. So we provide a package which is actually tested on Linux.
Yes.
For those core libraries as well. So that's FreeRTOS Plus and FreeRTOS Core, the newer, different philosophy. So everything from now on, by the way, is on core. At least our intention, I should say, is for it to be the core philosophy.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I would encourage everyone to go take a look at those core libraries, because there's some real gems out there. Like for me personally, I love the core PKCS11 library. Why is that? Because I can start coding right away, like as if I was going to have a design in for a secure element or a TPM and not have to have that present. And I can get coding right away against that interface. So I'd encourage everyone to do that. Also, I just wanted to mention that we tie up all those core libraries into the AWS IoT device SDK for embedded C, right? So we have that SDK, it's all packaged together. And then if you feel like you want to pick and choose certain core libraries, then you can go back to the GitHub repositories and pick what you want. It's just amazing on how you guys structured that project today. So we're just wrapping up here, Richard. And so for those developers out there, there's always the developers that have been using FreeRTOS for like 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. There could be many developers out there listening right now that are seeing FreeRTOS or hearing about FreeRTOS for the first time. So when you talk to those developers, what do you actually encourage them to do to get started with FreeRTOS?
Well, to get started, there's a few different channels that you can use without having to get any hardware. If you want to get started quickly, you don't want to purchase hardware and then wait for it. So the three ways that you can use FreeRTOS, maybe not in a production system, but to evaluate or to even to do development work is natively in using the real compiler, I should say, so in QEMU. I never know how to pronounce that. QEMU or KEMU. I hear it pronounced different ways. So that is kind of agnostic of your host operating system as well. Then if you are a Linux person and you run Linux as your host, then there's a POSIX port where it's not real time or anything, but you can run all the same code and run it on Linux. And likewise with Windows. So if you use Visual Studio, you get the free version of Visual Studio, the community edition. Then there are examples in the download that you can run all the code, builds all the same code, and it runs on.
Yeah, you have
Windows
like a Windows emulator, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So, Richard, I really enjoyed having you today.
That's been fun.
In the live stream. Yeah, it's really great. I mean, it's always great speaking with you, and I think we had a really great time. So thanks.
My talk is at 4:00 today.
Shoot. Yeah, so that's right. So if you're listening, you haven't quite got to the mesa yet, Richard Berry speaking in the expo today. Check out for the exact expo location, but he is on the big screen. Oh, okay. All right, awesome. Okay, thanks everyone, and please join us for the next session.
So hi once again from Embedded World. So today we have a Richard Elber as our guest. He's head of IoT ecosystem services at Amazon Web Services, and as a prolific speaker, periodic writer,
Oh, come
and
on.
tireless embedded technology addict. Yeah, Richard maintains and contributes to multiple IoT related open source projects. What is it? FreeRTOS, Meta AWS, ThingsPress.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Secret-free provisioning.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
another one.
Maybe tell us additional
Yeah.
ones or something like that.
Yeah, I can do that, but I think that what I would like to get started with here today is just, look, AWS and open source is just pure awesomeness. And for years now, I've had the luxury of being able to do a lot of open source while working here, right? And one of those things that AWS IoT supported me in doing was really helping our customers with embedded Linux so they can make building IoT devices with embedded Linux with AWS device software faster and better. And I'm just like so happy. I mean, being here and being able to talk to customers about how we're delivering open source software that helps them deliver IoT products faster. And we're like basically surrounded here. I'm looking out of the booth. We're live here at Embedded World. Right across the hallway over there, Yocto project. Two hallways over that way, we have automotive grade Linux, and we're platinum sponsors of both. It's just so cool.
It's amazing. It's amazing. But tell me how did you get this idea to start this Meta AWS?
Well, look,
Working backwards from the customer?
absolutely. So I can tell you the exact moment. There's an individual, Mike Romoser. Hi, Mike. So he's probably watching right now, even though he's in Seattle. And Mike Romoser at the time, it was before Greengrass version 1.0 was shipping, right? And so we were doing partner enablement. Mike Romoser was still working for Digi International, and he showed me this chip. It was a Digi Connect Core chip. Really super awesome. That one was based on IMX6, and he said, oh, and it runs embedded Linux. It runs like the Digi embedded Linux. And so I was like, oh, that was the first time I was turned on about embedded Linux. And then I learned it was based on Yocto project.
Yes.
Right? And then I learned, oh, wow. In order for people to build custom embedded Linux images and deliver software using embedded Linux, which by volume today is more than 70% of the devices on the market, it's just crazy. So they were, I had to figure out how could we do it faster. We didn't do it immediately. Immediately, what was happening is I was encouraging partners to develop their own recipes and put recipes in their BSP, but we found that didn't scale, man. And so what we ended up doing was building our own AWS device software, bit-baked metadata layer called Meta AWS.
Excellent. Yeah, and I remember this. So I come from the embedded background, and for me, like having Yocto to build embedded systems was like so natural. And I was confused why we don't have that. And then you said it like, oh, we should build this out. And so I remember that.
So let me just give everyone a hint here. So Nenad at the time was actually he was working at AWS, but he was in the consulting organization. So actually, I didn't start Meta AWS alone. It was actually Nenad and I that started it together. We were the original. If you go back to the commit logs, you'll see Nenad early on in the commit logs, right? So that was really like
this was
Wonder Twin brains coming together to help our customers. It was really great fun.
No, that's cool. So, but how do developers use the SDK in this Meta AWS?
Yeah, so I think if you're already using the Yocto project, and under that is Open Embedded, which has been around for quite some time, there's a capability that's part of Open Embedded, which is called SDK or ESDK. Now look, having an operating system distribution is one thing, but normally or usually, sorry, it's my third session in a row, so I'm already starting to lose my voice. So normally what happens is that customers will run their device software on an architecture that's different than where they're actually developing the software. So what the SDK enables you to do, that's an export from the Yocto project build process,
is that it creates a cross-compile environment for developers to build their programs, and then they can transfer it to their device and test them there. So, of course, AWS, we provide device SDK. So we have the AWS IoT device SDK for C++, and customers have brownfield IoT applications that they want to connect to the AWS cloud. So part of it, Meta AWS, is the device SDK for C++. Now you can go and build that for your target embedded Linux distribution and run those shared libraries, or you can statically compile as well, and link, as well. But as you're going through the development process, you want to have that development environment.
Yes.
So we ensured that when you build the SDK, it takes those libraries and the headers and the object files into that cross-compile environment. So all you have to do is link the objects together and transfer them to the target. It makes it really, really easy, and it helps you accelerate your embedded development for building on the AWS cloud.
And I also remember, like, for AWS IoT device client specifically, there are certain features that you can turn on, turn off.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we really invested big in making sure that we're building the recipes in such a way that our customers that are building embedded Linux distributions, they easily resonate with the mechanisms in those recipes. So we do have some software that we provide to customers that's like reference software. The AWS IoT device client is reference software. So it uses the AWS IoT device SDK for C++. So customers can take that software and see how it runs on their target before they build it into their applications, right? So that device client has a lot of options. Do I want to test jobs? Do I want to do telematics? Do I want to do things like VPN tunneling, right? So there's about 8 options in all for the device client. We use the package config option, so you don't have to remember all these little CMake flags in order to build your client. You just set your package config for what you want to build, and poof, the device client is built explicitly for that purpose.
That is excellent. And I'm like, when we're talking about this embedded systems and so forth, I always think about 2 personas. Like, one persona is the guy who actually builds the support package and then the system components and all that stuff. But there is usually another persona who's like, he wants to focus on applications. He wants to consume data from whatever sensors and then do something with it. And for that, I know we have like AWS IoT Greengrass. Is that also included in the Meta AWS?
Yeah, for sure. So actually, Greengrass was the first recipe in the Meta AWS project. And so, however, the first recipe was Greengrass v1, so the version 1. So that gives you an idea of how long Meta AWS has been around. Right now, we're supporting version 2. Version 2 has a different programming model, right? And it's based on this thing called a nucleus. So we offer the recipe for the nucleus, and we just expect, just like the normal development paradigm, that at least today, what customers are asking for is to deploy components that function as part of Greengrass, like specific pieces of functionality, get deployed from the cloud. So today it's the nucleus. You run that as a daemon process, and then you can, once your device gets commissioned and provisioned to the field, then those additional modules that's for your application get loaded on just in real time.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Near real time.
No, this is pretty cool. But I know that Greengrass also requires like JDK, JRE, so Java runtime.
Yes.
Is it something that also this Meta AWS can provide, or how does that work?
Yeah, that's right. So by default, the Greengrass recipe depends on the long-term support JDK that Amazon provides. It's named Corretto, right? So this JDK is actually certified by Oracle. It's long-term support by AWS. It's dominantly used up in the cloud on over systems like Amazon Linux 2, but you can also use it on embedded systems. However, it's Java, right? So if you want to swap that out for another JDK that's out there. Like we have partners that are doing like safety certified
Yes.
JDKs and that sort of thing. That also works with Greengrass. That's what Yocto project really enables you to do, is say, I want to pick this or I
Yes.
want to pick that. It doesn't force you into a particular paradigm, so you get to build the product that you want to build.
That's amazing.
Yes.
And you mentioned this kind of like recipe upgrades and the quality assurance process.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you want to talk about that stuff?
Yeah. So look, I can tell you, it still brings me to a dark place, right?
Okay.
And the dark place was, once upon a time, before 2021, every single version of every single recipe upgrade that was done manually. Every single one. So you have to imagine, with the device SDK for C++, the V2 one, that's more than 11 recipes altogether. So I need to do the dependency management, figure out all the dependent versions of what we're up
Get the right SHAs.
and then, yeah, that's right, and reflect that down into the recipes. But last year, so what's great is that AWS knows that we need to support our customers building on embedded Linux using Yocto project. So they invested in this capability. And so an engineering team was built, and the engineering team last year implemented a series of mechanisms to automatically upgrade the recipes in Meta AWS. So what that means is on mainline, right?
Yeah.
All the recipes, every single day, we're checking for new versions in the dependent repository. So a recipe is just, for those who aren't using Yocto project today, it's like infrastructure as code, but for embedded Linux,
Yes.
right? So it's like a little recipe, and you need to point to the source code repository of what you want to build and run on your system. So every time someone would do a release in a repository, the version would be bumped, and maybe I would know about it, maybe I wouldn't, but they automated all those mechanisms of saying, is there a new tab on the repository? And if so, automatically upgrade the recipe. Now look, that's not the end game, because we can automatically upgrade recipes all we want, but who's testing them?
Yes.
Right?
It's about that.
So after they were done with that piece, we went full on into making sure that we can automatically test as well, using a native mechanism in Yocto project and Open Embedded called p-test, package testing, where that runs the unit tests for the related source code, right? So when your open source project provides unit tests, so we can configure p-tests to also run those unit tests on your target, right? Super, super cool stuff. So we're able to automatically verify the integrity of those recipes on multiple architectures. We're covering ARM64, ARM32, and Intel 64. But we don't have physical devices doing it. That's where we're doing that testing. And
in the cloud?
We are doing it on the AWS cloud.
I was about to ask, like, I as a customer, let's say I want to do this, because I mean, at the end of the day, like once I take all of these recipes and put my own distribution, I want to have this functionality as well. Like, is there a way to do this as a cloud?
So there's ways to do it today, and there's ways that we're working towards, right? So why don't we talk about the way that we can do it today?
Yes.
Today, if you have a QEMU configuration for your target, like if you have a PCBA that you're working on and you want to do the testing in the cloud, just reflect that configuration in your QEMU configuration, and you can run that. But if you want to run just on ARM64, you can do that today on Graviton. And there are mechanisms out there that enable you to do that. You can also do that work on ARM virtual hardware. And we have a live stream later this week on how to do that on ARM virtual hardware. And also, Alina's talking about that, right? Another developer advocate on her team is in the IoT Builders. She'll be talking about that in the expo hall, right? Just super exciting stuff. So we're really making it so developers can test their embedded Linux images, even on target hardware configurations, without having their hardware in their hand.
I can imagine how that is useful, especially now throughout the COVID. We had these restrictions, and you know, the logistics of
supply
shipping.
chain.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. So like, if you're stuck right now, like you can't get your taped out CPUs, like you won't get them for like another 6 months. you should be able to get started today
Yes.
on getting your application going, and then hit that convergence
Yes.
point, right? So it really reduces the gap that people have when they're actually delivering their products.
I remember a scenario where I was working in the automotive context,
Yeah.
and we were developing a new board, completely new thing, and then it came, and we started like the bootloader, the board support package, all that stuff, and then we realized there's a problem with the RAM connection, so the CPU and
Just like one of the vias was messed up.
yeah, exactly. but it's not only like our specific device, but it's the whole set of those devices, and we couldn't
Wow.
like for 3 months we couldn't start working on this. So if we had that back then, like in the cloud, we
Yes.
could have like
That's right. I mean, obviously, it's not entirely the same because the
Yeah.
one impact that you have after, you can do all the work in the cloud,
Yeah.
but you still at some point have to do the hardware loop testing because you have environmental conditions that you have to test against. But what that really does is that I know there's this phrase accelerate development. It's like, what
Yeah.
does that really mean? But what it means in this case is that I can start developing today. I can start testing today.
yes,
And if I have line of sight to the hardware that
Yes.
I want to use,
yes,
then I can hit that convergence point.
that's pretty cool. Love that
Yeah.
stuff. And I think also we're talking about the automotive. I think the this Meta AWS, will it work with the automotive grade Linux, for example? I know we I've been working with them, but like how does that?
Yeah. So the, the moment that we joined the Okta project, we also knew that we needed to become part of automotive grade Linux, because virtually every single customer that I spoke with that was doing either their tier one provider or they're an OEM, they talked to me about automotive grade Linux,
Yes.
right? If they're not going to use it in production, they at least use it for development, right? Minimum, to get things started, because it has all the grounded mechanisms like for IVI or the control, the instrument cluster, or for telematics.
Yeah.
Any of those things are already built in, so you can contextually start building your application.
It's
And
kind of proven to work together, right? That's the thing. It's
that's
like,
right.
Yeah, they're
So there were two problems there. The first problem was, how do we get our customers who want to run AWS device software like AWS IoT Greengrass in that context, right? And then the second part is, how can we lead customers in the right way that we see helps them be long-term sustainable, right? So the first one was a bit easy because once we nailed Meta AWS down, customers just started putting Greengrass and prototyping Greengrass solutions, even for aftermarket devices, right? Really exciting. So they're using it in that case, but now we're getting a lot of newfangled technologies, not just like people using type 1 hypervisors, migrating from the old ECU architectures to these domain architectures, right? In the domain architecture, you'll have a type 1 hypervisor with many, many cells across that. Where is the right place for Greengrass in that context? Where should you be building that? We need to help customers with that, contextually understand. And I think that we're seeing that work happening a lot with what our team has been doing in embedded Linux, and also what we've been doing, like yourself, even in the Greengrass space, partnering with AGL and working on that demo. It's actually, this demo is in the AGL booth today.
Yes,
it's there all week long, right?
Yes, exactly. And so people can go and visit. So basically, we are demonstrating how we have a simulated vehicle, and then people can take a test drive, and then we get the scan messages, and then we are having a Greengrass, FreeRTOS, all that stuff, kind of demonstrated how it can work together.
Yeah, so let's talk about all that stuff. So what I find really exciting about it is that we have Greengrass, so we can get Greengrass down on there. But this demo, it's actually taking real canvas data off this simulator, right?
Yes.
So we're getting all this telematics data. And last year, what we launched was AWS IoT FreeRTOS, which is a system that we run at the cloud, but there's an edge component to that.
Yes.
So on AGL, right, the work that you did last year to to build the Greengrass component that works with the FleetWise Edge agent running on AGL, getting the FleetWise telematics and getting the telematics from the CAN bus, transforming that into Greengrass, getting it up in the cloud, and then showing it in Grafana dashboards.
Yeah.
Wow. And you did it in such a short amount of time. I just think it's super exciting.
I think it's the tooling, as you said. Like, I think when you have the good base, the automotive grade Linux, the Meta AWS, and all of that kind of tested and working, then it's easy to mix and match those and create some kind of valuable demo.
Yeah, so I'm really excited that we're able to give this to customers, and I'm always eager to learn more from a developer community on what more they want to see in Meta AWS and the associated sub-projects.
Yeah, me too. This is an interesting topic, nevertheless. So, and I think that's it for the session. So thanks a lot, Richard. This was a great talk.
That's great. And for everyone out there, you can go to github.com/Meta AWS, right? Or actually, sorry, github.com/AWS 4 embedded Linux. And in there we have Meta AWS, the Meta AWS project, and other associated GitHub repos. All right.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi IoT Builders, we are back live from Embedded World 2023 from Nürnberg. Thank you for tuning in, and for those of you who don't know, we are running sessions all day long today. And right now we have here with us today Jake Wood from Silicon Labs. Hi Jake, how are you enjoying yourself here?
Very good. Thanks, Alina. Thanks for having us. It's really good to be here talking about Sidewalk today. So.
Very nice, thank you. So could you tell us a little bit about your role at Silicon Labs?
Sure. So I'm what we call part of our ecosystems team in our home and life business unit. I'm a business development engineer, and what the purpose of our ecosystems team is to make it as easy as possible for third-party device makers to build devices that work easily with big IoT ecosystems. And I focus all my time on Amazon, so really excited to be here again, kind of working everything across the Works with Alexa programs, like you see with Matter, Zigbee, Bluetooth, working with the AWS IoT team, and of course what we're talking about today and really excited about is Amazon Sidewalk.
Oh, really nice. Okay, so you just slide it nicely into our next topic. So can you tell us what is Amazon Sidewalk and how does Silicon Labs use it?
Sure. So Amazon Sidewalk is a networking standard and some networking infrastructure that's based on a protocol that's developed by Amazon and the Amazon Sidewalk team. And then the infrastructure is built on what Amazon calls Amazon Sidewalk bridges. And those products are a lot of the Amazon consumer products that probably many of our viewers have at home, like Amazon Echoes, Rings. You can find a full list of all these Amazon Sidewalk bridges on the Amazon.com site. So what this technology does is it basically forms a backbone of distributed networking infrastructure that third-party devices and third-party device makers can build devices that connect into this. So effectively, any kind of device maker can build a product that connects into the Sidewalk network, and it's widely accessible because of all of these Amazon Sidewalk bridges that are already in the field today. So they don't have to worry about their own gateways or anything like that. They just build a device and it connects in through all this existing Sidewalk infrastructure.
Okay, really interesting. So what exactly is the solution that Silicon Labs built with Amazon Sidewalk?
Sure. So broadly speaking, Silicon Labs offers software, silicon, and solutions for a more connected world. So what does that mean in terms of Amazon Sidewalk? We offer a chipset. Right now we have a few portfolio of Bluetooth SoCs, systems on chips, that have an embedded MCU and Bluetooth radio. And we offer software SDKs that work on top of those to enable Sidewalk functionality on that. We work with partners. We have a module that we developed with QuickTel that was announced a few months ago that enables some sub-gigahertz protocols. So a lot of different options and opportunities for our device maker customers to build devices on our silicon and software that leverages all the great offerings that Sidewalk has to offer. And then we also have our award-winning, we call our Pro Kit, the Silicon Labs Pro Kit for Amazon Sidewalk. And that actually comes complete with a out-of-the-box experience that we call. So you'll be able to take this Pro Kit, our developer tools and dev kit, take it out of the box, plug it in, and right off the bat, it's connected to the cloud. And you see a great example of how Sidewalk devices just connect automatically to the cloud, and you get your data right automatically in AWS IoT, and device makers can do whatever they want, leverage all the power of that data with the AWS IoT cloud.
Cool, this is really nice. So good hint for our developers watching us today, play with the kit.
Definitely.
And this brings me to my next question. So what is the developer experience like with this kit? So how does it look like, and how does Silicon Labs improve this experience?
Yeah, so what we'd like to offer is a developer journey. So what our team is building is really a step-by-step experience of what developers will have to go through as they go through everything in their product development experience, everything from evaluation to development to the launch and manufacture of the product. So we're going to have that experience. And whenever you're building an IoT product, especially in the modern world, is there's so many different inputs, right? You maybe buy chips from Silicon Labs and use our software. You'll be using services from Amazon in terms of AWS. So, there's a lot of these different moving parts, and we really want to make it as easy as possible for our device makers to leverage all the advantages of these different parts of the system without increasing complexity. Right. So really having a nice step-by-step guide of saying, at each step, here's what you need to do, here's where you need to go to, setting up accounts here, register devices, and so that way you have this great product that takes advantage of all these new features that Amazon Sidewalk has to offer with a nice, easy flow. And again, software, silicon that all integrates, and tooling that all integrates really nicely into that flow.
Yeah, this is really good because given the complexity of IoT in general, having a seamless developer experience is really important.
Absolutely. Sure.
So maybe you can walk us through a use case of what you can do with this kit.
Yeah. So, and when we think about these use cases, I think there's really three main things that Silicon Labs sees as like the benefit that these use cases leverage. One is the wide, long range and roaming technology in Sidewalk. So, you can see these devices that can be deployed far away from users' homes, so they don't even have to be near your Echo. They can be way out in the field. Mm-hmm. And even if these devices, like say a tracker, for instance, maybe moves far away from a customer's own Echo, that device can then connect in through maybe a neighbor's Echo or something like that. So they can get that data. And again, like you have devices traveling all throughout the network, and they can always leverage this very widely deployed infrastructure to connect data back up to the cloud. So that long range and roaming technology is really good. It's also free to connect, which is a huge advantage, right? The only sort of long range and roaming network that we have today is cellular. And of course, that cellular is fine, but it comes with a bill that you have to pay every month, something like that. And if we want to see the growth in IoT devices that we're all excited about, billions of devices, trillions of devices, we need a free to connect network, which is what Sidewalk offers. So that's great. And that's going to, you think about it, if you sell a $5 or $10 sensor, you can't have, a couple dollars cellular bill every month. So you want something that's free, and having free connectivity really enables that the count of devices to scale up nicely. And then the third advantage is connectivity directly into AWS IoT. So again, a lot of our customers who buy our chips and use our software, they already are AWS customers. They already have some cloud infrastructure in AWS. The fact that Sidewalk is just like another nice route into AWS is just really nice for them, right? It's just another plugin. It scales nicely with their existing infrastructure. So it just augments their existing things that they have already on AWS. So that's really nice. And some of the use cases that we've seen take advantage of these really are in that tracker space. So again, that takes advantage of all of those things, right? You have this, you think about a tracker, right? So it needs to be long range. It might be out in the middle of a warehouse somewhere. Then it's going to leave that warehouse, go to another warehouse. It has to be able to connect into another gateway. So that takes advantage of the roaming connectivity. Trackers are often very inexpensive or maybe even disposable. So again, you don't want to have to pay the cellular bill every month. So having that free connectivity is good. And then again, you could have, trackers can scale up into the millions and billions. You think about all the shipments that go around today. So having that scale that AWS offers is really important. And then, as far as what Silicon Labs offer, we have different, as I mentioned, a kind of portfolio of different products that work with trackers. Some people think about trackers and they think, oh, well, it's just the GPS coordinates go back to the cloud. But there's so much variability. Sensors, temperature, humidity. You want to like a gyroscope to understand if your package is getting flipped over. So all these different sensors that you might want to connect into these trackers and tune for a commercial use case or a more consumer use case. All of the combined offerings that we have with AWS, and then with the different chipsets portfolios that Silicon Labs offers, we really see just this really interesting, growth of different applications, really optimized for the different use cases, things like trackers.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So it's developer paradise then.
Yeah, exactly.
They can just go and build.
Yeah, I like that. I like that word. Developer paradise. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dave. This has been really, really good having you here. Hope you enjoy Embedded World further. And now, for all the viewers, please stay tuned. We are going to be live again in 10 minutes, in a few minutes. Hello, IoT Builders. Welcome back. We are live from Embedded World 2023 from Nürnberg, Germany. And I'm here today with Pedro Mendoza from Semtech. Hi, Pedro. How are you?
Hi, doing fine, yeah.
Very good. Very good. How are you enjoying Embedded World?
Yeah, just starting, but yeah, a lot of interesting stuff.
Very nice. Well, thank you for joining us. And I'm really looking forward to talk about IoT Core for LoRa. So, yeah, let's get started. What is so special about your location?
Yeah, so basically your location is everywhere. I mean, on every vertical, you can find the location being a key piece of asset tracking solution, right? Ranging from, let's say, industrial asset tracking, where you need to know the location of a high-value instrument, right? In a factory or manufacturing plant. But also, if you, for example, are a farmer and needs to know where your cattle is located, if you want to receive a notification whenever your cattle leave the designated area, then you will build the geofencing solution and your location will be there as well. Traditionally, geolocation has been, let's say, in the traditional asset tracking solutions, location is compute on the device, right? But now we're talking about a more, let's say, innovative way to do it.
Well, okay, this is really interesting. So why do we compute on the device and on the cloud and not on the device? I mean, we are here at Embedded World where everything is about embedded devices.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the reason is mainly, let's say, power consumption, right? I mean, there's nothing wrong, obviously, with computing the position on the device, but it requires a significant amount of power, right? So if you have, let's say, a large fleet of devices, and they are geographically distributed, and even, let's say, in a hard-to-access locations, then if you can defer the position computation away from the device and into the cloud, it will basically result in a significant extension of the battery lifetime, right? So it will, for example, it means that instead of replacing batteries every 3 or 6 months, you can now replace every 2 or 3 years, right? And again, if you have a large fleet of devices, that results in a significant cost reduction.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Is there any special hardware that we need for the solution? I see that you have brought us here some stuff today.
I've got some samples. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to GNSS position computation, the devices should rely on LoRa Edge chips, right? So LoRa Edge chip, and as you can see, we have a few partners here. I mean, I will showcase this. This is one coming from Medomiko. This one is coming from Rowan. So what these devices has in common is that they include a LoRa Edge chip, right? The LoRa Edge chip, in addition to best-in-class LoRa transceiver, also includes a GNSS scanner, right, that allows you to perform outdoor geolocation. Also includes a Wi-Fi scanner that allows you to do indoor geolocation, and finally includes a hardware crypto engine and a secure mechanism to store the credentials required to secure the communication channel.
Okay, wow, this is super interesting. So you mentioned GNSS. What is assisted GNSS?
Assisted GNSS is basically an augmentation system for GNSS that allows you to further reduce the scanning time required to actually, let's say, receive and process the data coming from the space vehicles. And it's also very important, again, for power consumption reduction, right? In order to properly implement assisted GNSS, there are some aiding components that needs to be available on the end device. These aiding components include clock synchronization, a rough assisted position, so the device roughly knows where it is located, and finally an almanac position, an almanac aiding component that allows the device to know where in the sky to look for the space vehicle, right? All these components are basically provided by AWS IoT Core device location through the downlink mechanism that is also processed by the device managers.
Okay. All right. So now you actually mentioned some cloud technologies. So can you maybe tell our developer audience how they actually play together? So how is IoT Core for LoRa playing together with Amazon Location Service?
Absolutely. Yeah. So basically, everything starts with the devices, right? So again, you will have a tracker running, let's say, a LoRa One stack, and as I mentioned before, since the LR1110 and LR1120, which are the chips that are part of the LoRa Edge family of chips, they will be basically scanning the space vehicle, right, the GNSS satellites. We support both GPS as well as they do. And then they will use the LoRa transceiver to send what we call a NAV message, which is the minimum amount of data required to compute the position, compute the latitude and longitude on the cloud, right? These devices will connect through a LoRa One gateway. In this case, I'm showcasing a gateway that is compatible with AWS IoT Core for LoRa One, and this gateway will basically point to an LMS. In this case, AWS IoT Core for LoRa. What is special about AWS IoT Core device location is that all you need to do is basically configure your LoRa One device to be position aware. So when the LMS, when AWS IoT Core for LoRa One receive one of these NAV messages, it will automatically compute the latitude, longitude, and altitude using a software component sitting on the cloud. By doing that, you're basically pushing the power-intensive position computation to the cloud, where you are no longer constrained in terms of, let's say, battery usage. Right? So now that you have, and now you are all in the cloud, right? I mean, you go from the device through the gateway to the LMS, and you are now on the cloud with a latitude and longitude that you can use downstream to build your solution. It can be a geofencing solution, it can be a mapping solution that will typically rely on the just release integration between AWS IoT Core for LoRa One through the IoT Core full engine with services such as, for example, Amazon Location Service, right? So you can then, let's say, create a logical tracker on Amazon Location Server that will basically correspond to the physical tracker, and you can use it downstream, for example, in a geofencing solution. You can, let's say, integrate with Event Bridge to receive notification whenever your valuable asset enter or leave a geofence connection. At a high level, that actually works, and obviously it will be highly dependent on your use case, right? You can leverage the rich AWS ecosystem depending on your specific needs.
Okay, so now that you're mentioning use cases, can you give us a brief, few examples of use cases this can be used for, just briefly?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, LoRa Edge, LoRa technology in general, are aimed for use cases where you are looking to maximize the battery lifetime, right? So, I mean, if you need continuous tracking, then probably it's not the best option, right? But if you need to send position information every few hours, and you need a device that will last for 5 or even 10 years, then that will be the optimal use case. As mentioned, it depends on the vertical, but typically you can find it in industrial, in the, let's say, smart agriculture is also very popular, right? Metering in general, if you need to know the position of your meter as well. So these are the typical use cases where you see device location and LoRa Edge technology.
Okay, that's very interesting. So now, for our developers out there, can you tell them how can they get started? Because I'm sure they're wondering.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can, as mentioned, let's say Semtech is basically focused on the LoRa Edge chip production, right? but we work with several partners that has produced trackers that are compatible with this service, right? So my suggestion would be to visit locator.cloud.com. That's an evaluation tool where you can, very easily and free of charge, you can start evaluating the underlying technology, basically the LoRa Edge and the cloud side software, right? Once you are comfortable with the solution, once you know that the technology is the right fit for the use case, then you can move forward and start building. Obviously, using AWS IoT Core Flow 1 and AWS IoT Core Device Location is a really good choice because it allows you to really, remove all the undifferentiated heavy lifting coming from the integration logic required to involve the solver and so on, and focus on what makes your use cases special.
Okay, it has been really great having you here, Pedro. Thank you very much for your time. And I hope you're enjoying the event. If our viewers have any questions for Pedro, please feel free to put them in the comment section and we will get back to you. This has been this session. Please stay tuned for the next sessions.
So, hi everybody, welcome back. We're here at the Embedded World again, live streaming. And today I have two special guests. We'll talk about how an embedded developer can use AWS IoT Greengrass to develop applications. And so we have John, maybe you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to be here. My name is John Saminsky. I'm a principal solutions architect here at AWS on the solutions strategy team. I've got a bit of a background in Greengrass and IoT and robotics.
Yeah, and then we have Rajesh.
Good to be here. Rajesh Khanna. I've been working as a principal product manager for AWS Greengrass and working on various initiatives for Greengrass and slowly getting into Greengrass.
It's pretty cool. So, can you start with Rajesh, you and telling us like how AWS IoT Greengrass can be leveraged by embedded developers and how they can use it?
So just to give a small background about what is AWS Greengrass, Greengrass is an open source edge runtime and cloud service. It can help the embedded developers to build, manage, and deploy their software. And AWS Greengrass has a very niche feature of collecting the data where the data is being generated closer at the edge, process the data, and it can take actions and control the devices locally in a secure fashion. And everything is done at the edge. That's the beauty of AWS Greengrass. And the other niche feature is you don't have to do any extra work or no code, low code to connect with other AWS services because AWS Greengrass has a inbuilt feature where you can process the data and you can send it to all AWS services like Kinesis, Sidewalk, X number of services. So for embedded developers, the key benefit is AWS Greengrass has this concept called components, wherein each component you can call it as an application. It's very similar to how the mobile apps are being developed. Think very similar to that. We have components, we have nucleus. So nucleus is the core of Greengrass, and the components are running around the nucleus. So a component can be a protocol adapter or an application to solve any business needs, and embedded developers can build their own components to solve a use case or business needs or customer needs, and they can integrate into the Greengrass core devices and deploy it.
Yeah, excellent. I think we talked with Richard just a while back. It's also part of this Meta AWS, so you can embed the Greengrass as well when you're building your image. But is there other ways that we can use it in embedded devices, John?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've seen plenty of customers integrate client devices with AWS Greengrass. And you'll see a bunch of implementations and examples out there where they're doing that using Python and Java for the IoT device SDKs. Since Greengrass is running on an OS like Linux, Windows, Mac, you're not going to be able to do that on a embedded device, but instead you could use client devices that are embedded. And we can do that using the Greengrass Discovery REST API, where we can look up the endpoints of the core device, and then also use the Greengrass core CA. And that's how we see, customers using different languages like C++ and Ada to integrate with Greengrass, even though we don't have an explicit SDK for those languages.
So we can have like a constrained device running FreeRTOS that is able to then use like a gateway that has Greengrass on top of it, and then instead of directly talking to the cloud, maybe it doesn't have the functionality to do this. Still kind of leverage that.
Exactly. Greengrass is acting as like the hub for the edge environment, and the client devices are using Greengrass in that way.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And so are there any development tools? So kind of to develop those components you mentioned, because I can imagine building those components and then leveraging the ecosystem.
So one of the main benefits of Greengrass is it's an open source software, and the main advantage of here is we have multiple development tools to attract the embedded developer community to come in and start quickly and easily to develop a component and deploy. So one of the key tool we have is like the Greengrass Developer Kit, which is widely used by all developers to build and publish the component. And it's an open source, it's built on Python, and all you need is a Windows, Mac, or Linux laptop with an internet connection. Download the GDK, which is the Greengrass Developer Kit, and you can start building your first component easily and quickly. And second tool is like the Greengrass command line interface. So we do have AWS provided components, and this is one of the example of that component, which we call it as GDK CLI. Sorry, the Greengrass CLI.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
Yeah.
a lot of CLIs.
Yes.
So the benefit of this is like, you can restart a component, you can export the log files, you can, create local deployments.
Mhm.
And we do have another tool called local debug console, which is like, creating a web interface with Nucleus, AWS components, your own custom components. You can see how it is interacted and working with each other, like a visual interface. That is local debug console.
So you don't need to, sorry to interrupt, so you don't need to kind of look this on the cloud. So basically you can have
Yes.
device in front of you, and then you can develop those applications and then have that kind of local debug console to
Yes.
see how they're interacting and everything. Oh, that's
Yes.
pretty cool.
Yes. And to make use of it, we have like 30 plus AWS provided components, which was built by different AWS teams. And many of the components are open source. So embedded developers can use those components. They can modify, fine tune, and customize it, and they can use it as a part of their implementation. And also, we do have another tool called IoT Device Tester, which is like, Internet of Things Device Tester. So the beauty of this tool is like, if you want to validate your device can run IoT Greengrass, we do have a predefined test cases. Using this tool, you can run through all the test cases. You can even get a validation or a certification badge saying like, it works fine with Greengrass.
Yeah, there is a wall here with all devices,
Yeah,
and then some of
exactly.
them are qualified
Yeah.
with the Greengrass. Yeah, I remember this process. That is pretty cool. But so you mentioned like GDK, this Greengrass development kit. So why do we need this Greengrass development kit?
Yeah, so there's a few steps that goes into making and creating and publishing a Greengrass component, and GDK abstracts a lot of that for you. If you weren't using GDK, you'd have to package up your source code. You'd have to figure out the last component version and then publish it to S3 so it can be used in the recipe. GDK does all of that for you. And with GDK, there's also a GDK config JSON file, so you could easily do Maven and Gradle builds. You can do zip builds for single artifact recipes, and you could also write your own custom build script using GDK.
Yeah, I remember. Actually, this is the first time I met you. Like you were building out like a CI/CD pipeline for building those components. So from the user perspective, like at the end, all of them just want to write their application and make sure that it is deployed to the target. But then, how you scale it is through this kind of like CI/CD pipeline where you can have like multiple devices that can be part of one group, right? And then you can say, okay, now I write my code, I push it, and I want this code to be kind of distributed. So maybe you could tell me about this CI/CD pipeline.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can use GDK CLI locally, right? You're building components locally, you're debugging on your Greengrass core device, but once you want to productionize that and put that into a DevOps pipeline, the nice thing is GDK is a CLI, so you can install that in your build image, you can put it in your build spec, and right after you commit code, it'll go ahead and execute those GDK commands, which are build and deploy, and it's all automated. So we've seen customers that are putting all their components in one repo and many repos, but GDK is flexible enough to automate that process.
I remember this. There was some kind of templates as well. So when you get started with GDK, you can either start from a template, for example, from a Python application, Java, but also what was it? There is a community components as well. So that you can start from.
So to start with, we do have a detailed documentation of how we want to install Greengrass runtime. And we do have documentation on how to start building your first component. On top of it, we do have templates with boilerplate codes. So you can deploy the template, you can run it, and you can publish it to your cloud service, and you can see like how a template converting into a component is working in real-time world. And also we do have a community component catalogs. There are like 20 plus community components. You can download all 20 plus components are open source. So you can download a component, you can modify, customize it, and then you can make it into your own custom applications, and you can deploy it to devices. So it's most like attracting and encouraging embedded developers to easily get involved in developing a component for Greengrass, and that's how like we created all these documentation and components.
Yes, and I think this is part of our development as well. And so once you have those multiple components, what are the options on like how they can communicate to each other?
Yeah, so components can talk to each other using inter-process communication, which is part of AWS IoT Device SDK. Right now, that's available with Java and Python, and you're able to subscribe and publish repeating messages between components. The IoT device SDK makes that really easy. But you're not limited to just inter-process communication between components. You can also use other AWS services using the token exchange service and connect to any AWS service using temporary credentials.
So you can even have like a multiple of those components, and then you can interact with them using REST or HTTPS or that kind of stuff.
Yep.
But also, you said token exchange service. You can then talk with additional AWS services as well, right?
Like Kinesis, Lookout for Vision, SageMaker, whatever you want to use.
So like I can just have let's say an OPC UA adapter or Modbus adapter, right?
Yeah.
And then have like a stream manager, which is an AWS managed component.
Yes.
And then configure that stream manager to export data to like Kinesis or directly in S3. And then I can just have that my application consumes this data from OPC UA using that protocol adapter and then publishes. That's pretty cool.
So we will have 50 plus components available for developers to readily use it, and they can use it for their implementation.
And then what is this like? I saw that there's this managed AWS managed components, and then there's like community components. So what is the difference there as of now?
So the AWS internal service teams, we have multiple service teams. So these service teams has built components, for an example, a SageMaker, Edge Manager, or Kinesis, or for different purpose, right? So if AWS has built and maintaining and managing those components, we are calling it as AWS provided components. If it is developed by our partners or developer community, then that goes into our community components, which is like, two different categories we just want to segregate.
And then, so let's say I have like an open source application. How difficult it is for that open source application kind of to port it to be used by Greengrass?
Yeah, so with Greengrass version 1, you really had to compartmentalize it into a Lambda function. With Greengrass version 2, there's full flexibility with defining a recipe, using whatever runtimes you need, whatever artifacts you need. So as long as you can package it up in a zip or at least install it locally on that Greengrass core, you're able to integrate with pretty much anything you need out there.
Right. So I can just have like an application, and then it has a specific command like once it's deployed to be run, right? But also, can I use like Docker container, for example?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you were talking about install, there's different life cycles that you can use in the recipe. Install when you're executing your actual application, and any cleanup after the fact. But with Docker, you can also run, those images locally, whether they're in ECR or referencing Docker Hub images. Those could be deployed using Greengrass.
And were there any other tools that developers can use, Rajesh, that you didn't mention? Or?
Yeah, one of the tools which we launched a few months back is the OpenTest framework, which was widely used by our internal development teams inside AWS. So we thought like there is, we have to provide our embedded developers a testing tool to test end-to-end functional testing throughout the development cycle while developing components. And we made that tool public, and it is now widely used by our developer community. So you can bring your own test cases, and you can add it as part of your development lifecycle. You can automate end-to-end the functional testing.
So talking about the CI/CD, so basically this can be integrated that kind of loop to do this kind of like testing, verification, and everything, and then make sure. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I think overall, I mean, this is let's say a new ecosystem, but with all these tools, I think, it's pretty cool that our developers, embedded developers, can then start and build things on top. Anything else you guys wanted to add?
So our main, goal for this year is to, encourage more developer community folks to come in and start building components. And we are constantly, listening to our customers and building new tools. And feel free to write email us or add it to the forums. Anything, we are listening to all our customers and developer community, and we will enhance even the existing tools. We will enhance. If we need new tools, we will continue innovating.
Excellent. But do you know, like, any our partners that were building the components that we should mention? Is there anything that we can mention right now?
Yeah, we are working with multiple partners,
Mhm.
and one of the partners, it's still confidential, but at least I can tell you that they are working on a field bus protocol adapter,
Okay.
and a couple of other partners are working on LoRaWAN and COAP protocol adapters. So we are planning to get all those components listed in our open source community, so that other developers can start using it. Whether the components will be monetized, all those things are still being worked out, but a lot of work is happening
Yeah.
in that community.
Yeah.
component world.
No, this is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I remember Andrew from Klika Tech was saying about co-op and so forth, so I hope that ends up being a Greengrass component as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Jordan, you wanted to add something? Or?
Yeah, just wanted to say again, with Greengrass, it's a perfect ecosystem for enhancing what client devices that are embedded can do. If you can run Docker containers on the hub,
Yes.
or deploy open source applications that you can't deploy on an embedded device, you can run it, sidecar on a hub and do that inter-process communication. So it's a great complement to embedded devices.
Yeah, we just thought this with Richard. It's pretty cool. I mean, from the embedded perspective, you have that kind of like, the golden image, that is system, and then, building things on top unlocks quite a lot of possibilities to, first of all, ship the new features much faster and so on. So I think that's a pretty good feature overall. Yeah, okay, excellent. I think that's all we wanted to cover in this session. So thanks a lot for being here.
Thanks,
It was pretty cool
thanks,
learning
man.
about all this stuff.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Don't forget that. Hi, IoT Builders. We are back from Embedded World 2023, and we are streaming live. And I am here today with Mike Powell from EBV Electronic, an Avnet company. How are you, Mike?
I'm great. It's fantastic to be here. Day one, you can see it's absolutely grooving out there. So people are pleased to be here and meeting with lots of other people. So I'm wonderful.
Yeah, so Mike, can you tell us, what do you do?
So yes, actually at Avnet and EBV, we've our IoT strategy has been alive for about 6 or 7 years. But we're a partner of AWS. So we formed our partnership in June last year. And for us, what that means is forging that alliance, which allows us to take all of your services to market with the electronic devices which we sell. So we're as part of Avnet and here in Europe as EBV, we're a major force in component distribution. It's in our interest to take the best advantage of IoT that we can and help our customers get into this world. So by just taking away some of these blockages that they've seen. So things are a little bit overly complex for them. We try and take those away, and we make it easier for them to manage it. So,
I see. Okay, so can you tell us a bit about IoTConnect? What is it, and what challenges does it face?
Thank you. Thanks for mentioning that. And of course, I have a great pleasure in doing that. So IoTConnect is the platform which we created, and essentially what it helps customers to do who are not familiar with the world of AWS microservices is to accelerate the adoption of those microservices. So in our world, in the embedded world, where we sell electronic components to, engineers are used to kind of linear programming. They're used to using development kits. They're used to using software development kits to develop their applications. They've been doing that for a very long time. The world of cloud is quite a challenging one for those specific types of people. And they're used to doing things in a way that we've been doing for the last 60, 70 years or so. IoTConnect is built to look very familiar to them. Mm-hmm. So it makes that world look like the kind of world of a development kit, if you like. And by the way, Lynn, so we call it a solution accelerator. That terminology is actually really quite important. Mm-hmm. It's not just our platform, it's actually also the electronic components we sell. We're kind of bringing those two things together and helping our customers to onboard those components into our platform to make the development of their solution much, much easier.
I see, that makes sense. And what would you say is the value for the builders?
Well, they can get started far more quickly. Mm-hmm. We make IoTConnect available as a kind of free trial, if you like, so they can get started very easily. Mm-hmm. They can simulate data inside that platform to see how they might put together simulated devices, for example. They can build dashboards, they can build notifications and alarms and start to play about with how that all works, all in a single portal, actually. So they can get started very fast. When they want to talk about more complex applications, they can do that with us. We've got a team of about 500 or 600 software developers who are from all kinds of different disciplines. So, user experience, UI, data sciences, AI, ML, etc. So if customers want to do sophisticated things beyond the scope of the normal IoT Connect out-of-the-box instance, we're there to help them with that as well.
I see.
So the customer's never on their own. We walk them through the unfamiliar pieces with them. They can do as much on their own as they want to, but we're there for them through the whole journey. And you're there, and I know you guys are here with us as well, and we value that enormously as well. So.
Okay, that sounds interesting. So, if let's imagine that I were a developer playing around with IoT Connect, right? So, what would be my journey? So, would I have to worry about provisioning? Would I have to worry about security? How does that all work?
You don't need to worry about any of those things because they're all built in. Mm-hmm. So, you're probably familiar with a number of the microservices inside the AWS ecosystem. There are plenty of them. That's its strength. You've got so many different things to choose from. But from a user's point of view, at least the users in our world, what we do to consolidate that strength is to make those choices much simpler for them, mm-hmm. and to get them started really, really fast in a very familiar way. So the journey would be start off with an IoT Connect account. Really get familiar with the way that it's structured. It's designed to be as simple as it can possibly be, but we're working on it. We're releasing new releases all the time. So getting started is dead simple. We've got a URL. It's iotconnect.io/EBV. If you go there, you can grab yourself an account and get started straight away. So that's the first step. The second step is all of our customers, there's an account manager, and there's myself and several other people in the business, not that far away. So if customers want to have a quick start in terms of, let's understand the business problem customers are wanting to solve, really get to grips with that, and then we can roll out the technology behind it and find out what's really appropriate, what would work, what would be the development cycle, and so on. We work that out for them. So there's two ways. Customers can be as self-serving as they want to be, helping themselves, or they can just call us in and we're kind of there for them. Okay. So, simulation of devices, as I mentioned earlier on, is there. You can, or customers can, take one of our pieces of hardware, which are IoT Connect ready. They can connect those pieces of hardware to IoT Connect in a very simple step-by-step methodology, get that device connected, start collecting data from that device, and that's a great starting point as well.
Right, I see.
Yeah.
And also there is support for a lot of different SDKs and a lot of different protocols as well for the embedded developers who are familiar with some programming language, for example, right?
Yeah, for sure. So again, that reflects on the sorts of devices which we sell, which are anywhere from a Cortex M0 based MCU all the way up to single board computers running Linux or even Windows. And for all of them, we've got an SDK that will fit each one. So all the way from Python down to C source code. So customers can build their own applications around all of that. And get their edge devices running really quickly. So the tools are there to really get started. I mean, embedded customers know what they're doing with SDKs. They know what they're doing with the electronics which we sell them. So they could be up and running easily inside a few hours.
Okay,
that's really, really fast.
That's actually really good, especially for embedded developers who are not familiar with the cloud. So this is interesting.
Yes.
Okay, and at what step in the journey does Avnet come into play?
Well, we're kind of there all the time. So like I said, we never want customers to think that they're ever on their own. Mm-hmm. But typically, the way that we think that it should run, which is in the best interests of our customers, is let us in on what it is you're really trying to achieve. Usually there's a business objective. Usually there is, either an efficiency the customer wants to gain, or they want to create a new cash-based revenue stream. And that can typically be, monitoring an asset out in the field that this customer might be manufacturing, for example, and wanting to sell a new service. That new service might be, hey, we've noticed that the device is kind of running. It's not exactly green, but it's running amber. Nothing's really wrong, but there's something not quite right. So, because you're buying a service from us on a monthly basis, we'll come and visit. We'll look at what's going on. We'll replace a part if it's necessary. So it's seamless for the end customer.
Yeah,
that's a valuable thing. A lot of end customers are going for no hassle kind of service contracts, so that their stuff just works.
right.
And so we're familiar with that. We know customers want to do that, so we like to start the conversation from that particular point.
I see. So it is really kind of out of the box for customers and out of the box for the developers. Is there something that customers would have to build on top, or what can they build on top?
Yep. If customers can build by the side of IoT Connect if they want to. So they can take their online storage and bring it to offline, for example, if they want to preserve data. That's entirely up to them. They can build their own graphical user interfaces if they want to, or we can do that for them, or they can take what's standard. If they want to, so clearly at the edge, they'll be building with an MCU or an MPU or something like that, and the minimum they'll need will be a real-time operating system and our SDK, but they will also be they'll also have their own applications running at the edge, because typically those customers of ours, that's their fame, that's what they're known for. They're known for the hardware and the application running on the hardware. So they might modify their firmware in response to being now IoT Connect enabled, or IoT enabled. So they've got plenty of scope for kind of improving the application they have, for setting those services on. So there's plenty of scope.
Okay, so they can even build machine learning on top, or build whatever it is that they want to.
They absolutely can. But with those two examples you just gave, Alina, we've got specialists in the background as well. So those are very, those areas are very rewarding for the end customer. They are probably the birthplace of plenty of new applications and revenue streams. And so the help needed there is probably greater than anywhere else. But we have guys that can help with that and really help the customer get started.
Okay.
Another example could be Power Tool, for example. Just thinking about AI for the moment, or machine learning more specifically. You've got, for example, a professional builder who has power tools. They're the most important things that he owns. They have to work. So a power tool which detects something's not quite right, like we spoke about before, and will report that to the cloud. There could be a service company that will come and say, look, there's something wrong here, bring your tool in and we'll exchange it, or whatever it is that's built into the business model. That's a really great use of that technology.
Yeah, definitely.
Sure.
Sounds good. And in terms of use cases that you have seen, like what is it that people do with IoT Connect?
We've seen plenty. So we've seen food-based, lots of fast food restaurant type applications, really significant ones. We've seen a huge amount of coffee machine and coffee retailing applications. I think there's something about coffee.
Yeah.
We all kind of need it. So that's in the mix as well. Closer to home, we've seen a water management example where customers, the end customer has a water controlling technology in their homes, and of course that has to work all the time, and really customers want to know if that's healthy or not healthy, and so the guys who are producing the equipment in that particular case, they've been making equipment for the last 15 years or so that does that particular job. Hasn't changed that much in that time. But they, about 2 years ago, decided that they wanted to retrofit their equipment for IoT. And so they were able to design the hardware quite easily because that's what they do. And they looked around locally for some IoT platforms that might do the job where they are. Found a few startup platforms that they thought would do the trick, but they were too startup-y, not enough confidence given into them. And they kind of, in the end of the day, decided, look, let's just go with people we know that happen to be EBV. We know this customer inside out. So the moment that they realized that we were able to help them with an IoT platform, it was kind of a slam dunk. So we engaged with the customer, we built the project for them. Probably took about 6 months to do.
Wow.
Got them to their application, and now they're out busy promoting that application to their customers and their customers' customers. So
very nice. I mean, I guess that's the purpose of an accelerator, to accelerate.
Absolutely. It's funny when customers get, the inkling of what IoT can do for them. All kinds of people come out of the woodwork and say, marketeers, people who own companies, business people, salespeople, like, hey, we can do some amazing things here. So why can't we do it faster? So yeah, that's the pressure that comes out straight away. You want to go and do it faster. So that's what IoT Connect is for, to help that process go more quickly.
Yeah, I guess you need to show the people the art of the possible, and then they can take it from there. And using IoT Connect seems to be a way to take it forward really fast.
Yeah.
Nice. So if our builders are probably interested in getting started, and where do they start? What is the material available? Would you like to share something special with our viewers?
Well, all I want to do is just reshare the URL for starting. It says iotconnect.io/EBV. There's plenty of material at that page, so including examples of the hardware we've pre-built, and where you get access to a free IoT Connect account. So I'd encourage anybody who's interested in accelerating their IoT project to do that as the absolute minimum. We are only a phone call away or an email away. So if you want to have a real conversation with us, we're right here. And we're here at Embedded World as well, which we're very pleased to be. So if you're coming past our booth or this booth here in Hall 4 with AWS or Hall 3A with Avnet and EBV, you're very welcome.
That sounds really good. And our producer, Dan, is going to also share a YouTube video with you, which is going to introduce Avnet. And we've also got a nice PDF put together with an introduction into IoT Connect. So,
Awesome.
If you have any questions about IoT Connect, please let us know in the comment section. And any last words, Mike?
This is going to be the best year ever. We've been working on our strategy for about 6 or 7 years, and it just feels right now at this particular time that a lot of things are coming right, and we're really happy to be at this position. So I think those are my real final words. This is going to be a very exciting year for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, very nice. Thank you very much for watching, and stay tuned for the next episodes of IoT Builders live from Embedded World.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining us for this session of friction-free edge-to-cloud security mechanism with AWS IoT ExpressLink. I am Syed Rehan, I'm a senior developer advocate, joined by my two fantastic colleagues,
Lucha Diazio.
Lin Nguyen.
Yeah, give a quick introduction about yourself. So we have a couple of seconds for your introduction and yours.
Okay, so hi, I'm Lucha Diazio. I'm the principal product manager for AWS IoT, and FreeRTOS and ExpressLinks are my two favorite products
Also,
on AWS. So,
Hi, my name is Lin Nguyen, and I'm senior technical program manager also for FreeRTOS and AWS IoT ExpressLink.
awesome. So, what is ExpressLink, first of all?
I'll leave it to you.
Oh, okay. So basically, AWS IoT ExpressLink is, you can imagine, is the hardware connectivity modules. But different with the traditional connectivity modules, it now includes on the software stack and security required to connect to cloud. So it do all the heavy lifting of the software integration, the product manufacturing process, and really help ease the development as well as the production for the IoT products.
Awesome. So, I have seen some demos of ExpressLink. I know it bootstrap people to get started with AWS IoT using the ExpressLink module. So, the discussion, let's switch up a bit and let's ask, how does ExpressLink actually implement security?
Okay. No security.
We're gonna fight it off. Okay?
Yes.
Right.
So at AWS, security is the top priority. So when we work with our partners to develop AWS IoT ExpressLink modules, we do mandate a lot of different security requirements. Basically, it's a IoT best practice here. Some of the example, for example, like when you do, you have to make sure that the module firmware runs the approved firmware by the partner. So basically, there is a mechanism to make sure that it's all the way and only runs the approved, so that you don't have any attack running, any attack firmware on the module itself.
Nice.
So those are just one of the examples of different security requirements that we mandate to implement on the ExpressLink.
Nice. Would you like to add something on that, Lucio?
Yeah. So as the saying goes in security, it's like you don't design your own cryptographic libraries, right? Like don't reinvent that. Let it to the experts. And so I think we are applying the same concept to ExpressLink in general to IoT. It's like, look, there's a number of things that make your application secure. You better leave it to the experts and not try to reinvent those yourselves every time. So it's not so much a great acceleration. Indeed, there is a lot of acceleration there in ExpressLink, but it's also like the peace of mind, because that security is implemented in ExpressLink by top experts in the industry. We use pen testing, we mandate the best security practices, we do the pre-provisioning of the devices, we do signed code images. It's a whole system that is designed to be secure, and you will struggle to make it better yourself.
Exactly. So basically, you get it right off the bat. You have the security available for you right off the bat.
Yes.
So let's switch up a little bit more and let's go into talking about secure boot, because obviously that's given, right? So what is secure boot? Why is it important, and how is it implemented?
Okay, sure. So when you what is secure boot, right? Basically, on any device, when you power up the device, it will start booting, and then it will have to start running an application. So secure boot meaning that it's making sure that when you boot up your device, it validates the application that is authenticated, approved firmware before you really running on your device.
Yep.
And that secure boot is going into two different, many different stages. So beside
booting the new application. At the same time, when you need to update the firmware, you also need to make sure that you're loading the firmware that really approved by the manufacturer.
Yeah.
So how it's done basically is have the signature from the partner, and then the boot itself validates the signature of the application before it's really booting. So
Yeah.
that is the whole mechanism to make sure that it's only run the validated software on it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, not to mention that secure boot actually is one of the best practices for embedded systems.
Exactly.
But it's just the beginning, right? So
Yeah.
it's also, it's good to have signatures, but then okay, where are your keys stored? Can you rotate those keys, right? So if you look inside an ExpressLink module, for example, there's an interesting animated set of slides that we prepared.
Yeah.
There are 5 sets of keys, and they come into play at different times during the life of the product.
Yeah.
And they can all be rotated, so they can all be renewed and refreshed. And some of them are actually never leaving the device at all, so they are there at manufacturing and they will never leave the device. And their rotation is done securely and is integrated with the IoT core service to do so.
Yeah.
So it's a whole solution, right?
Yeah.
It's not pieces that a developer, traditionally what happens is that this is so complicated that most developers will actually implement one at a time of this phase, and then discover that they need the next one, and then rush to implement the next one, and then now I need to deploy and come up with clever methods to do the onboarding of devices. In ExpressLink, you get all of that well thought out, packaged nicely, easy to use, out of the box.
That's pretty awesome.
So I think this is,
so we are actually talking about industry standard available for you through ExpressLink for you to basically absorb and basically utilize in your products.
Yes.
Right. That's pretty awesome. So
yeah. So in a sense, we can say that our partners are selling IoT ExpressLink qualified modules.
Yeah.
They get the acceleration, but in reality, what they're really selling is peace of mind.
Yeah.
So it's for the developer of the IoT device, the ability to sleep the night.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
And in this sense, it is the parallel value that is provided by IoT Core.
Yeah.
So when you create an IoT service, an IoT product, an IoT connected product, you have also on the other side, on the cloud side, you need an MQTT broker, for example. Now, you can run your own MQTT brokers if you want in an instance on an EC2, right? It's not hard, particularly. But then again, are you going to sleep the nights? Because now you're going to be responsible for the life of the product to keep that broker up and running and that instance always provisioned and ready. And when you discover that IoT Core provides that for you, now you get that peace of mind on the cloud side offered by the service, by IoT Core.
Yeah.
ExpressLink is just a mirror image of that in the device. It's the same value, the same peace of mind, but now I can sleep the night. I don't have to worry that this TCP IP stack will have a new threat, discovered, next week. And then I will have to go and run and check the source code of all my devices and verify if that type of attack applies or not to my devices. And, for the next 10 years, you don't have to do that.
Yes.
ExpressLink, the vendor of the module will take care of always keeping those images fresh.
Yeah.
And you can sleep the night.
That's really good. I mean, I can steal the term sleepless night, right? So for the interest of our audiences who are listening to us, just dive deeper into when you say sleepless night. So obviously, we have builders who are listening to us. They can absorb the message of yours.
Yeah. So actually, I have to be honest. When we did the launch of ExpressLink is very young. I mean, we launched it in June last year, so we're barely 9 months.
Yeah.
And I have to admit, I focus a lot on presenting the acceleration.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of easy to comprehend. Everybody gets it. I have this device. I just put it on the board, and instantaneously, the UART on any microcontroller allows me to communicate directly to my account in AWS.
Yeah.
That's a very easy to understand piece of value that everybody gets. And you can see that you buy yourself 6 months of development right there, probably more. But actually, what is kind of my own kind of myself digesting really what's the value that is appreciated by our customers using ExpressLink is the second part. Is that what comes after the product is finished, is put in production, and now you start worrying.
Yeah.
And now you start really, thinking, there is a new attack. There is a new, the supplier of the TCP/IP stack that I've been using has not been maintaining the TCP/IP stack for 3 years now, right?
Right.
Am I still current? Are my device is safe?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Taking that away from the developer after the product is well done and finished, that is where the value actually sits.
So
Right?
you're
There's a lot
actually,
of that.
So you're actually, you who are listening to us, I mean, whether you're a builder or you're basically in the management, you can use your highly valuable IT resources, leveraging and building customer-focused products, and improving your improvements of customer interaction with your products, rather relying and going to trenches of security, because that's where ExpressLink will help you. So,
Exactly.
so let's switch a question to Lian, for you. So IoT devices, you mentioned about OTA earlier, right? So how is that done in ExpressLink when it comes to OTA?
Okay. So there is a lot of moving parts inside that, like to update the firmware. You know how important it is in terms of the security as well during the device life cycle, when there is some like security patch.
Yeah.
And then the device has to update it so that it's be like security set here. So how the OTA is done, basically there is an image, firmware, the new updates. Basically, the partner patching the security patch, and then build it and sign it, and put in, share with you, and then put in you as a developer, taking that new image with a signature, and then when you are ready to deploy together with your host application, you push on, we call like S3 bucket, and then you create a job where it will notify the ExpressLink module that, oh, there is new firmware update coming in, and the module will verify the signature of that image, and then if it's valid, it will download, doing everything invisible to the host.
To the host.
Yes, to any no intervention that you really needed to take care of. And then it will download the image into the host into the ExpressLink, and once it's done, it will notify the host. Oh, there's a new image for you. In case of they need to update the host application as well, then it will download into your microcontroller, your host controller. And everything is done securely by using the signature verification and using cryptography verification using hardware root of trust here.
Awesome. So basically, for the listeners out there, the steps which we obviously tell you to do in terms of if you're doing it manually, ExpressLink basically makes it easier for you to update this OTA over the air update without basically you going to the reads of it and obviously doing it manually. We have a few minutes left. Lucio, final question to you, I guess, so what should we expect at Embedded World and in the coming months for ExpressLink?
Okay, so at Embedded World, I cannot tell you now or I'll have to kill you all, but so there's the big secret that is going to not be a secret tomorrow is actually we're going to launch a new partner. So there's another partner that is introducing a new ExpressLink module. It's going to be partner number 5, is introducing the 6th different module. So the portfolio is growing rapidly. This time we're going to be, I can give you the scoop, it's going to be a new cellular module.
Yeah.
So we're balancing out Wi-Fi and cellular options, and ExpressLink is not tied to any specific connectivity type.
Yeah.
So we're serving at the moment Wi-Fi modules, 2.4 gigahertz at the moment, all of them. But we also have partners that are now announcing that soon they will introduce 5 gigahertz options as well.
Right.
The next thing that you will see is, and again, a little scoop, but it won't be at Embedded World. It will be later in the summer. Is we're going to be you will see us actually introducing a new API. So version 1.2 of ExpressLink will be out there, and we will be opening up a little bit more the use of the BLE interface. At the moment, ExpressLink module with Wi-Fi and BLE radios are using BLE a little bit egoistically. They're using the BLE only for the provisioning of the Wi-Fi credentials. And that's kind of a little bit of a waste, because that is used a few minutes over the life of the entire product. What about the rest of the time? The BLE radio is there. Why don't we use it? And so we're actually introducing a new API, new commands to access that BLE, so the host can get 100% usage of the SoC capabilities.
That's very good. That's really good. So in terms of the customers asking for it, and I'm guessing it's probably one of these asked where we get
This is coming from feedback from real customers out there, where we have a long pipeline of customers that are evaluating ExpressLink, and this was definitely the top request. We try to implement as many of the requests that we get from the customers as we can. In V11 that we launched just in November, barely 4 months after very first launch of the device, in 1.1 we were already introducing customer features, so customer requested features like asynchronous connect, and also new type of onboarding mechanisms. And then we fully implemented Shadow and Device Defender. So 1.1 was a very rich, feature-rich release. 1.2 will be also significant, because I think BLE is going to increase significantly the value that the module can provide at that point. So I'm really looking forward to the summer release.
So for the listeners who are, or watchers who are out there, it is a living proof that we have just a couple of months ago released 1.1, and now we are basically heading towards 1.2. So the pace of innovation, if you use ExpressLink, it is basically, really fast, and it basically makes you adapting ExpressLink and leveraging these technologies and best of standards out there in the industry. So with that, I'm just going to basically end the session, and thank you very much for both of you for joining us.
Thank you.
And if you want to quickly get adapted to AWS IoT, start using ExpressLink. Hi, I'm Syed Rehan, and I'm a senior developer advocate with AWS IoT Service Team. So today in this session, deploying multiprocessor gateway and edge devices with AWS IoT Greengrass and PARSEC security is joined by Draga Grillish.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Thanks for bringing me to this event today. I'm Dara Grillish. I'm one of the co-founders of 56K Cloud. I also work in the context of software on embedded systems and IoT. And we're also an AWS, or for an AWS partner, part of the AWS Community Builders program. And what you'll learn a bit about today is the ARM developer program.
So you are part of 56K Cloud,
Yes.
right? So tell us a bit about your role in 56K Cloud. What do you do? And then we can evolve into ARM development.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I started, formally my background in education is in embedded systems. And then that industry was a bit, not really moving as rapid as cloud development is, And so my role in the 56K is more like kind of cloud adoption, helping application developers, adopt the best practices in the cloud.
Yeah.
And, in the most recent years has been on, IoT and edge devices.
Yeah.
I'm there. My role is the CTO there, but I'm hands-on down with the customers.
Developing
their
systems. Yeah. So that's good. So you mentioned PARSEC security. Let's talk about what is actually PARSEC security.
Yeah, sure. So one of the challenges faced with developers on devices like these are single-boarded PCs. This is one based on NXP. It's from SolidRun, a homing board.
Yeah.
And then this is one from ADV, which is the IP Smart clone, a bit like a Raspberry Pi clone.
Yeah.
And one of the challenges that PARSEC is trying to solve is it's an abstraction from the kind of security, both hardware and firmware-based, software-based security that you have on these devices, and to make it accessible for a larger space of developers. So it's like what AWS kind of is really known for, really good for, is the developer tooling and experience. You can get started really quickly. You just need a laptop, not even probably a credit card, internet, and there you go. Yeah. That's not the same when it comes down to embedded system development.
Yeah.
Particularly like development on single-board PCs, like multiprocessor CPUs that are having Linux systems. It's quite a messy ecosystem.
Yeah.
So the PARSEC in the area of security is trying to solve that by offering our developers simple libraries that they can develop towards, but are built on top of frameworks. So in this case, we do some work with ARM in their system record program, which is like a standardization framework, and part of that is reaching, let's say, PSA certified.
Okay.
So even like that statement alone, and talking to a non-embedded system developer, you usually lose them. So they need some way to gravitate. It's like the AWS Cloud Adoption Framework, or landing zone. How do you bring those same methodologies and concepts down to device?
Right. So let's talk about PSA certification, right? There are multiple levels of PSA certification for our watchers out there. Let's quickly talk about, what is PSA certification and how basically, your organization gets help.
Yeah. So if you, in the cloud side, if you look at there's the like CIS,
Yeah.
you know, the CIS plan is HIPAA compliant.
Yeah.
You know, on the devices, you also have this challenge. There's some sort of compliance you need to work towards.
Yeah.
And security is a bit more, let's say, you know, device centric because it's always been formally.
Yeah.
And PSA certified is just one of those programs where you have different levels and of ways to, you know, bring your application to kind of a good base,
Yeah.
good framework. You know?
Yeah.
And so actually AWS Greengrass, along with an implementation on the IMX8 Mini Plus from NXP, actually has level 1 PSA.
Right, that's good. So the question usually we get asked from developers, which I think I'll rephrase it and ask you, is that how does PARSEC enable developers that are not failure with embedded Linux and its internals?
Yeah, so it means that, you know, there is quite a learning curve to understand embedded systems. I mean, you've seen here in the embedded world, there's like a huge variety of devices, everything from automotive development all the straight to like satellite kind of systems.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a massive, broad industry. So you have to specialize. And one of the challenges of specializing is that it's not so much human capital out there for, you know, proper embedded system developers.
Yeah.
So you need to make it accessible. You know, and the way to address that is, you know, building on top of standardization,
Yeah.
but that standardization also has to bring technical proof like
Yeah.
libraries
Yeah.
and modeling it that, you know, how, you know, AWS, if you look at developer programs and developer advocacy you guys do, you're also looking at that critical path on, me as an individual, am I able to, you know, build business value quickly on this?
Right.
Am I able to, you know, trust on what I'm trying to build on?
Right.
So this is how it's enabling application developers because they can build on top of well-known implementations. It's kind of like in the Docker days where you had a Docker desktop, you have the Docker containers, you can build on top of other Docker containers. I mean, it's the same kind of building blocks.
Right. So so I think this is quite insightful.
Yeah.
If we were to basically take what you just told us, and you talked about the PSA certification, putting in perspective from a developer point of view, what standards are we actually potentially addressing at this stage by, you know, providing these feature sets?
Yeah, so well, in this case, the PSA certified has various different levels.
Yeah.
Level 1 is mostly a documentation level.
Yeah.
And as we know, we cloud implementations, a lot of this is checkbox security that we need to bring technical evidence to. So
Yeah.
compliance paths. So going to level 2 and 3, you have then, you know, you have to put it through a lab. You bring a device. You also have a careful eye on the device.
Right.
But some of this, one of the risks is that it's looking at security at defense,
Right.
like a castle. You know?
Right.
But when it comes to devices, you really need to go down the stack. So I mean, for me, it's not really fully addressed. There is this PSA thing in an ARMS system ready program. If you look it up on their website, you can see there's 3 pillars. There's ecosystem, security, and then there's the validation. You know,
Okay.
Which hardware manufacturers have to develop towards that other types of operating systems like Windows pre-execution environment, Linux, Ubuntu can reach that system ready. So AWS Graviton, for example, is actually system ready VB.
Yeah.
And that means that I can take my workload that works over here and it can actually work pretty natively on another system ready device. You know?
Right.
So there's programs being put in place, but the adoption is it needs to create the critical mass.
Right.
It has to play into the developer's role, how it helps them as an individual, and again, like you said, you know, it has to work towards some sort of standard and compliance.
Yeah. So I think you have a couple of boards there, right?
Yeah.
So you're talking about this board. Tell a bit about this board, and you know, in terms of obviously running Greengrass.
Yeah.
Both of these boards for our watchers out there is ARM-based board.
Yeah.
And Jordan just mentioned that, you know, we have capability within Graviton. So if you are basically building it on the cloud, and if you basically have ARM processor, which is a cloud-based in this instance, you could develop it there, create a CI/CD pipeline, and deploy it into one of these devices. And vice versa, you can obviously test it there if you have any issues on your hardware to test that. So there is a reverse compatibility with this hardware and obviously testing on an EC2.
Exactly, yeah. So maybe I should just say a few words about AWS Greengrass is. So the AWS IoT ecosystem, you have like an edge device kind of runtime system where AWS has over like 20 different IoT services. Yeah. And one of them is Greengrass. And Greengrass allows you to essentially schedule workloads and jobs on these devices, and it manages the whole life cycle of the device from provisioning to changing its identity, rotating applications. And this device particularly, it has also, like you mentioned, an ARM-based processor. And what you can also start is your pipeline actually starts in the AWS cloud. And you still use the same tooling and everything, but Greengrass is giving you that kind of edge orchestration. It's not like EKS anywhere. It's a little bit more simpler than that, because you remember you're addressing a different type of use case with different type of developers, because it's also can be a disconnected system. So essentially you get the package management, you get the delivery of components, you describe those components in a quite simple way, but you also get like MQTT, so there's a communications mechanism. And in PARSEC, what we've done is we've taken kind of a secure element in here, exposed it into AWS Greengrass, so that components that customers write in the AWS Greengrass ecosystem also can build on top of the security. So there's a few libraries. This one is a solid run Hummingbird. It has a 4-core IMX8 processor. It uses around 4 to 5 watts. It actually powered over Ethernet as you want. It has Wi-Fi. This particular model has Wi-Fi. It also has a front end, so it has actually HDMI. It has 2 camera inputs, so you can do some ML work on this. And then on the back, you can have various different connectivity and storage options. This is pretty much the same, except the interesting thing with this device, the IMX8 Mini Plus from AD-Link, you have the smart module. So you can actually change the CPU compute module, which has the RAM and the storage, even with an Intel processor, but the carrier board stays the same. So you have a way to build on top of an already existing platform and bring in, a LCD display, or you can bring in extra storage in the back. They also have populated the SIM card holder. So this allows both hardware development and development on the software on these devices can happen as rapid as in the cloud.
So basically, this board actually provides you a lot of capability in terms of extensions and extended this feature sets. So for example, you mentioned Greengrass. So I'll add a few things here for AWS IoT Greengrass. AWS IoT, as you said, rightfully so, AWS IoT Greengrass is a daemon which runs on edge devices. And you have something called components. AWS IoT Greengrass provides a component which you can write. So effectively, it could be a Lambda function which you basically deploy as part of packaging components within on the edge. It gives you the capability to do local compute, gives you the capability to do GPIO connectivity within the board. And as you mentioned, that it has extension capability. So if you're running a Greengrass here on this edge device, if you basically add multiple sensors there, you would be able to basically easily do compute on that data raw data coming from the sensors, and do the compute here before you send it to the cloud. Similarly, you can act it as part of a camera extension to basically do machine learning. So AWS IoT Greengrass provides you machine learning inference capabilities where you can build the model in the cloud and deploy the model inference on the edge device using AWS IoT Greengrass.
Exactly.
Right. So we talked about quite a lot of things here, and in interest of time, right? We talked about the hardware here. We talked about the capabilities your organization provide. Let's switch it finally to the ARM part, because I can see you have loaded up with ARM gear here, Alania T-shirt, and so on. You can talk about it a little bit.
So you're probably aware of the AWS Community Builders program. So ARM actually has a similar program that is called the ARM Developers, so the ARM Developer Program. And tomorrow morning, if anyone here is chiming in from Embedded World, there's a breakfast, invited breakfast. So go check out the breakfast. If you join the AWS or the ARM Developer Program, and if you're lucky enough, you also can get a really cool hoodie. So this is hoodie of the
very nice.
And we'll have to see if we can get you one as well.
Absolutely. These are great conversations here. If you are here in the Embedded World, do check out the booth. I think you mentioned you are basically have a booth here.
You do, over just on the same row here. Just 2-3 booths down there.
Awesome. So we are on hall 4, 5550. A couple of blocks down on the straight line. If you are here, you will know straight away that we have a booth here with ARM. And this is where you can basically bump into Grealish. Any last words you want to say to our viewers?
No, I mean, I'm really happy. We have a workshop online in GitHub. I think we're going to share the link at some point. And you're able to, try out what we have deployed here, and it's really fantastic.
Awesome. So thank you very much, Grealish, by joining us over here on this session. To all the viewers out there, stay tuned. We have more exciting episodes coming out with different guests around here, and
Thank you very much for watching. Yes. phone.
Hi, welcome back. My name is Dan Gross. I'm a senior developer advocate at AWS. We are live streaming at the Embedded World Conference here in Nuremberg, Germany. And I'm joined today by Hayden Povey from IAR Systems. Hi, Hayden.
Hi, Dan. It's great to be here.
Yeah, could you maybe introduce yourself a little bit? Tell us what you do at IAR.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Chief Strategy Officer. I've been doing that role for a couple of years now. And that's really focused on the 5-year horizon for embedded. Where does the industry think it's going to be? What are the tools that we need to develop around that? You know, the role of hyperscalers and things along those lines. My background, I've been in the embedded industry now for 20 years or so. I was at ARM for a very long time. I was the originator of the Cortex-M cores, which are pretty popular these days.
Oh, I would say so. With the M3, M4, M0, all of them.
Absolutely. I've got 50 billion babies, I think, out there. And I also owned a lot of the security technologies at ARM, so working on smart cards, working on trust zone technologies, which underpin things like Apple Pay and Samsung Knox and all the security in the phone. And then I left from ARM and I set up a company called Secure Things.
Yeah, Secure Things. Yeah, all focused on security and provisioning.
Absolutely. So taking my history with the deeply embedded and the things we were doing with mobile and applying those to the IoT.
Okay.
And we're seeing that that's becoming more and more really important with legislation coming out, people needing to achieve better security in general. It's a bad world out there.
Yeah.
And Secure Things got acquired by IAR 5 years ago, and hence my tenure with IAR. And the third thing, because nobody should be unpunished, is I also work a lot with the standards group. So I work with the IoT Security Foundation. This is the leading non-governmental organization for IoT security.
Yeah.
We've driven a lot of things like the EN 303645 standards, which are underpinning legislation like the Product Security and Telecoms Infrastructure Act, which is GDPR for products. And that now comes with £10 million, $13 million fines.
Wow. So it must be quite different working with governments than with developers, right?
Absolutely. Governments move at glacial speeds, but that's probably a good thing because it stops them breaking things too quickly.
That's for developers to do.
Absolutely. But the challenge is, obviously, technology moves faster than legislation. And so we are very much in a catch-up phase around that. Things are happening. People are now having to address the products they've made and are designing to bring security front and central because it's now a requirement through legislation. It's not just a nice to have, it's a must have.
Yeah, you can't really think about it later on in your product development life cycle. You have to think about it up front, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so now you're at IAR Systems, and IAR and AWS have collaborated quite a bit, on different projects, different efforts. Some of the work that IAR has done with their traditional tools has been integrations with FreeRTOS, which is maintained by AWS.
Absolutely. It's a great relationship, first of all, and we really do value it. And in terms of the hyperscalers, that connection into FreeRTOS and enabling developers to develop better around that
is critically important, but also with a view as to what the end application has to achieve. So bringing that into Greengrass and other cloud components. So we've got a great relationship. We have some great demos in the products and great tools in terms of getting people to market faster. And it really is all about time to money these days.
Yeah, and you're well known for your compilers and your development tools and things like that. But really, IIR is focusing a lot more on security and really incorporating security early on in the development lifecycle, right?
That's right. Security has to be done correctly as early in the project as possible. It's not always possible. Sometimes we have to add it in later, but you do have to design it in and you have to produce it in as well. You have to provision and securely program applications as well. This comes back to what do we mean by security? It is obviously avoiding malware injection, but it's also protecting intellectual property, reducing counterfeiting and cloning and IP theft. It is definitely update management and lifecycle management as well. They're all different aspects, but they all have to be solved collectively. You can't have a piecemeal approach to this if you're going to do it correctly.
Right, and there's so many different ways to roll security, right? And I think that's maybe why it's important to have flexible tools for building in security into your product, right? And that's kind of part of secure things and IAR having a flexible way to pre-provision and
That's right.
use a trust chain.
Absolutely. So two parts to that, really. First of all, the tools that we have to support security generate code for you. So you still have the ability to go in and manage the code, edit the code, change it. You'll have to live with those changes, but that's fine. And through that, we can meet TFM requirements and SESIP certification of the code out of the box immediately. And that reduces the problem substantially for engineering teams. You then have to produce securely. So we have HSM capability integrated into production machines from a number of partner companies, programming machine vendors. And that means that we can secure that code from the OEM to the production line, to the machine, to the chip being programmed anywhere in the world. And we can ensure that every device has its own unique certificates, either generated dynamically or milled off if you bought them in from a third party.
Yeah, and maybe you can describe a little bit what makes this whole process challenging for people to try to build it themselves, so to speak.
The challenge with security is it's obviously incredibly nuanced. You can be 99% right, and the bad guys will still have you. So you have to think your way through the problem. You have to think about the attack vectors or the threats. You have to think about the mitigation. You have to think about how that's actually then going to be produced as a prototype, the first 10, the first 100, the 1,000, all the way to the millions. It's a very complex and fragmented environment as well. So we're trying to make that easier for people to consume, to put in the right certificates, so then those devices can also automatically onboard into the web services.
Right.
So we're bringing it really that end to end and trying to think about it as a grown-up of here's all the things we're trying to achieve. You can go do it yourself, of course you can, but you're going to have to build expertise. You're going to have to invest a lot of time. You're going to have to own it over the life cycle of that product. Or you can use a tool. Which is generally the better way. People don't build their own compilers anymore. They, buy a commercial one or
That's
or
right.
open source.
Yeah, and it's really nice that it's built into the development tools as well, because you mentioned how it's critical that people building IoT solutions start early on in the cycle. So what better place to start than development tools, right?
Absolutely.
That's where a lot of the code starts, and that makes a lot of sense. So
Absolutely.
things like embedded workbench and others. Yeah.
So the best way to do security is where there is the fewest stakeholders. And at the start of the project, there is only 3 stakeholders. There's the OEM with the design intent.
Okay, yeah.
There's the silicon platform. You've probably decided which silicon you prefer to use.
Like which vendor, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And there's the tools.
Oh, yeah.
So by doing it, then you're reducing the problem massively and the fragmentation massively as well.
Yeah. And so it's with security, with IR systems, it's fairly flexible. There's different ways to design devices, either with secure enclaves or secure elements or trust zone that I'm sure you're familiar with, things like that. And so when you're building in security into these systems, there's lots of choices, but from what I understand, IAR works well with all of these types of implementations?
Absolutely. And again, security is never a black and white thing. It really depends on a lot of factors, and one of those is cost. Your device has to meet a certain cost envelope.
Right, like a BOM cost or something like that. Yeah.
Absolutely. So maybe, you've got an existing device, you just have trust zone for Cortex-M on that. Absolutely, we should leverage that. Then moving forward, perhaps you've got other crypto accelerators in the device or externally. And again, we work very closely with all of the major vendors to make sure that we support those accelerators and those secure enclaves, which will meet a higher common criteria level of certification.
Oh yeah, that's really interesting. So let's talk a little bit about RISC-V, I think, because that sounds like it's kind of an interesting development, maybe for IAR. I think you've got a really great commercial compiler for RISC-V.
Absolutely, and people do ask why a commercial compiler for RISC-V, which is open source.
It sounds a little
counterintuitive. The reality is there's no such thing as free. You can buy the tool, or you can invest a lot of time and effort in getting the open source tools singing for you. That's a conversation internally to be had. But we've invested a lot into our RISC-V compiler. We're seeing huge growth with that, actually, and with the market moving to RISC-V.
Yeah.
As an ex-ARM guy, I'm a little bit, sanguine about that. At one level, I love ARM. At another level, it's great to have competition. It does drive competition in the marketplace.
Yeah.
And RISC-V, there's a huge amount of innovation going on there at the moment. We are working incredibly diligently to support all of the instruction extensions. And as I say, that's going really well right now. But, fundamentally, as with anything, it's build versus buy.
I see. Yeah.
Do you want to buy a ready core which is fully validated? Do you want to buy a compiler which is fully tested and get to market quicker and win those opportunities? Or do you want to go low cost and potentially miss the window? Typically 6 months will cost you 50% of your profit.
I see. Well, that's really good insights. I think we're running out of time, unfortunately. But if there's a last thought you want to leave for our listeners here.
Absolutely, and I think the first one is, don't be afraid to ask questions. This is a new area for a lot of people, a lot of developers. There's some, good resources on the IAR web pages. Please pick up the phone and talk to us or chat to us online. Don't stick your head in the sand. That's not a valid policy. You have to embrace security, you have to embrace a trustworthy ecosystem, IAR, AWS, and our partners in the silicon domain.
That's awesome. Okay, well, thanks so much for your time today, Hayden. I really appreciate it. Stay tuned. We've got more great content coming up. Thanks, and bye for now.
Thanks.
So, hello everybody.
Hi guys.
We are still here from Embedded World. I'm joined with Andrew from Klika Tech. Maybe Andrew, you can introduce yourself.
Yes, sure. So my name is Andrew Mazer. I'm CTO at Klika Tech, and I'm responsible for overall technical aspects in the company and making sure that they are in line with our growth targets. And at Klika, we develop end-to-end IoT and AI solutions for our partners globally.
That's excellent. And you are actually located here, just so we can see your demo.
Exactly.
You mentioned there is something called Astra. Maybe you can talk about that.
Yes. So first of all, I would like to say that we have a few solution accelerators. So initially, we came to an idea that developing end-to-end IoT solutions is quite a complex task. That's why we've created a few so-called solution accelerators that literally represent a set of pre-built components or templates or other resources that help you speed up the development and helps you to shorten time to market. Yeah.
And Astra is one of such solution accelerators. And it's worth mentioning that Astra is built on top of AWS technologies.
Oh, that's cool.
And it covers a bunch of use cases within asset tracking. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's an interesting field. That's asset tracking. I remember there was quite a lot of customers asking for like how we can track those. So what kind of solution do you provide? I mean, how do you accelerate this development?
So we've created a few components that our end customers can use out of the box. So
Nice.
we can grab almost any hardware available there on the market. Yeah. And we have created a special firmware that is built on top of FreeRTOS. And with this firmware, you can have a bunch of features such as connectivity out of the box to AWS over narrowband IoT or LTE Cat M1. You can have an ability to send data in MQTT packages or COAP packages. And
COAP,
I
nice.
propose, maybe to talk about that a bit later.
Yeah, I'm interested in this.
Yeah. I have some stuff to share. So, and what's interesting, there are some additional features to manage the battery, to make your device sleep, to define the location, to grab the data from the sensors, if there are any, and send it to the cloud. The cloud part is represented by the CloudFormation templates. So literally, you can bootstrap the infrastructure within minutes. Yeah, literally minutes. And on top of that, we also have a web dashboard that can just visualize and show you all the data from all your fleet of devices connected to valuable assets.
Excellent. So let me summarize. So you have devices which are running FreeRTOS, which have applications that you provide on top of this that uses either MQTT or COAP. And then in the cloud, you have a CDK that basically bootstraps the infrastructure needed to support all of this use case. And then on top, you will also build some applications to visualize and all that stuff.
Yes,
right? Wow.
yes. And,
that's very cool.
Literally, our customers can grab all these pre-built components and on top of that, implement their own business logic.
Yeah. So you can focus only on the business logic, not focusing on random stuff. Yeah.
Yes. And I mentioned that there are like a few ways to talk to the cloud and to AWS. And one of them is a COAP protocol. And we specifically use that protocol for our use case as we work with the constrained devices.
Nice. Yes, I remember like 2015, I was kind of like exploring this for a use case. And I know like this, it's based on RESTful. Maybe you can talk about this. But it's also intended for like when you have like a meshing network as well, right? So maybe you can give us a brief introduction, like, how you went into choosing COAP rather than MQTT, because whenever we see IoT, we always think about, MQTT is application protocol.
Yeah, well, it differs from the MQTT for sure. And, for each protocol, there are different use cases. And within that, based on that, you can pick and choose any of these protocols. But talking about the COAP, there are a few features that I would like to highlight. First of all, it was built based on those REST architectures principles. So they are really widespread on the web, And with this standard, you have pre-built and default methods as put, post, delete, and can use them. Then it is lightweight, so the protocol is really lightweight. The header overhead is approximately or equal 4 bytes, which is a few.
Yes.
Yeah, and it was specially created for the constrained devices that has some additional requirements for the low processing power, for the low battery usage, and for low bandwidth. And of course, constrained networks where the connection is not stable and there are a bunch of errors on the network. And moving forward, the third one would be, from my opinion, is based on the UDP. Yeah, so you don't need to handle a connection to the web server. You would rather connect and send the data. You don't need to go through the complex handshake procedure. that consumes your energy, battery, your compute capacity, and of course your bandwidth, where you send like data to the cloud.
I mean, TCP in general is expensive, right? You have those acknowledge messages,
yeah.
all that kind of stuff, keeping the session, making sure like, you have that in place. So it's interesting that this is using UDP. It's using UDP, but then again, it's similar to HTTP. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. And you would address a specific device. I mean, you probably have, how does it work? You have the address of the device, and then you can discover some resources.
So yeah, yet another useful feature is resource discovery. So there is a client and a server, and the client can go to the server, to a specific URI, and get the list of resources that this server can give you access to. So you can literally do the discovery and then just use those resources. Yeah, and maybe also interesting thing here is that the protocol is asynchronous, so you can just send the request, do not wait for the response, and just do all your stuff you need to do on the device. It's also really, really useful. And
but what about if, let's say, you have temperature readings and you want one resource to be publishing nonstop those readings? Like, how do you? I remember there was some kind of observable resource.
Yes, there is. So initially, the standard has been written within the RFC 7252 standard, and on top of that, there is a bunch of other standards, and one of them gives you ability to observe the resource. So you just, as a client, being a client, you can send a special request and ask server to notify you on the changes. So let's say you have a temperature sensor, you want to get notifications on the threshold. So you just do that, and then you're being notified.
It's the interesting thing that I find with COAP is that you have this kind of like, the client might actually be in the cloud, and the server is actually a device.
Yeah.
So
and it can be interchangeably.
Yeah.
The single device can be a client, a server, and
but it makes sense as well because it's serving a specific resource to be a server that's having the temperature reading. So yeah, but it's like,
for sure,
you have to change your mindset in that terms. Okay, that's pretty cool. But when it comes to security, like how do you handle that? It's talking over UDP, and I know like with TCP you have like TLS, MTLS already kind of established as a default way of securing things.
Here you have something similar. So with the help of DTLS, which is a way to secure your UDP communications, you can also handle the security aspect. So you can make sure that your data is transferred in a confident way. So and the integrity is not lost during all the way. Yeah, so it's also easy to establish. And within the COAP standard, there are a few options. You can use a pre-shared key, both on the client and the server. So in this way, the connection is established seamlessly. Of course, you can also use some tools from the PKI infrastructure. So you can either use certificates or use public-private keys. Yeah. So this way, these three options just help you to establish the security within your devices. And also there are so-called ACLs, like access control lists.
Yes.
And the server can limit the amount of resources being triggered by special points.
Okay, so you have like for a specific client, so when they don't go to this well-known, which is one for kind of like discovering what resources a specific server has, there is a certain ACL that says, okay, for this specific client, only show this couple of resources, and then this can...
Exactly.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why the COAP didn't get that mass adoption as MQTT.
Well, it's only starting, as like many different devices were added and connected recently to the network, and you can see that the amount of devices is growing exponentially. New use cases are being uncovered, and that's why the adoption of COAP is literally going on to be in the future. And moreover, it's a quite new standard. It was released in 2014 or 2015.
Yeah. I remember back then I was looking at this time and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. It should have been adopted. But it takes some time, I guess, for the community. But you also mentioned about the MQTT. So I know with like MQTT, you have like quality of service.
Yes.
And that stuff. So how does that work with the COAP?
So with the COAP, you can handle 2 levels of the quality of service. With MQTT, you can handle 3 of them.
Yeah.
So in COAP, that would be at once. At least once.
At least once,
At least once, and
at most
once. Yeah, that would be all. Just when we're talking about the messages, I would like to comment here a bit on the amount of traffic that can be saved.
Yes.
For example, in the cellular technologies, it takes you a huge amount of money to pay for your data plans, and you would like to save this traffic. So in order to establish the MQTT connection and send your first package, you will consume approximately 75 kilobytes. Yeah?
Well, a lot.
Yeah, a lot. And I mean, secure connection. With COAP and TTLS, it would take you like 3 kilobytes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Saving.
Yeah, and based on our asset tracking use case, we realized that these devices, they should sleep majority of use cases.
And battery.
And it's literally like based on our statistics, every 11th package is need to be supported by the reconnect if you have an MQTT. So you can just count how many times you send and how much data you can just save.
No, this is really cool. Okay, I think we have a bit more time. So what is the demo that you're actually showing there? If you can briefly summarize it.
Yeah, so quickly we have devices running FreeRTOS. FreeRTOS over narrowband IoT network.
Nice.
With having the connectivity from a company called Once. We send the data to COAP broker, and this broker retranslate the messages to AWS IoT Core. Within the AWS IoT Core and several Lambda functions, we do the pre-processing and then store the data to the time series database. And with the help of AWS IoT core device location, we identified the location. As right now here we're at the booth, and no chance to get the perfect location with GNSS. And here we also then use Amazon location service from AWS to render beautiful maps, yes. And of course, Amplify helps us with the application and all that stuff.
That's pretty cool. I'm going to visit and then see how this is working.
Yeah, sure. And guys, please come on and visit the booth at AWS, and we'll showcase that how it works in reality.
Yes, excellent. That's it then. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome back. My name is Dan Gross. I'm a senior developer advocate with AWS. I hope you're enjoying the live stream. We've got lots more content coming up. This session, we're going to be talking about Matter. Specifically, we're going to be talking about Espressif's Matter offerings and the role of cloud for Matter devices. Joining me are my colleagues, Anton and Anant. Anton, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, Anton Schmagen. I'm partner solution architect working with semiconductor partners and been working with Espressif for more than 7 years right now.
Anant?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the introduction. I'm Anant. I'm working as the technical marketing manager for Espressif. I'm basically enabling customers to know more about Espressif solutions and their product, and they're also a point of contact for some very high-touch accounts. So, yeah.
All right. So Matter is kind of a newer standard that's actually developing still, right? But Espressif is really, taking Matter by the horns and really doing a great job with it from what I can tell. Maybe you could go over a brief introduction of what Matter is. Sure. And what are some of the benefits you're seeing with Matter?
Definitely, right? So Matter is a new upcoming, I would say, a specification released by the Connectivity Standard Alliance. So what it aims to do is trying to bring all the major home automation ecosystems like Alexa, like HomeKit, like Samsung SmartThings, like Google Home, all under a big single umbrella, right? So what it's trying to bring is a single ecosystem which supports all other devices under one roof, right? So you don't have to worry about when you buy a device that whether this device will work in my smart home or not. If it is Matter certified, if it has a Matter logo, it should work in your home with any of the Matter compliant ecosystems, regardless of whatever you have. Another thing which Matter brings is the multi-admin support. When I say multi-admin, it basically means multiple ecosystems can control a single device.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's not, so if your Matter device, you don't have to worry, oh, my wife has a Android and I have a Apple, so how do I combine? Yeah, your Matter device, both of them can control from the two ecosystems.
Yeah, and when you're talking about these ecosystems, these are big ecosystems. We're talking about Amazon and Google and Samsung and IKEA and Apple and
Correct.
so forth, right?
Yeah, all major ecosystems. They are in sync. They are member of the Connectivity Standard Alliance, and they are actively developing products on Matter.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
Also, what is important that we are not making connection to the cloud and back for every action, right? So Matter devices working together on a local area network. It's a local fabric, and actually there can be multiple fabric on a. And another distinct feature is that IPv6 is mandatory for medical devices.
Okay, IPv6, yeah. And this is specifically targeted towards the smart home space. But I imagine there's other, areas as well that it will work with.
Yeah, sure. So the specification 1.0, which is released right now, it covers smart home. But I believe that the Matter Alliance will for sure look into the other systems in future. I mean, they already have plans. They already have announced what will 1.1 have, which are expanding on the smart home ones. But I'm sure in the future ones they will go to other industrial and other applications as well.
I see. Yeah. So let's first maybe step back and talk a little bit about the collaboration between AWS and Espressif. Anton, you mentioned you've been working with Espressif for 7 years now. Espressif has quite a number of qualified devices in the partner catalog, which are devices that are qualified to run and work with AWS. As a matter of fact, here at the booth, the AWS booth at Embedded World, we have the device wall, and I'm sure some of your devices are part of the device wall.
I'm sure multiple of our devices should be there.
That's right, yeah. But it also goes deeper than that. It's also FreeRTOS.
Exactly.
So FreeRTOS is an important component of ESP IDF and all of that. So maybe talk a little bit about the collaboration between AWS and Espressif.
Yeah, sure. So ESP IDF, as you mentioned, is based out of FreeRTOS. So FreeRTOS is the basically operating system on which the ESP IDF runs, and all other supporting SDKs which are run on top, like ESP Rainmaker or ESP Matter SDK as well, so which run on top of ESP IDF, are supported by FreeRTOS. I guess Anton can share much more valuable information from his experiences.
Yeah, and I just want to show, to say that Espressif being with probably every single major announcement that we've done with FreeRTOS, with our libraries, with Device Defender, device management, device tester, device advisor. It's really one of the companies that taking this partnership to the heart, and we are very lucky. We're very privileged to actually have such fantastic collaboration. Again, it's very often blends even the professional lines, I would say. And Dan is super humble, but he was instrumental in a number of lunches as well. He was my kind of partner in crime. He was covering Espressif from business side and technology side as well. So
good crimes. Good crimes, yeah.
Absolutely, and we're bringing a lot of new technology for upcoming year. So watch for announcements.
Yeah, what's really cool is we have Espressif here in the booth at Embedded World in the AWS booth, showing a Matter demo. Actually,
yeah, we are showing a Matter demo.
It's not just talk. There's an actual working demo that demonstrates Matter and working with different Matter devices, right?
Yeah, sure. So from Espressif point of view, right? I think we have the most comprehensive Matter solution which is there, right? So the Matter specification right now defines 4 kind of devices. One is a Wi-Fi end device. The other is a thread end device. So these are like the actual endpoint devices which you will operate or which you will see operated, like the bulbs or the switches or something like this, right? And then we have the thread border router, which is basically trying to bridge the thread devices onto the Wi-Fi network so that they can be seen on your phone apps or seen given the OTA upgrades via the cloud, right? And then we also have solutions for Matter bridges. So Matter bridges is a concept which was brought in to bring in existing mesh topology networks like BigTree or BLE mesh onto Matter, right? So yeah, we also have ready examples as well as working solutions for Zigbee Matter Bridge as well as BLE Matter Bridge, and that's available for developers or customers to just download and use from the GitHub. So
That's really cool.
I believe we have the most comprehensive Matter solution there.
Yeah, and also at Espressif booth they have more comprehensive Matter demo, and yesterday they showed me actually the ESP now to Matter bridge, which is really interesting, and for the customers that implement the Lightning, it's really and the whole implementation is really clever. So if you have a chance, take a look. If not, we will cover probably with one of the sessions.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, so back to the title of this session. The role of cloud in Matter devices. Cloud services aren't needed for Matter devices, essentially, in some ways. But what do you see as the role of cloud? Why should AWS actually care about Matter?
Sure. Oh, yeah. It's a good question, I say. I mean, Matter is supposedly a local area network, like what Anton mentioned, right?
Yep.
So devices can communicate over the local network to operate. But the story doesn't end there, right? I mean, there's a full cycle for developing a Matter product, right? So it starts from the development. So I would say on the development front, right? So Matter introduces a very good concept of device-to-device communication.
Yeah.
Right. So basically, a device can subscribe to another device state or information from it. And what the ecosystems are doing is including Alexa, right? So they have this Alexa ambient home development kit, which they have produced APIs which will abstract information which they can gather from the cloud information of your current state of your home, right? It could be a holiday season, or it could be your home, or you're away. And other Matters devices can subscribe to these services and do some innovative work there, right? So you can have like innovation that when your Alexa has this information that you are on a holiday, then it can put your thermostats to a lower temperature or a higher temperature, save energy and stuff like that, right? So, so a lot of automation is possible. I think the next one I would say is manufacturing, right? So manufacturing is a very important one because for each Matter device to be Matter compatible, right, it requires you to have a unique DAC certificate, which is a device authentication certificate, right? And you need to be a certified PAA to be able to generate those certificates and program into your module.
And
right?
this is an important point. It's not necessarily all that easy.
Exactly, it's not that easy. And Espressif uses the help of AWS private CAs to be able to support these DAC signing and certificates. Anton, you want to add more on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So AWS private CA can help to build Matter compliant certificate authority. There was a lot of specification, and CSA like very strict about security and safety of this certificate authority, because everything that eventually goes to DCL, to this distributed ledger, right, needs to be verified. And initially, it was very difficult to operate the CA in the cloud, but our colleagues done fantastic job in AWS Certificate Manager and Private CA, and right now they even published the blog post and white paper, what is the areas of responsibility in our shared responsibility model to build the Matter compliant certificate authority.
Right, because this is all about attestation with the devices.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. That's amazing.
Going forward, right? I mean, then the next step is operations, right? Which is basically widely known to be a local network protocol, right? We communicate over the local network, but I mean, to have a unified user experience, right? You want your devices to be in sync, right? You don't want to. So suppose if you have your phone app of your ecosystem, right? You want to see what is the state of your device, right? And that is only possible when you connect to your devices to the cloud, and then your device gets your update from the cloud. So syncing your status, remote controlling it through your phone app, all this is required. If you want to use a voice assistant like Alexa to control your device, that also requires you to connect to the cloud to be able to understand what you're trying to say and then go and control the device, right? So operations, in theory, yes, it is a device to device, it is a local area network, but to have a much better or a unified user experience, I feel that cloud plays a very important role in that.
I see.
And we not only stop there, right? So there is post-production scenario, right? Also, right? So like you need to do device management and OTA scheduling. So like even though Matter does provide you to have OTAs aware, but you want to have a much more fine control on your OTA, right? You don't want to just bombard all your devices with firmware, right? So
an over-the-air update has to come from somewhere, right?
Exactly. Right?
Yeah.
It has to come from somewhere, and you can do that very well with AWS device management, right? You can say, okay, we group your devices. You only do a partial update to maybe 5% of your on-field devices, and see their behavior over a couple of weeks or so, and then you push it to the rest of your devices, right? And then we also have a very interesting solution called ESP Insights, which is about the diagnostics.
Okay.
Right? So you can have your remote debugging capabilities as well as observability of your devices on the cloud, right? So so I would say, right, the ESP Insights and all those require a lot of operations from the cloud, and it's
I would like to add that very often the houses will need to give some subset of their devices the control to external party, for example, to security, guardian subsystem or something, and that can help as well. And Rainmaker already looking into how to bring these type of federated access. So I mean, the cloud is definitely playing a role, but Matter obviously decloudify at least the local communication.
Yeah. Well, this is all really great stuff. Thanks so much for coming by and talking through Matter. I think come visit the booth if you can, and see the Matter demo in action. Thanks, Anton, for taking the time. Also, great to see you again.
As always.
Always a pleasure. Right?
Pleasure.
Thank you so much for inviting us, and it was a pleasure talking to you. And
all right, thanks again. All right, so stay tuned for our next session, but bye for now.
Happy embedded.
Hi, welcome back. This is the next session in our live stream. My name is Dan Gross. I'm a senior developer advocate at AWS, and we are live at the Embedded World Conference in Nürnberg, Germany. We are currently at the AWS booth here at the conference, Hall 4, booth 4550, if you want to come visit. I am joined today by Ronnie from Microchip. Hi, Ronnie.
Hi, Dan. I'm Ronnie Titoto. I'm part of the Microchip team. I'm working as a security function group specialist. I'm a geo leader for Europe. And I'm also a secure software lifecycle professional. And today I'm going to talk about ECC 608 and secure cloud authentication, I think, right?
Yeah, that's fantastic. Let's talk about it. So we've had quite a collaboration as far as AWS and Microchip for some time now. Maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Well, I think, yeah, we've been among the first to talk about secure authentication when we were talking about AWS and IoT Core. We've been working with several devices, and today I think if we think about the amount of qualified devices from Microchip we have, we're talking about 15 different solutions or reference designs that can be used together on AWS. And they are relevant for AWS IoT Core, for FreeRTOS, and Greengrass.
Oh, that's fantastic. Those are all of our edge device frameworks and software. And as a matter of fact, we have a partner device wall here at the booth if you come visit. And I'm sure we would find some Microchip products there.
Sure. And they all implement secure cloud authentication, which is what we really want to promote also in this specific session here.
Okay, so let's dive into that. We have you mentioned AWS IoT Core, Greengrass, FreeRTOS, but Microchip is really focused a lot more on chips, right? And so how does that sort of union work with your products?
Well, there are different angles that we can take from when we talk about this. Obviously, if you look at the qualified devices and reference designs we were mentioning before, we can talk about 8-bit, 32-bit, or also MPU microprocessors. Then, of course, there are also connectivity frameworks as well. But then one key thing is the secure cloud authentication around the crypto authentication devices. This is a device that is used to accelerate cloud authentication and make sure that the authentication is secure. Also secure from an hardware perspective. That's the key point.
Okay. Yeah, that's very interesting. And so you have like you said, you have a wide range of solutions starting from even 8-bit devices and Linux or Greengrass, those types of things. So let's talk a little bit about the secure mutual authentication with TLS.
Yeah.
First, maybe let's step back and talk about why is this important. We talk about this in terms of secure cloud authentication, mutual authentication. What's so important about that with IoT devices? We hear a lot about it, but maybe you could explain what the reason is that developers should really take this quite seriously.
Well, when I talk about this secure authentication and mutual TLS, I usually give the example of people accessing their own bank account on the internet. They do it by making sure their browser is making sure they are really connecting to the real web server hosting the bank account. But at the same time, they need also to qualify themselves. So they need to punch in their username, password, and a second factor authenticator. Now, a device has not the same capability because you cannot just write in a password for that device. That will not work.
Right.
And then you need, as a developer, to make sure you are protecting yourself from a class break attack. You cannot use the same credentials for all devices you are connecting to your account. So what you're going to use is making use of cryptography, making use of certificates, making use of private keys and public keys. And that's where the mutual TLS authentication comes into the game. But then you'd still have an issue when you are a developer and creating an edge device. You need to protect that specific key that you are embedding inside every single device. Actually, every device needs to have a different key, and that key needs to be protected. That's where hardware protection comes into the play. That's where crypto authentication comes into the play, like the ECC 608 device, which is our flagship for cloud authentication.
Yeah. So I guess in the analogy, where you have a user authenticating with a bank account, that user, is providing the trust for that transaction. In the case of a device, there's no user involved, and so there's no inherent trust unless it's unless there's trust given some way, right? And that's where the secure element and mutual authentication platform comes in.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, we do a little bit more than just the hardware. So the device itself, ECC 608, is the hardware device. But then we also put on top the trust platform servicing, so provisioning service. We are actually going to give to these devices also the keys and the certificates needed, as you said correctly, to really recognize the device itself, the authority that's been signing that device properly.
Okay, all right. So let's dive into that trust platform a little bit. Maybe we could step through it in terms of the details of pre-configured, pre-provisioned devices. Yeah. Where do you really need to intersect with that?
So crypto authentication devices are to some extent complex because they need to implement security at hardware level. So they are also quite flexible, but at the same time, they are some sort of OTP device, one-time programmable devices. So in Microchip, we decided to define the trust platform because in this way, we've been creating a pre-configured set of devices. And that's giving a big advantage for developers because they don't need to think about which configuration to use. We have already defined a configuration that works in most of the cases. And so all software we provide is already easy to use. And then on top of this pre-configured device, we moved with pre-provisioning. So in other words, we already put inside these devices keys and certificates according to the needs for secure authentication. Now, here comes a little bit of difficulties for developers because there are several options that can be chosen. For startups or companies that don't want to go too much into the details of certificate authorities and certificate generator,
that can get quite complex, right?
Yeah, exactly. They can go with a feature that AWS IoT Core provides, which is called multi-account registration. In other words, you can load into your AWS IoT Core account as many device certificates as you want. That's what we do with our pre-configured Trust and Go devices.
Yeah.
Then there is a set of customers instead that would like to handle their own devices with their own certificate authority. So they want to sign the certificates of every single device that they produce.
Yeah.
So in this case, AWS is offering a nice provisioning tool, which is called just-in-time registration. And on our side, we provide our Trust Platform TrustFlex devices, which are already coming out of the factory of Microchip, but including certificates which have been signed using an intermediate certificate authority, which was authorized by the end customer. So in this way, customers really get devices which are signed by their own certificate authority.
Yeah, and really the key with this multi-account registration is that it's movable, right? So you can actually use a certificate that then doesn't need to be tied to one specific account. Thus the multi-account name, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's true. And it's also movable in standard because it's using X509 certificates. So absolutely, these are the big advantages. Now, the key advantage of Trust Platform on top of this pre-configured and pre-provisioned thing is that at the end of the day, we are reducing a lot the complexity of developing a solution around this, because as I said, the configuration is already set, the provisioning is already done, so you just need to adapt your software. And the Trust Platform is already giving you some code snippets and also some application, I call them application notes, but they are interactive application notes which are guiding developers to develop their own application connecting. And the interesting thing is that the minimum order quantities for Trust and Go devices is nothing. It's just because it's just 10 devices. But for Trust Flags, where customers are getting their own certificates in it, it's just 2,000 devices, and they don't have any other limitation or constraint to obey to. They just have 2,000 devices to be bought, which is a good amount even for small startups.
I see. And so this really helps with onboarding, right? The onboarding time can go from typically a longer development cycle to much lower.
Exactly. We really saw in our personal experience since many years working on this. In the past, customers were taking months and months to develop and define their own process to get on board.
Yeah.
Today, they can get on board in less than a month. With Trust and Go, I would say in weeks, and that's really an advantage.
Yeah, and these are the kind of this is the kind of technology that really helps those development times just reduce. Typically we see IoT products taking 18 months to 2 years. We hear oftentimes. These are the kinds of advances that really start to eat away at that long development cycle we see in developing devices, right?
Absolutely, and they enable also vendors to comply to regulations or standards. For example, in Europe, we have this CEN 303-645 regulation. These devices are HSM, so they really implement what these standards are asking for. And the second thing is about onboarding. Often when discussing with developers, they say, Ronnie, I need to do and create a new device. I want to connect securely to the cloud, to AWS, but at the same time, I need to develop my own application. What they need to do is really create something new, not really to focus on the TLS details of the authentication. That's really where Trust Platform provides the advantage, because it's enabling secure authentication, compliance with regulations, without having to deal with the problem of implementing TLS from scratch, without reinventing mutual authentication from scratch, which is an important thing. And by the way, saving also power on devices, because these devices are just consuming down to 30 nanoamps in sleep mode. So they are really used for the little amount needed for secure authentication, nothing else.
So this is an important point about crypto, right? Is it consumes power?
Correct. If you need to write it in software, it does.
Yeah. Oh, that's really interesting. So, besides the lower power consumption, any other benefits that you're seeing with the AT ECC 608?
For sure, we are agnostic in terms of host MCU or microcontroller or a microprocessor to be used. Because we have our crypto authentication library. We are cost effective. The provisioning service available from very low amounts. And as I said, compliance to standards.
Yeah.
I would say these are the key things about the Trust Platform.
Okay, cool. Anything else you'd like to share about Microchip's Trust Platform solution?
Well, we are launching here at the Embedded World the new devices. They are more relevant for accessory or disposable authentication.
Oh.
So in this case, we are out of the cloud, let's say. We're just authenticating accessories, batteries, or whatever a customer would like to use in his own product to control his own ecosystem.
Okay.
And if they are interested, of course, they can find Microchip booth at Hall 3A.
Okay.
Stand 443.
Okay.
And there we will be showing a nice lock that you can open or not open, depending if you have the valid crypto chip or not.
I see. So real hands-on security.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's great. Okay. So yeah, you heard it from Ronnie, Hall 3A, booth 443. If you want to see more from Microchip. So I think we're running out of time here, but it's been great chatting with you, Ronnie. Thanks for stopping by and telling us all about Microchip and the secure solutions there.
It was a pleasure. Thank you very much for hosting me here, and thanks from Microchip as well. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And to the next session. See you soon.
Hi, thank you for joining us for this session with Intrinsic ID. I'm Syed Rehan and I'm a Senior Developer Advocate with AWS IoT. So in this session, Intrinsic ID, where we have today, is providing every IoT device with unclonable identities and NIST certified security.
That's right. Yeah, my name is Geert I'm the CTO and co-founder of Intrinsic ID. Yeah, Intrinsic ID, we provide embedded security solutions consisting of both hardware IP and also embedded software.
Right.
And they're targeted all around our technology called SRAM physical and global function.
Right.
Probably have to explain it a little bit.
Yes.
But it boils down to the fact that every thing that you produce, also chips, everything is unique. And we are able with our technology, by leveraging a standard SRAM memory, to extract a unique fingerprint of a chip. And by doing some processing, we're able from that fingerprint to extract unique device keys that can be used as a cryptographic identity for a chip.
Right. So, I mean, I know why IoT device identity being unique is very important. You know, obviously, for our viewers who are watching this live stream and probably going to watch it later on, can you tell us why identity for IoT device being unique is very important?
Yes, because as you know, IoT devices, they in the end connect to a backend, to a network. Yeah. And there's more and more services that rely on trusted information coming from the IoT endpoints.
Right.
And in order to be able to trust such information, you need to have strong authentication in place. You need to really be able to be sure that the data that you're getting is actually coming from the device you think you get it from. Because if that's not the case, you could the back end of a network could make decisions based on sensor data that is not correct, and that could have quite disastrous implications.
Right.
Even life-threatening situation if you think of actuators and industrial IoT that are being controlled in the wrong way because of untrusted data coming from sensors. So that's why it's really important that the IoT devices that connect to such services, that you can verify their authenticity and also that you can authenticate the data coming from them to be sure that you can trust it.
Right.
And that's actually where this technology of ours plays an important role, because we can guarantee that even if you copy all non-volatile information from one device to another, you still have not copied this cryptographic identity, because it's bound to the fingerprint of the chip itself.
So you talked about, the Intrinsic ID provides SRAM support in PUF, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go a little bit details in terms of this PUF technology actually works with SRAM for our viewers, because obviously we can actually have unique certificate for each individual device, right? And that will be the unique certificate. But this concept of SRAM PUF, where we are talking about unclonable, give it a little bit. I know you dropped a little bit hint of having a unique key for based on the crypto on it. Just give an insight on that. How does the technology actually work on the silicon?
Indeed, it goes one step further, because if you look at the traditional systems nowadays, they also make use of an asymmetric key pair, a public-private key, and a certificate.
Yeah.
But that's all injected from the outside, and it's stored in standard non-volatile memory. So that means it can also be copied. So a lot of the identities we use nowadays in IoT are not that well bound to the device.
Right.
And that's actually the step that we add with the SRAM physical global function technology. The keys are not injected from the outside, but they are actually generated from the inside. So, and that means that the private key is derived from that fingerprint. It is never stored, so if the device is turned off, it's not there. And it's therefore not possible to get to the key with a destructive attack. And you simply cannot clone it, because if you copy all non-volatile information in the chip, you have not copied that fingerprint yet. So it's really a mechanism to bind a cryptographic identity to the physics, to the silicon of the chip.
Very good idea, and obviously it's novel concept, right?
Yeah.
How does, tell our audiences, when you say fingerprint of the chip, what do you actually mean?
Right, yeah. So there's, in every manufacturing process, there is variation. And it's very small things that you cannot control, and the same holds for silicon. So every transistor, even though there is an average threshold voltage for every transistor in a certain process node, there's always some variation that you cannot control at manufacturing.
Yeah.
And there are circuits that you can implement in in the chip that can actually measure these small variations. Now that what we do with the SRAM is we use actually standard SRAM memory to detect these variations.
Right.
And that's very elegant because you do not have to inject special circuitry.
Yeah.
You can make this work on any digital chip.
Yeah.
And basically how it works is that normally in SRAM memory you first write data, and that same data you read back later. Right? That's the volatile memory concept.
Right.
And what we do is we read out the uninitialized value. So simply, if an SRAM memory powers up, every bit cell in that memory has to choose a certain startup state. It can only be 0 or 1, and nothing in between, but it has to collapse into a state. And it turns out that the preferred startup state of every bit cell is unique and depending on this local variation in the silicon.
Right.
So what we leverage is the fact that the power-up state of an SRAM memory gives you this fingerprint. It is a noisy fingerprint. Some of the bits will always be flipping, sometimes 0, sometimes 1. So the trick is in our algorithms where we make sure that we can correct those differences and extract a full OTP key that is always the same for that device.
So if I were to put in perspective, we actually have a multitude of vendors providing SRAMs, right?
Yep.
You are effectively saying that irrespective of who the vendor is or how the chip is manufactured, your algorithm is going to arrive to the same crypto key every single time, even if the device is
for that same device.
Yeah.
That's true. That sounds quite amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
So what we've done is we have done a lot of characterization of different process nodes, technology nodes, small to big, different memory vendors, to make sure that we understand the variations in this fingerprint. That we understand its entropy, understand its noise levels, how it reacts over different temperatures, and so that we can be sure that the solution that we implement in our IP is able to deal with these differences.
That's great. That's great. I mean, we have talked about unique identity for IoT devices, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell us typical use cases besides unique identities when it comes to SRAM prop technology?
Yeah, so cryptographic identity for authentication is one of the main ones, but there are also use cases for attestation on an external host, attest, verify the hardware and the software state of a device.
Right.
For that, you also need sort of unique starting point, a unique device secret to build it up. Then we have encryption of data, so we provide solutions for encrypting data on the device in a unique way so that it can be stored in unsecured memory and can only be decrypted on that specific device. You can also do that with firmware, for example, so you can bind data to a specific device.
So when you're talking about on non-volatile device, right? You're storing this data there.
Yeah.
Are we actually talking about this device? Does it have to always decrypt and encrypt every single time the communication needs to happen?
And it depends on which data you restore. But what you typically do is, if you make a secure device, you want to first of all assure that the software you're running is verified before you run it. So you need to verify its authenticity with a key. So you check the signature.
Yeah.
But if you also want to keep part of that software image, for example, confidential, that not somebody can look into the details, you have to apply encryption, and then you can also do it with part of the software, of course. So there are different solutions there.
Great.
And maybe another thing I can add is that I mentioned that some of the bits in an SRAM are sometimes starting up as a 0 and sometimes as a 1. So we also have solutions to, or actually it's part of our standard solutions, that we harvest that randomness to create strong random number generator.
Right.
That you need in almost every cryptographic protocol. You need some unpredictable randomness, and that is also provided by us.
And that's part of your algorithm to make sure it's always staying static just for that device for the purpose of encryption and decryption.
So we want to keep the stable part to extract the same key for that device always, but we also harvest the unstable part, the noise, to create strong random numbers.
Awesome. So I guess let's switch a gear a little bit and let's talk about in which ways Intrinsic ID SRAM prop technology, which is available today, can help IoT developers, product builders, and things like that, can help them in certain chipset or in a certain use case?
Yeah, so we have this technology is embedded as hardware IP to certain chips that are used in the IoT, so certain microcontrollers.
Okay.
But we also launched this week a new embedded software solution called Zyme.
Okay.
And this actually makes this technology available to be run on any microcontroller. So we provide a library compiled for a specific CPU to which you need to point to a region of SRAM memory into your chip that is dedicated for this function. And based on that, it can actually do this trick. It can extract a root key and derive keys from that and set up a cryptographic identity for your device.
Right.
And the nice thing is that as a developer, you do not need to be considered with handling sensitive keys from the outside, because the chip generates these core keys internally by itself.
Right. That's actually pretty good. So I think you mentioned earlier that you have a specific algorithm for each individual device. So am I correct in stating this, that you can actually use this technology in existing IoT devices, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So almost every digital chip has SRAM memory, and all microcontroller devices or MCUs that you see today, we can provide you with a library compiled for that CPU that will run on that device, and that makes it very scalable.
So if you actually have an existing device and you want to basically use the technology, is it an SDK or is it sort of a firmware embedding within the operating system? How the existing devices will incorporate and augment it?
So we provide a library, and with that you get a lot of documentation about the API, but also integration examples for how it connects to, for example, security library as embed TLS.
Okay.
Crypto or Leaf SSL. So that makes it easy for a developer to understand how you need to use that library in connection with such a library to set up a secure connection.
Okay, so they can quickly adapt using the libraries.
Yeah. But I think in the future we will work with partners to see more integrations happening, and that may also end up in SDKs.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So I think we are running towards the end of the time here for this session. So I'll ask a final question for you. So based on Intrinsic ID technology, what are the security certification or standards we are actually achieving and targeting?
So it is important that if you work with cryptography, that you implement the approved standards, and we always adhere to the NIST standards. So all the crypto that we do inside our products, we also go through certifications. So we go to the NIST CAVP certification that verifies that the algorithms are implemented correctly according to the standard. We also have NIST SP 890 compliant random number generator as an option.
Yeah.
Everything that we deliver, we have these certifications in place.
So your certification is actually met with all the NIST standard. Any European standards?
Well, it's almost everything that our customers ask is actually NIST. So that's sort of our focus point
for you. Okay. So we are closing towards the end of the point. Is there any final words would you like to mention to our viewers out there?
I think if you want more information about this technology, you can go to our website, so www.intrinsic-id.com. And if you happen to be at Embedded World, as we are here today, come to visit our booth at L4 650B.
Yeah. So as Gary mentioned that, here is the AWS booth. They just right diagonally in that direction. So if you're at Embedded World, do pop in, say hi, ask any questions, and thank you very much for watching. See you next time for the next session.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for joining us for this session. FreeRTOS LTS, FreeRTOS person here. And based on the earlier session, you might have met Lian earlier. I'm Syed Ruhan, I'm a senior developer advocate. And Lian?
Senior technical program manager for FreeRTOS and ExpressLink.
Yeah, so Lian, tell us in details what is actually FreeRTOS?
Okay, so FreeRTOS is basically the name itself originated from being the FreeRTOS real-time operating system.
Yeah.
So it started with the kernel, and then gradually we also adding more middleware libraries
Yeah.
to make developers to be able to develop their connected project more easy. So it includes a set of different libraries, for example, like connecting EPDs, protocols, which is cloud agnostic here. For example, I can say TCP/IP protocol or MQTT or HTTP is very industry standard protocol that we provide that software stack that not agnostic like cloud agnostic here. And at the same time, we also add the support library software stack, support with to work with the AWS IoT services. Some measure, for example, like over-the-air update or how to do the device defender.
Yeah.
So basically, we provide a set of libraries from the kernel to the middleware to the protocol and to the AWS service to be able to have developer to develop the solution for themselves.
Right. So, as you said, free as in free, right?
Yes.
And it's a real-time operating system, so RTOS, as it says in the tin. And it is a microcontroller unit operating system, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
For the microcontroller
Yeah.
resource constraint.
Yeah, resource constraint devices. Yeah, good point. Very good point. So you can actually have FreeRTOS, take it, deploy it, and connect to AWS IoT. If you remember earlier, we talked about Lian with the session earlier regarding ExpressLink, where the hardware actually was ready for you to go ahead and connect to AWS IoT. Here we're switching up the gear and we're talking about FreeRTOS, and specifically FreeRTOS, how it can connect to any MCU which you pick up, which is compatible with FreeRTOS, run it and connect to AWS IoT.
Yeah.
So I know recently some of the customers I've spoken with talked about LTS. What is LTS? What is covered under this LTS?
Right. So basically, over the past years, we worked with our partner, also with the developer community,
Yeah.
to accelerating the adding more new features to our library set.
Yeah.
At the same time, we also recognize like there's a tension between the need of iterating fast with the new adding new feature with, for example, the current project where they implement the project. There's no need really to constantly update the new firmware,
Yeah.
the new libraries.
Yeah.
It is not really affecting their application, right? So we recognize the tension, and LTS meaning that's standing for long-term support.
Yeah.
So we release libraries in long-term support release,
Yeah.
which enable the developer to have like use a feature stability library. And the thing that they really care about is like once they have the project, the only thing that they want to take update is like finally they have the security fix. Those are the very critical for them to be able to patching into the current project. So the long-term support was released, will enable them to integrate into the project, and then if there is only patching the security critical bug fix on that and allows them to easily to update with those critical changes that affecting the applications. So that is the intention behind the long-term support. So 2 years ago, we released we call it long-term support version 1, where it includes a set of around, I think, like 11 libraries. And just recently, we released the version 2.0 because it's a 2-year cycle. So basically, we provide the support for 2 years. meaning that we will provide all the patching to the specific version with the security bug fix for 2 years.
Yeah.
And we release a new version of LTS 2.0 and adding new library as well. So currently it has around like 15 more or less libraries in the LTS 2.0.
So from the companies and customers' perspective,
Mhm.
I know one of my customer is avid supporter and obviously user of LTS.
Mhm.
So from LTS perspective, if a company basically adapting and using from software as FreeRTOS,
Mhm.
right? Where do you see them adapting LTS at what stage? It makes sense obviously if they have production devices in production
Mhm.
and they take the LTS support because as you mentioned, LTS provided security patches updates,
Mhm.
and security is one of those things which our CTO says that dance like nobody's watching and do security like everybody's watching. So taking that into account, having the LTS support for security is very massive.
Mhm.
So where do you see it as a prospect if you were to basically say LTS adoption?
Mhm.
Where would you see in the pipeline?
Mhm. Yeah, right. So basically, when you just start the developing the project, you create a new project. At that time, probably you're still in the phase to explore different features, capability of each libraries. Once you have more or less your project in the working state, I think, and prepared to do the production and release,
Yeah.
then I think that is better to fix with like the LTS version,
Yeah.
so that in the future when your product goes to production,
Yeah.
in case if there is any security patch, you can easily and quickly update the security fix without worrying about breaking out the functionality of
Right.
your product.
Right.
And then we have 2-year cycle, so that is going to be another point where there may be the major change in the API. Um, so also like recognize that needs, we also have a new program we call extended maintenance program, where it's actually we extend the maintenance program, the similar concept of LTS, like to provide the security fix
Yeah.
for 10 years after the LTS, the
Okay.
original 2 years,
Okay.
with a fee. Yeah.
That's good. So technically speaking, that it gives you complete peace of mind. So if you're starting and building a prototype,
Mhm.
this is where you would want to get into the market first, break grounds, and once you're adopted in the market, this is where you want to build new features, new functionality for your customers who are basically using the features.
Mhm.
You should consider looking at using FreeRTOS LTS because this is where, as we mentioned earlier, that you will have peaceful sleep. Otherwise, you'll have sleepless nights. And this is a point where you would want to consider to say that, okay, now I'm going to take all my highly valuable resources from the software perspective of FreeRTOS and rely on Amazon's offering of LTS. Right.
Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. No, because we recognize any change into your current product is costly to you
Yeah.
yourself. So if you have the capability, so we provide those programs to enable you to like minimize the change, but not really like application specific to your to be able to be stable
Yeah.
and working for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, rightfully so. I mean, one of my customer, the CTO told me recently is that they adapted FreeRTOS LTS because they got the product out in the market and now they are swamped with adding functionalities, improving and enhancing the usability of the product to the end user consumers. And this is where they realize that they are stretched thin and they couldn't find security experts which meet the demand and the need for it. And this is where they turned to Lynn for FreeRTOS LTS, which gave them the peace of mind. And he bit our hand off to basically adapt it. And he wants to basically make sure now that all his IT resources, the developers, embedded developers, are actually adding functionality for his consumers to build on.
Mhm.
Right. So, question on CSIP, right? Because it is the title in there, right? So one of the things I will say that what why SESIP matters to FreeRTOS, and to our listeners who are listening to it and watching to us, what's the latest status of it?
Okay, sure. So basically, I think like SESIP is a program run by GlobalPlatform, and it provides a framework to validate the security evaluation for the security for IoT products. And as a AWS or specifically at FreeRTOS, security is priority. I would say priority 0, like before even number 1. And we see the value of following a common standard framework for evaluating our security implementation. So basically, the program itself will provide a level of assurance to the customer that it's meet a certain standard in terms of the security. So I think in a few years back, we have certified, verified with the SESIP level 2. And currently, we are working toward to achieve. So basically, what level 2 will provide a moderate assurance in terms of security. And currently, we are working toward to get the higher level, next level, level 3 in SESIP, and that will provide more substantial assurance in terms of the security of our software stack. Provide to the developer.
So technically, what I'm hearing, what she's telling me, is that not you only get best security patches using LTS, you also get SESIP assurance, right?
Yes.
So even more benefits to adopting FreeRTOS. There you go. So is there any? I mean, we are reaching towards the end of time here, Lynn. Is there any advice, any words of wisdom would you like to give to our IoT builders out there who are basically adapting and using FreeRTOS and starting off in the journey?
Sure. So basically, FreeRTOS is for the community, and it's open source, and we really welcome the contributions from the community, and also we welcome feedback from the community, and that's how we improve the product. So if we are welcome any contribution to our code base and also any feedback. Go to the FreeRTOS.org. There's a forum where you can exchange with other FreeRTOS community users. Also can communicate to us in terms of your feedback, in terms of what worked for you, and your contribution as well. So I'm really looking forward to all the community and developer contributions and conversation here.
Awesome. So being free and being open source, you have the big massive machine of open source behind it, developers who are basically adapting and using it. So this is where you would basically see that we have, as AWS, put our might behind it to make sure is that this product is available for all our builders out there, and making it easy for them, and those consumers who are actually, or customers who are adapting it for their real life product, can actually benefit from the LTS support and the new feature sets and the assurance and certifications which we are doing as part of AWS IoT service team for FreeRTOS. So with that, I am going to basically hand it back to our producer, and thank you very much for watching. Stay tuned for more session. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to our live stream from Embedded World 2023 in Nürnberg. We're welcoming you back, and I've got here with me Joe and Thomas. Hi both, how are you enjoying Embedded World?
It's been a busy show, my feet are sore.
Okay, so we're going to talk about something really interesting. We're going to talk about a digital badge, which is based on ExpressLink. But first of all, can you both introduce each other briefly?
Sure. I'm Joe Julisher. I'm a senior software development engineer on the FreeRTOS kernel team. And also I'm the senior engineer who's works with the making the ExpressLink, which is the module at the top of our badge.
And I'm Thomas Kriechbaumer. I'm a senior IoT specialist solution architect. Recently moved over from our mobility startup team. So as a solution architect, of course, I'm directly helping our customers to build the products and their solutions using our AWS technology.
Very nice, thank you very much. So I'm just going to shoot some questions, so feel free to take turns and answer or do whatever you like. But I think our developers would like to know, what are the challenges in building a connected product? So why is it so difficult? Why did you have to build this lovely prototype?
All right, so my background is primarily embedded. So I look at challenges a little bit differently than perhaps Thomas's challenges. So we actually complemented each other very well on this particular project. So as an embedded developer, I was used to C programming and basic connectivity, but the cloud is a bit of a mystery. So the idea of making such a device, actually I was very comfortable with. I knew it was going to take a couple of prototypes. I knew that not everything was going to work out correctly. Like, this is our first prototype and it's got plenty of modifications done to make it work. But it's a pretty straightforward process to work through those kinds of things. But when the data disappears into the cloud, that was kind of a different kind of concept for me. So I had to do a lot of learning on the IoT cloud side, much more than I had to do the hardware.
And for me, it's kind of from the other direction, right? I'm a traditional software engineer, cloud person. I'm comfortable with AWS infrastructure, writing CloudFormation, automation, infrastructure code. So the embedded world is kind of the little bit of mystery, kind of how do I get actually the data into my cloud? How do I program my devices? And how do I make it play to my will? How do I make changes to my devices? And I think that's kind of the real challenge that we were trying to solve now with ExpressLink and building such a first device to bring those two schools of thought together. How do we make cloud infrastructure, databases, storage, compute, And how do we marry that together with the embedded world, building a device, manufacturing a device, sourcing components, and solving all of those challenges in between.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I come from software engineering myself, so the embedded world is actually also relatively new to me, I would say. So I totally get it. What I find interesting about this different, prototype versions is that it really gets smaller and leaner. It's like you've got here probably the initial one, right?
Yeah, this was the initial one. And one thing I've learned making a lot of hardware over my career is don't try to shrink it to the final form factor. You are going to make a second spin, guaranteed. So make the first one easy to work with. Now, we did kind of make it a little bit product-like, but we didn't try really hard. And we left plenty of room to be able to make measurements, make adjustments. You'll see that there's some connection wires on here. So there were some mistakes. The biggest one is the screen is aimed down, because it turns out the footprint we had for the screen was exactly inverted. So we were able to use it, but it meant that our screen hung down instead of upright. Like you'll see on the final one, the connector is on the bottom, and then it makes the screen come up. And that was what was intended, but it doesn't always work out on the prototypes. Fortunately, we were able to make it work, and this did run the final software. It just wasn't in the final appearance. But there's always time. Once you have the electronics working, going back through to pretty it up, make the hardware have your message, contain your message, and to have the parts aligned just right. Making sure, like, we were featuring ExpressLink, we put it top and center. Things like that were very important, but don't try to do that up front. Come in on that after it's working.
Okay. All right. So for the viewers out there who are not familiar with the badge project and with ExpressLink, could you tell us all what is the badge and what does it do and why you built it?
Yeah, of course. So the whole idea came out of that we launched AWS IoT ExpressLink mid last year into general availability as a new AWS offering. And with all of our AWS products and services and features, well, we want to educate our customers. The best feature is the one that gets used by a lot of people. And to, send the message, spread the word about those awesome new toys that we have built, we need to build a workshop. We need to educate our people, our customers, also internally as well as externally, and show them the capabilities that we can do. And at AWS, we always have an annual conference, reInvent, right? It's in Las Vegas, huge amount of people, mostly cloud engineers, but more and more IoT engineers are also joining nowadays. And that was the perfect opportunity for us to come up with an interesting and fun project to bring the IoT ExpressLink service and marry that together with a device that people can play with. So we need a device itself, which we now have in the form of our demo badge device, but we also need the workshop to have some training material, step-by-step instructions, and how do we communicate that best, right? ExpressLink itself has many interesting features. So we really split it apart into the device itself, and then also the workshop, the training material that we can then share and make public so other people can benefit from that and work through those materials.
So rolling back a little bit, the ExpressLink device itself is just this little module on top, and we don't make that. What we do make is a specification of what comprises an ExpressLink, and that specification describes a secure device that has been penetration tested. It has specific hardware security features, and it has a specific interface, an AT command set over a UART interface, so that your host processor, in this case we used a Raspberry Pi RP2040 running CircuitPython, that host interface can be my secret sauce, the application that I understand how to write. If I'm in some other area that's not necessarily IoT, but then I can communicate with the module through these AT commands that just connect. And that connection isn't a connection to the internet. It's a connection all the way to AWS IoT services. And so that takes a lot of the headache out of the connection, the security, the issues that as an embedded engineer I might not be familiar with. But I am familiar with my application. I am familiar with how to send messaging, and that module takes care of it. So these modules are provided by a number of partner vendors. This particular one, we had to pick one. So this particular one is made by Espressif, but it has the same interface as all of the other vendors that are on board with making a product.
Yeah, thanks so much for actually covering the benefits of using ExpressLink, because I think this is really important for our viewers. What I also want to mention is that we're going to have Joe and Thomas again tomorrow and day after tomorrow to continue the conversation about the badge. So this today is just an introduction, right? So, how did you come up with the idea? Like, why is it a badge of all things, you know?
So at all the IT or computer or even academic conferences, a badge is always something very special, right? Sometimes it has your picture on it, it has definitely your name on it, so it's a personalized item. And well, IT people, hardware people, we like to tinker with things. Have something around your neck that you can wear, that you can show off, and customize. And that's really the key idea behind the badge, right? You can wear it on the lanyard around your neck. You have a display, you can show your picture, you can show a QR code with your contact details. You can show a hello world message if you want. Or you can also send a message to some other people and show it wirelessly. And then, of course, well, it's a device. We need to demonstrate something. It's a nice form factor. It fits into the palm of your hand. It's very easy to use. You can plug in a USB cable from the side. So it's all nice and easy to use. It doesn't take up a lot of bench space or real estate, basically. And yeah, it's an easy to use device, nice and compact, and it has all the parts that you actually need to learn and develop with ExpressLink, right? You don't need 3 different other cables or 7 other adapters and integration plugs. Everything you need is in there. It's just a USB cable. You can write the code directly on the badge. You don't need to compile it or flash it. It shows up as a flash drive, as a USB flash drive. Plug it in, type your Python code, click save, and you're done.
Wow. Awesome. I mean, I'm sure our viewers are wondering how they can get their hands on this magical, wonderful device.
Come to reInvent this next year. We're making another badge, we hope. So if we're able to get time and get the class into place, then there'll be a new badge for this next session.
Okay, all right. Well, now moving on to more serious things, right? So let's talk a bit about the challenges. What are the challenges that developers are facing when building prototypes? I mean, you guys have done this a lot, so you know the ins and outs. What are the biggest challenges?
So the first thing that Joe already mentioned is the firmware, and that in our case we are running CircuitPython, and that makes it a lot easier for beginners, for starters that are not familiar with the embedded world, to just write Python code. Python is, I think, one of the most popular languages nowadays, especially in the cloud environment. Super easy to use, has a very clean and readable syntax, and you can get started with just 3 lines of code, right? If you would compare it against your, let's say, traditional embedded C development, well, you have all sorts of tool chain and compilers and flashing tools. You can spend the whole day setting up that whole tool chain and setup. With CircuitPython or with any Python-based system, it's a Python file. Drag and drop it onto that flash drive that shows up when you plug in, and you can run your code within seconds without any tool chain.
So one of the challenges of a badge or a training hardware, which is kind of unique to other kinds of hardware, is that we have a classroom mission that we have to keep in mind. And the classroom mission starts with getting the person up and running. So that's why we chose CircuitPython for the reasons Thomas mentioned. Having a clean message on the badge, so it's not cluttered. We're not going to be putting this in an enclosure, so the board has to be pretty. It has to show the messages. We have messaging on the back that has where the I/O is, so a new person can just read the messaging and go to their Python and see exactly how it should work. So there's a lot of those kinds of factors, and you can see that in the evolution of the badge from this big, ugly green one to this one. Little things like the lanyard clips or horizontal. Then we decided, well, maybe it look a little bit nicer if we made the lanyard clips at a slight angle. So the little touches do matter. One of the things that we had challenges this last year, though, was getting components. We spent a lot of time debating about, should we use this Raspberry Pi device or should we use some other device? And this one was almost the best choice just because we could readily buy the 500 units that we needed to make the badges in the quantities required. Some of the parts had, many months of lead time.
Yeah, and can developers, for example, let's imagine developers not familiar with Python. Can they run anything else?
Of course.
Like JavaScript, even
maybe not
C?
JavaScript.
No.
So this board is from the Raspberry Pi Foundation, and it does support other programming environments. Mm-hmm. The one that they primarily support is C, and they have a very easy to use CMake-based build system, and there's good support. There's also an Arduino environment for this particular module. And I believe there's a WebAssembly and a couple other environments. But the CircuitPython was the best fit for the class that we were presenting because there would be 0 tool chain set up for our participants.
So in general, it always depends on the manufacturer of the chip itself. If you have an NXP or ST or whatever microcontroller, a lot of it is managed then by the open source community, right? Those are the enthusiasts that really drive forward the acceptance of those chips. So you can definitely find open source projects that run Rust on one of the RP2040 chips, or Golang as TinyGo, or MicroPython and CircuitPython as Python interpreters. So there are a lot of different varieties that are, well, some are more on the educational spectrum and the others are more on the production spectrum, where we then go into the C environment.
But then you have other challenges. For example, we definitely wanted to exercise this accelerometer. There's an NFC component, the display. And we were focusing on getting all this put together. We did not have time to write new drivers for Golang for all of these components. So we picked CircuitPython also because every component on here already had a driver. We did not have to spend our time creating drivers and making sure that they were debugged and ready to run. We determined on our very first prototype that everything was ready to go. It was just going to be a packaging and the class material issue, and then making sure that the cloud side was ready to carry the messages and the training that the board could deliver.
I see, okay. Yeah, so interesting that you mentioned the cloud side. What is the cloud side of this solution, this badge?
So the hardware can support just basic MQTT messaging, which is also very interesting. However, it also supports curating some AWS services, such as OTA, over-the-air updates. So we made an application that would use over-the-air updates. Rather than updating the firmware of the host processor, it would update the image on the display. So you could, in fact, here at the show, we're showing people that they can take their picture with their cell phone, encrypt that picture using a QR code that will exchange a certificate between the badge and their cell phone via the camera, and then I'll upload through the cloud and then download directly onto the display. Another feature is shadow, and this board has a number of sensors. The accelerometer allows it to know its orientation. That data can be reported live to the cloud, where it can be updating a live database. We call it a shadow database that represents the current state of the board. Then we have another application, a cloud-based JavaScript, that collects all that information out of that shadow as it's updated live, and then shows the physical condition of the board. When the LEDs light up, within milliseconds, the LED on the dashboard lights up. When you rotate the display, it rotates live with you. When you put a picture on the screen, there's a picture that shows up on the model. So it's like a digital twinning technology. You can see exactly the state of the hardware.
And that's even bi-directional. So you can change the LED color from your browser page, and within seconds it syncs it down to your device, and you see the device flip over, and suddenly your color is green or red or whatever you have selected on the browser tab.
Wow. Yeah, that's really interesting. So this means that if developers want to get access to this and want to see your workshop, they should join at Embedded World. At reInvent. Oh my God, I'm with Embedded World and only Embedded World is in my head.
Join us at all the events, right? We are definitely running more of those workshops with our partners and our customers in the future. But reInvent, I think, is the biggest one for us, and we will definitely have something interesting to show there.
And even if you're unable to join one of the live workshops with Thomas with real hardware, the class material is online, and you can just review it yourself and see how it would be like if you actually were able to do it in person.
Okay. Oh, that's very nice. Do you guys have some last words, like some learnings, throughout this process of building the badge project? What did you learn? What is the most interesting takeaway that you learned?
Doing the cloud stuff is really interesting. The hardware to me is easy and fun. Getting the data was trivial, and then I spent the rest of the project learning how all this stuff actually works, learning some new languages and some new environments and techniques. That was a very fun project for that purpose.
I was actually going to say something very similar. We are both engineers, but from two different directions, right? And kind of finding that middle ground and having that good engineering discussion between us. One opinion against another opinion, cloud side versus embedded side, and then figuring out that and landing, I think, at a really nice and entertaining educational product.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I think this different perspective and the learning it's quite interesting, and I think it's good for developers to all have this opportunity of working with an embedded engineer and the cloud engineer and getting different perspectives. So, yeah, that's really nice. So what advice do you have for our viewers? If they want to get started with ExpressLink, what are the best pages or the best?
So the best page we probably have at the moment is our GitHub repository for IoT ExpressLink. It's really our library of all the support material that we have built so far. It contains the open source manufacturing files for the demo badge. It contains a series of YouTube videos. I'm sure this video will also be a part of that list soon. And we also have the workshop there and other training materials that we have built over the last month. And everything will be in that big library collection. So you can do like a step-by-step learning approach to learn new things, explore, and then also pass on that knowledge to your team.
And not all of that material relies on such a badge. You can use just one of the standard development kits and be very productive with this.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Thomas. And our viewers, we are going to be back soon, so stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to the Embedded World live stream. I think, so many sessions today. I hope you kind of picked the ones that you liked and enjoyed them as we did here. So just to recap, today we had a bunch of sessions, but we started with introducing the team. I think you've seen all of us here, Alina, Saeed, Dan, Richard, and myself as well. And then we went through this leadership sessions, right? So this is something that, we kind of wanted to have you guys ask questions to our leadership, explore what is going to come in the future, not only like what has happening in the past. The first one was Dave Kranzler. He was talking with Richard. Then after that, we had Richard Berry, who is the founder of FreeRTOS. He was also having a nice discussion with Richard about FreeRTOS in the future. And then we had Stefano Landi after that. By the way, I wanted to also point out that here, as you might notice, there's a lot of noise because we are covered with a lot of people coming and visiting the booths where our partners are presenting solutions on top of AWS, but all in regards to embedded systems and IoT in general. So we also had different sessions starting from build on AWS IoT Core for Amazon Sidewalk with Silicon Labs. So those are one of the partners that came here and talk about. They are also presenting their solution here in the booth. So for you guys who have missed the first day and maybe you just wanted to watch it using this live stream, I encourage you to come, for example, tomorrow and then visit the booth as well if you're capable of. Then after that, we had a build on AWS IoT Core device location, which is covering how the AWS IoT device location service can be used to locate and track the devices. After that, I had an interesting session with Rajesh and John. We did talk about the embedded developer approach to AWS IoT Greengrass. So we talked about how people can deploy different components on the embedded target, what tools AWS provides as well. And then there was a nice talk about how builders can reduce IoT project development time by more than 50% as well. So that was an interesting talk. And then we have Avnet, who is, I think, on that side over there. They were also presenting the IoT Connect on AWS. It's a solution that they build to kind of, again, speed up development time and connectivity. Then after that, we had, again, the ExpressLink, which you will see throughout these days. We will talk about ExpressLinks and solutions quite a lot. We had a friction-free edge-to-cloud security mechanisms with AWS IoT ExpressLink. And speaking of ExpressLinks, I also have a badge that's kind of using the ExpressLink and the standard. It's built on top of the Raspberry Pi Pico, and it uses Espressif ExpressLink module. And to be quite honest, like I just received it today from Thomas, and my plan is kind of to extend it. And as of now, it's like, let me reset. But as of now, it's just showing some statistics, and it has a temperature humidity sensor as well. But for tomorrow, I hope to extend it based on like what I learned from those guys. That was pretty interesting. Then after that, we had a deploying multiprocessor gateways with AWS IoT Greengrass and PARSEC security. So that was Saeed, and he was talking with people from 56K Cloud. They were showing some boards as well. That was an interesting session. Then after that, we had how developers can get started with AWS devices software on embedded Linux. This was a session with Richard Elberger. So we did talk about Meta AWS and some of the things that we're doing with the AGL and Yocto as well. Then after that, we had a session with Klika Tech and Andrew, their CTO, on how IoT developers can innovate on AWS using COAP solution. To be quite honest, like I was really passionate about this COAP solution because it kind of gives you that similar microservices way of interacting, but yeah, built for devices. So that was an interesting talk. And then Espressif Matter offerings and the role of the cloud for Matter devices. So yeah, as we see, Matter is getting quite popular. So yeah, we wanted to see how cloud and how that plays a role here. Then after that, I think Microchip and securing the IoT with secure elements step by step. Yeah, this is one of the interesting things. I mean, not many people think about security when they are building their IoT products, and like having that from the very beginning and designing that step by step makes a lot of sense, so that you don't come into a position where you already recently released the product, but then from the security review perspective, you think you need to they come and they say like, okay, you need to update this, you need to strengthen the security, and then it's kind of hard to add that. And then after that, we had the Intrinsic ID, where they were talking about how IoT product builders use for IoT devices, which actually goes in the other direction, where they were talking about how Intrinsic ID has this PAF technology, where more or less, even if you release a product and then you say, okay, we need to strengthen the security, then they offer some software tooling to allow you to get a fingerprint and add that as a security component as well to your boards. And then after that, I think there was a session where with the visioning simplified IoT telematics, which they covered like how the connectivity and the IoT telematics can work with the AWS IoT. And then the session after that was the FreeRTOS LTS and the GlobalPlatform SESIP. This is the FreeRTOS, a long time support. And then there was also the building the badge part 1, right? So this badge with Thomas and Joe, more or less, they were talking about building the badge. So that is what we had today. So if you guys have any questions, you can write them in the chat. We'll try to answer them, even if you were not able to follow throughout the whole day. I know it's like a lot, 8 hours of streaming and watching. If you have some additional questions afterwards, then you can just write them in the comments. We will try to get back to you as soon as possible on that. So I think that was it on what was happening today. I think the good thing would be kind of to have a view, and that's what we planned for this session as well, on like what's coming tomorrow. So I have the list of those as well. So let me just go through this. So for tomorrow, we will start with what's on today. So we will just briefly touch base on like what we were planning for that day. If there are any changes in the schedule, since people are always changing things, that might happen as well. We hope not. But yeah, we will kind of see that tomorrow, and then make sure everything is going smoothly. And then after that, the first session will be we will have the observability in FreeRTOS applications with DevAlert and Tracealyzer. So this is coming from Percipio. I think John, their CTO, will come, and then he will be one of the guests. And then after that, there will be something really interesting. I think Alina is really interested in that topic as well, which will be embedded devices and the CI/CD pipeline with virtual hardware and device advisor. So there will be a whole session with David Walters, who is our partner solution architect, and Elham as well. We will then have the embedded runtime security. That will be at 12. where they will talk about continuous monitoring at threat detection. Also on FreeRTOS based evaluation kit. I think this is going to be Leon from Sternum. And then after that, we'll have the FreeRTOS for industrial automation. This is really interesting topic where now we are putting the FreeRTOS, and that FreeRTOS is looking at the Opus UA protocol and then basically putting that data to the cloud. So that will be from BNR, Industrial Automation. We'll have the Stefan, who is the Global Product Group Manager here, and Adrian from AWS as well. So after that, we will have a session which goes around open source and connected vehicles. I think I will be hosting that session with Amot. He's a director of research and development at DXC, and Jack, who is from AWS as well. Then after that, we will have this Eurotech Railgate Edge IoT Gateway, which is actually just on my right, on my left here. Sorry, they were presenting this demo. It's a really nice one with AWS IoT Greengrass with zero touch provisioning. We will have Marco, their CTO, coming over, being our guest. And then after that, at 1 p.m., we will have the cloud native car with Sophie and Linaro. So this is a trend that we have been seeing, and Sophie is kind of leading that way. Is software-defined vehicles and cloud native cars. So for that, we will have we have Andrea, who is the VP of Business Development, and Grant, she is the CTO of Linaro. And then I will actually host Walt and Jan Simon, who are from Automotive Grade Linux, at 1:30, and we'll talk about how to build on Automotive Grade Linux for AWS. So they're coming from Automotive Grade Linux and the Linux Foundation as well. And immediately after, we will have at 2 p.m. Open Synergy, and Isaac, who is a product manager there, and that we will talk about how to develop automotive solution with hardware abstraction techniques. And I just visited their booth. They have a really interesting demo that has been showing, where they went through the whole pipeline of actually changing some codes, and then going through a CI/CD loop, and then having that picked up by their devices, and then changing on the fly, the software that's deployed. And not only do they have this on, let's say, on automotive grade Linux and like infotainment, but they also have this in the Android setup as well. So they were able to update the new software on Android, just using that same mechanism, which is amazing stuff. After that, at 2:30, we will have Phytech, who will talk about, and Trulon who's an application engineer there. They will talk about rapid development of cloud-connected industrial machines. So that's also interesting. Phytech has been providing those system on modules, and I remember back in the days, they were the first ones to kind of put those and really nicely integrate, and they have nice Yocto distributions for all of them. So seeing them, advancing like this, it's pretty cool. Then at 3, we will have Joseph, who was actually one of our IoT builders as well. He's a head of the developer relationship at Mender.io, and then he will also talk about how to use Mender for embedded Linux and how to update this, on top of AWS as well. And then at 3:30, we'll have the AWS Device Advisor test framework for IoT solutions. So Joseph, head of business development, and Anton, who is our colleague here at AWS, will come over, and then they will talk about how the solution is built out and how our customers and builders can benefit out of it. And then immediately after, at 4 p.m., we'll have functional safety tips for developers. We'll have Andrew from Wittgenstein. They will talk about FreeRTOS, who is how you go through the process and what you need to do in order to make sure that the FreeRTOS is functionally safe, and what is that procedure as well. And then after that, I will be hosting Joe and Thomas, who are building this demo bed, and then we will dive deep into like the manufacturing process, how that is laid out, how you can you need to build out hardware when you have different quantities, how you go through that process as well. So, and that will be actually the last session for tomorrow. And then, after that, we will just have a small, ramp up and so on. So that is all what we had today. What is the plan to have for tomorrow? And the other thing I wanted to mention before we finish out this live stream is that there are, as I said, different demos around here involving different technologies. So I just want to briefly describe what we have, and then mention like a couple of booths that I really liked as well. So here we have the FreeRTOS demo with Matter integrated. So this demo includes like Echo devices connected to other devices running the ESP32, and then they were able to control LED light bulbs using Matter, and then pick an agent running on top of FreeRTOS. So that is something that the guys are demonstrating here. Like there was a lot of people going around and being interested in this. Then we have the ExpressLink demo, which is just on the other side of them. They are demonstrating like smart devices using ExpressLink, and also having like a Sidewalk integration there as well, which is something that's going to be announced later this year and like showcased with different customers. Then on the left side, which I already mentioned, we have the Greengrass and the Eurotech, which they're showcasing the zero-touch provisioning. Like, how is it possible, to bootstrap as many Greengrass-enabled devices as you like, without actually doing anything and not trusting the manufacturing process and so forth. They have their own way of like managing this PKI infrastructure and so forth. So this is really interesting. Then next to them, we have partners Luxoft, who are demonstrating the Greengrass and Fleetwise as well, with multiple IoT services. So they use Iceberg open source software to collect vehicle data and then kind of have that monitoring as well. Then on the other side of the booth, again, we have the Rainmaker by Espressif. So Espressif is also our main partners. They are going to, they are showing the end-to-end solution of smart devices and like how they do device diagnostics as well. And then we have the Avnet, who's on this side, and then they are kind of showcasing the IoTConnect, which is their product that brings kind of this robustness and scalability for partner devices as well. And like they also build out their own software development kits that goes on top of this to speed up that development process. And then, we have Klika Tech as well. This is more or less what they're showing with this COAP and the asset tracking. Andrew was here, and then they were talking about this in depth in one of our sessions. So if you like, you can go and rewatch that one as well. And then we have a Storm Reply with ExpressLink as well. And then they are having like a Deep Racer device here, which is going around, and they are kind of getting the scan data from the device itself, and then using the uBLOS ExpressLink, shipping that data to IoT Core, and then visualizing this. They have a map, and then on that map, you can see the location of that small vehicle going around. So more or less, that's the things that are around me. And then there is one really cool demo that I think it got the most attraction here, and that is the robot tap room. I actually had a video of it. Unfortunately, I was not able to play it, but they have a bunch of things that if you combine together, it has to be the most interesting thing. Is like they have Raspberry Pis, they have beer, they have 3D printed parts, they have a robotic arm. So they were able to put all of this together and create this demo where a person can come and choose which type of beer he likes, and then the robotic arm will come, pour the beer, and then give it back to them. So this is also, a pretty cool scenario. It's more or less for fun. They also have monitrons on top of this, and then they're able to collect vibrations, and then how things are operating. They have a dashboard with the architecture, and yeah, so that one is pretty cool. And then there is another booth over there near to us, which is 4642C, which is Yocto booth. So I encourage you to go there as well and take a look at it if you're coming, let's say tomorrow, or if not, I think tomorrow, I think we will have more videos going around and then upload them. So maybe we can showcase some of those as well. So they are demonstrating this environmental parity, like that's one of the solutions on top of AWS, where they are able to use Yocto to build images not only for devices, but the same image they were able to build for Graviton, which is an ARM-based machine, in AWS Cloud. It's an EC2 machine, and they were able to kind of deploy this image on Graviton, run it, demonstrate the functionality, and then use the same image to deploy it to more or less the real hardware. So that's one of the demos they're showing at the Yocto booth. And then on the far right, we have another booth, actually another demo that's part of the automotive grade Linux booth, which I think we will cover tomorrow as well, where we have a wheel and a simulated car, which also produce those scan messages, and we are demonstrating how Greengrass and Fleetwise can run on top of automotive grade Linux, and then how they can interpret those scan signals and have them available for aggregated data, so that people can look at fleet of devices and then have that data make some statistics or insights out of it. So those are the things that actually I wanted to cover for today. And if you have any questions, once again, feel free to put them in the chat. Also for tomorrow, if you're following us, make sure you put things in the comments. Also, just if you want to say hi, just say hi. Say hi. We are from Germany or US or whatever. Feel free to do that as well. We'll try to interact with you as much as possible. With that said, I think that's all what I had for this session. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you join us tomorrow as well. So that's it. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.